Welcome everyone to our Mastering Spirituality Summit. My name is Jason Mark Campbell. I'll be a host for this incredible 3 days we've put together here with Summits for Impact. And we're so excited and glad that you're all deciding to join and spend this time with us. See, what we've done is we've put together a list of incredible speakers, teachers, and gurus that speak about spirituality in modern ways and in absolutely fascinating ways that will make us reevaluate what is our definition of spirituality. If we're looking to master spirituality, what exactly are the paths available to us? And the fact that you've decided to say yes to coming on this journey makes us very excited, because the world needs us to reconnect with ourselves, with each other, with the planet as a whole. We've invited you to this summit because we felt that many of us have noticed the level of chaos that happens in the world, and the timeliness of this summit is probably at the peak of where a lot of us are filled with anxiety, uncertainty, fast change in many areas. And so what we're excited to bring to you are going to be a series of incredible people that are really going to show you these messages that you'll get to experience. What is it that resonates with you? If there are things that are blocking you on your journey, you'll notice that they're going to help you unstuck yourself. There's going to be parts of these that are going to be experiential, and a lot of these are going to be amazing lessons and ways of shifting your beliefs. And what I'm most excited is every single speaker is going to give you things that you can take away for those of you who are tuning in. I'm already noticing a ton of you are using the comment feature, and I love to see that. So I want to say a good hello to people out here from, what do we got? We got some names here. We got Ellen coming in from Norway, and we have Jay Slims coming in, wishing us some joy. Good to see you. Liam, Susan, Les, Nance. We have Alessio, Colleen coming in from Canada. I'm a fellow Canadian, so good to see you as well. And I want to address the first question. I've seen this on the Facebook group where all of you were connecting, and I'm going to address it here now, which is for those of you who haven't done the upgrades and you're asking about the replays, for those who have the membership or have made the upgrades for this summit, of course, the recordings will be available to you indefinitely, so you can consume it on your own time. If you're here as somebody who's attending for free, you'll have 24 hours. So I know we're reaching people from across the world at different time zones. For me, 9 p.m. here from Asia, Singapore time zone. And so I know for those of you who can't attend the entire summit, there's 24 hours before we switch on to the next day that you'll get a chance to attend. But if you're looking to join on our membership, you'll see that you'll get to access not only this summit, but so much more, which I'll take a minute to explain just before we get started today. What I want to at least let you know, as we're going to be going through these 3 days, is the general theme that we're going to have for each day and the format of each day, so you know what to expect. For one, we each have a topic for the days. Today's topic is actually all around healing. We'll be talking about trauma. We'll be talking about having breakthroughs and truly looking at spirituality from a healing lens. Tomorrow, the theme and topic is all around the awakening, spiritual awakening. And so on the third day, we're actually going to talk about transcendence, going beyond. And so we've talked to the speakers and we've made sure that their topics are fitting within these ranges so that you can see a progression from healing, awakening, and transcendence as we're on this journey together towards mastering spirituality. So I hope you guys are excited. We have incredible speakers, and I'd be curious to know if there's any of the speakers you're excited to hear. Maybe you've come to the summit through an invitation from one of them. Maybe you're discovering the summit for the first time and you've noticed a speaker that caught your attention. I'd be curious to see which one of those caught your attention, and we'll make sure to give a little shout out for those who do. Diana from the Netherlands, we got Mozena here from Australia, and Cat Blessings coming in from Florida. So Cat Blessings for the entire world. Very, very excited to do that. Now, before I get started with our first speaker, I do want to take a moment here to just show you the possibilities for any of you who are considering jumping on our fully upgraded membership. So if you enjoy these summits, by the way, some of you might have been attending our last summit, which we did on abundance, which happened just a couple months ago, but there's so much more that we do here at Summits for Impact. And we want to give you an opportunity to join our membership where you have access to not only this summit, but every single summit that we've done in the past and the upcoming ones in the future. So I want to take a moment here to share a little more about what that entails. If you've been looking for over 250 video lessons in a growing library of all these global experts that are covering things from nervous system to conscious business, we are putting together a library so people can have impact and growth in every area of their life. We are talking about all the lessons, all the bonuses that are included with every single speaker that comes on these summits. Transcripts, audio recordings, and guidebooks are included with every summit we put together. We have early and exclusive access to every new live summit, which we are planning to do multiple this year, and ongoing access to any of the new recordings and material are yours when you're part of this membership. 250 teachers such as Ken Wilber, Marissa Peer, we have Deborah Poneman, which will be on this summit, Professor Rao, Teal Swan as well. Dr. Shefali was on our last summit. We have John Assaraf, Mary Chernoff. So many more of these incredible speakers are all part of this library that you get to learn from when you're a part of this membership. And the people who have been speaking about it have been giving us some rave reviews. So we're very excited to be able to bring that to you as well. And if you've attended some of the past summits, such as Mastering Abundance, that was earlier this year, that is included in the membership. We have Rocking Life at Any Age for those of you who are looking to stay healthy and learn the health habits. We have that summit included. The Scale Summit for those of you who are business oriented and are looking to scale your business. All of the parents out here who are looking for the Parenting Mastery Summit, we do have a class on that. The Embodiment Summit, which was a great personal growth transformational event that teaches you how to embody your personal growth. And of course, the summit that we have now, which is Mastering Spirituality Summit, is included in the membership so far. We have so much more coming through, and maybe some of you are already considering getting the VIP offer for $99 to be able to get access to this exclusive summit. but we're making an offer for everybody on this summit, which is the membership itself is going to be $99, and you'll have that price locked in to have access for an entire year. So if you want to get started, we're going to show this for you. It's the first year for just $99. You can scan this QR code. We will drop it into the chat as well, and you'll be able to take this offer as you enjoy the summit, as we're going to be going through today. We'll have this offer open throughout the summit, but the earlier you join, the more you have access to everything. And if you did miss an important part from one of the sessions, be sure to join in the membership. You can cancel at any time, and your first year is just $99. So I appreciate you all indulging me with that, and I'm excited to see our first speaker that's going to be taking on the stage. Let's see if I got a few comments about some of the favorites coming up here. So we got a French-Canadian, by the way. Donc, Cindy, moi aussi, je suis Canadien-Français, so I'll flex my French-Canadian as well. I got Jay Slim's excited about all the speaking, hoping to learn some wisdom with others as well. We got Suzanne and Teal. Both of them, Liam, were incredible conversations, so you both are going to Nance as well as looking for Suzanne. You guys are in for a treat. And we have a ton of people here from Estonia. Alan, good to see you. I think I recall you from some of our previous summits. And we have Anna here, a fan of Ken Honda. Well, this morning, we're going to have 4 incredible speakers. And for those of you who are a fan of Teal Swan, she will be one of the speakers for this morning. We have Alex Howard, who's talking about some therapeutic coaching, really speaking on the trauma side. Dr. Dain Heer is really going to help you learn about some tools that really accesses some different parts of your spiritual mind and lets you transcend into great states. And we have Rej Malhotra, which is going to be about merging divine calling with material success. So a little bit of business here, and Teal Swan, which will talk about how to integrate many of your parts on your healing journey. So if you guys are excited, we're about to get started. We have an incredible session. We're going to be spending around 3 hours, and we'll be done around, I would say around noon. Actually, we're going to be spending closer to 4 hours together. Or actually, no, that is 3 hours. So we're going to do the morning sessions. We have 4 speakers, and around noontime, we'll get back. That is Eastern time zone, and we'll have a bit more conversation, and that'll be the first part of today. So without further ado, let's get started with our first speakers for today and kick off our Spirituality Mastery Summit. Let's get started. Operate with our emotions, navigate this life, and truly bring some of the more traditional aspects of therapy into some of the more modern ways to add the elements of spirituality and to truly bring it to the modern times where we want to have actual healing and we want to have transformation happen in the process. Alex Howard is CEO of Alex Howard Group. He's operating the leading clinic, the Optimal Health Clinic. It's an online platform called The Conscious Life as well, has an online coaching program called the Reset Program, and he has trainings in therapeutic coaching and therapeutic nutrition. He has his super conference, has been attended by over 1 million people, and he has his YouTube series called Therapy with Alex Howard, where he brings real life patients onto the studio to be able to showcase how transformation does happen. He has published many papers academically, but also has written multiple books, including Why Me, Decode Your Fatigue, and more recently, It's Not Your Fault, Why Childhood Trauma Shapes You and How to Break Free. And we're going to be having a fantastic conversation for today's summit. Alex, welcome to the summit.
Jason, thank you for having me. Happy to be here.
It's a pleasure to connect. And, one of the questions I ask every time I have somebody coming onto the show is for somebody to choose this path to help people heal from trauma, to be able to go into the space of therapy, there usually has an inner motivator that comes from somebody's past, somebody's story. And I'd be really curious to decode your story, that what made you choose this as your life path.
Yeah, I don't think I chose it. I think I got dragged onto it. So I suffered from a chronic illness, or ME, or chronic fatigue syndrome as it's known, from my mid-teens to my early 20s. And my journey into spirituality wasn't really a journey of sort of, looking for something. It was a journey of desperately needing something. Because the point that I say my sort of proactive healing path started was a couple of years in, and having been to see many different medical professionals and alternative health practitioners, and just not getting answers. I reached a point, and it wasn't that I wasn't practically actively planning how I was going to end my life, but I was seriously depressed, hopeless for my future. I couldn't see a pathway that I was going to get my health back. And I was suffering with very bad, partly because of having a medically unexplained illness, bad anxiety, and sort of sense of hopelessness. And I had some very dark moments where I think it's in those moments that we have the potential for something else to open up for us, like something else to hold us and support us. It's kind of like, my first book was, as you mentioned, was called Why Me, which was kind of a bit of a play on words, because initially it was like, oh, why has this happened to me? To then there's kind of like, well, why me? Like going from sort of rage to curiosity, I guess, is a way of putting it. And my initial introduction to spirituality was earlier than that. In my kind of early teens, maybe even earlier than that, sort of like 10, 11, 12 years old, I used to go to church on my own. I was really curious, and I would sometimes go with sort of my mum or my stepdad, but I would often go, I want to go to church, and I would sort of take myself to church, and I'd go to sort of Sunday school, and then I used to go on these Christian holidays, which I do like adventure holiday stuff during the day, and then you do sort of kind of Bible readings and sort of whatever at night. And I must have been sort of, I don't know, 12, 13 years old, where I sort of asked the very obvious, well, to me at the time, the very obvious question, which is that if God is almighty and all powerful, and then that's one thing, and then I'm born in a place where I'm raised to be Muslim, or I'm raised to be, whatever else, am I still going to burn in the fires of hell for eternity for not being a Christian? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, but God's almighty and all powerful, and he put me in an environment where so I fell out with Christianity at that point. And then on my recovery journey from ME chronic fatigue, in my second year at university, I thought, I didn't drink, I wasn't into partying, I was into like meditation and reading books and sort of my kind of healing journey. And it ended up sharing a house with 3 Christian guys, because they were the only guys who didn't go out drinking and partying. And it was like, although they did some, but maybe not to the same extremes. And again, I just sort of horribly sort of fell out with that very rigid belief structure, and a lot of kind of very rigid beliefs around, sort of everything from homosexuality to whatever else. And it really forced me onto this path of what is my truth, and like, if I'm kind of giving you a bit of a long answer here, and it goes other rabbit holes we can maybe go down, but over time that's evolved in the last sort of 25 years of my life. But I've always had this strong sense of wanting to ask the big questions, and wanting to find what the real deeper meanings and purposes are. Feeling failed by mainstream paths, have then really been forced to look for answers in different places and in different ways.
There's part of me that has a bit of a broken heart, in the sense that, you had these religious institutions that existed that answered a lot of the questions and helped us cultivate a sense of spirituality. And you've had some great experiences while you were going there to church. You were curious. It was answering some big questions. And now, because of some of these doctrines that created more separation than unity, it seems like there's been a big rejection of, the whole bathwater and the baby, as the expression goes. And I find that's almost a shame, because even today it sounds like we're almost at a crisis of spirituality, and there hasn't been like a universal truth that has emerged, and we're all kind of looking and scrambling. And so maybe I'd love to ask the question to you about how you define spirituality today.
The thing that is most important to me in my life today, and is important for me and myself, but it's also important for me in how I view other people, is do I live a life which feels that it has goodness and it has purpose in the world? Am I sincerely doing the best I can to show up as a good father? Am I sincerely doing the best I can as a husband? Am I treating the people that work in my organizations with care and respect, but also challenge? Like, I'm not sort of infantilizing, like, people need to sort of, to be growing and to be delivering. About 10 years ago, in the early iteration of Conscious Life, which is our online learning platform, we used to live stream events for some of the biggest spiritual teachers in sort of modern world. And, there were some wonderful people we got to work with, and, I'm not sort of naming any names here, but there were also a number of quite disappointing experiences where you realize that the person that's on stage is not the same person that's off stage. There's nothing like negotiating a contract with someone and seeing how they behave when no one else is looking. So for me, it's like any amount of spiritual states that one can experience, or any kind of, charisma or wisdom that one can impart, sort of pales in significance to the importance of daily goodness, kindness, and the acts of someone's life. Like that's to me my spiritual practice is how I show up in the world, and show up with as much heart and as much goodness as I can. One being able to obtain spiritual states is kind of unimportant to the world. Like what value does that bring to? Okay, great, you can get to states of enlightenment and awakening, but if you're an arse, who cares, right? Another kind of formative experience for me was about whatever it is, like 8 or so years ago now. I kind of co-created and produced a documentary series called How I Created a Cult. It's actually now on YouTube. The distributors put it out on YouTube. It's also on Amazon, and I think it's on Apple TV and various other platforms. And it's a 3-part documentary series following Andrew Cohen, who actually passed away quite recently, who had been a spiritual teacher that ended up effectively running a cult. And it was his story, but also the story of many of his students. And, many of his students were extraordinary people who, dedicated like 10, 20 years of their life to very sincere spiritual practice, highly intelligent, highly capable people that have found themselves in this very destructive kind of community, and so again, for me, that was a very influential experience around what someone says, their charisma, the sort of sense of almost spiritual arrogance that sometimes comes in. Like, again, if you're being an arse, who cares? If you're not living a life of meaning and purpose, who's it for? So, to me, it's spirituality is a living daily practice. It's not some place that we're going to obtain in some hypothetical future.
I think that's an important aspect that I think gets a bit forgotten, because it's almost, I've seen the regiment where it's like, if I do all these activities, then I almost get a free pass to be an asshole, which is a very terrible way of interpreting. And so
or it could be like, I'm so important because I have some spiritual attainment, therefore the rules of kindness don't really apply to me. Like, that's another thing that I think people do.
It was not where I was expecting to go, but I think it would be a relevant conversation to have, which is for anybody who's on a summit like this, or learning from you, or learning from anybody, and they want to grab teachings, since now we can't just go to the church and get some, we're trying to piece together our own spiritual framework. And so a question I'd have is, do you have any guidelines for people when it comes to finding inspirational mentorship, guidance on the path of mastering spirituality?
Don't give your power away, right? Don't put people on pedestals. And people that let you put them on pedestals and encourage you to put them on pedestals, be really concerned by that. I was just funny enough, I was just having a conversation last week with a really dear friend of mine who's recently stepped into the role of teacher. And she's kind of got for the first time, got some platform, and is the first time is kind of experiencing those projections that happen when you're in the role of teacher. And she was saying that she's really uncomfortable. And I was like, it's really good you find that uncomfortable, because the people that I worry about are the ones that becomes their oxygen, and they want everyone to give their power over to them in that way, right? And this is a tricky thing, because to do good inner work, one has to learn to trust. You have to learn to trust a teacher, trust a teaching, trust a path. And sometimes the times that we're most activated in our inner work, and the times we most want to reject that teacher and reject that path, is often the moments where the greatest gold is discovered by staying with those difficult feelings, those difficult experiences. And so anyone on a spiritual path, from my perspective, has to sort of balance these two really quite tricky, contradictory things. Like truth one is don't give your power away, you know, don't give too much trust to other people, trust your own guidance and wisdom. But the other side of that equation is that can cause separation, and that can cause us to sort of push and defend against everything. And sometimes we have to really surrender to teaching. We have to surrender to the path. And I think the sort of checks and balances for me are any teacher that is pressuring you to reject your own guidance and wisdom, that's a problem. Any teacher where they are claiming that they are infallible and they don't have their own shit going on, that's another red flag. Any teacher where every time you raise something, they make it about, like you raise a legitimate complaint, let's say. This is a really good litmus test of an organization. Student brings a complaint of something that's gone wrong. How does the organization respond? Do they just make it about the student, that's your stuff? Or is there a sincere reflection of, okay, well, let's take that away, let's look at that, and to genuinely try and find the point of truth? And normally, in my experience, these situations, there's normally something gone wrong a bit on both sides, right? Normally, it was up for us as an organization, about our students. Like, complaint comes in, normally we've dropped a ball or we've got something not quite right. And that's triggered the students, and we need to own our bit, they need to own their bit. Sometimes it's more us, sometimes it's more them. But organizations that are never wrong and always make it about the stuff coming up for the students, that's another good clue that there is a sort of a toxic kind of power balance that's happening. I think a good measure is when you get language which becomes us and them. Like, it's kind of like there's, people that are in this organization and they're kind of better than other people. I think that language is often a clue that there's unhealthy dynamics that are happening. And I think another one is when people leave organizations, how do the organization respond? I was in a spiritual school for about 15 years, very sincerely, something called the Diamond Approach, based on the work of A.H. Almas. I was in 2 groups at one point. I met my wife in the school. And when I felt it was time to leave, my deal with myself was, I don't leave for a year. Like, I do a whole year cycle, and if I still feel that way, I want to leave. When I wanted to leave, I left with the blessing and the kind of love of all of my teachers. There was no sense of like, you shouldn't be going, you're running away. It was like, this feels like just the right. That to me is a really good sign of a healthy organization that is not got that kind of power dynamic. So, that's just, a couple of thoughts of things I'd be looking out for.
I think those are very powerful tools, and I think it's very encouraging for anybody who's on this summit and is going to be looking at different paths. We'll give them a chance to have these tools to be able to evaluate and check in on which ones align best with that. And so I'm very grateful for sharing that. And as I said, I wasn't expecting that to be the direction we're going, but I think it's where we needed to go for today. Because a lot of your work actually has to do with a lot of the childhood trauma. And that's what your most recent work has been all about. And that's kind of where I wanted to steer our conversation for today, which is, well, when we see that we're doing these actions that are not in line with trying to be good, and we spoke about how, a spiritual practice should be how we live our everyday life, trying to do our best and try to do good, we don't. There's a lot of hiccups. There's a lot of trip ups. And oftentimes we kick ourselves as to, why did I do that? Why did I flare up there? And I know the childhood stuff has such an important role into overriding some of our best intentions. And I'd love for you to unpack some of the work that you've done in that realm and how it actually prevents people on their spiritual journey to do the best they can.
Yeah, I think let's think about it from a couple of different perspectives. So there's the things that happen in childhood, right? What we would kind of typically refer to as trauma. And there's 2 types of things that can happen. There's what we might call overt traumas, like things that are obviously traumatic. They fall in the category of adverse childhood experiences. We've then got sort of more covert things, like the more subtle things that we may not immediately recognize. And maybe one instance on its own is not a big deal, but a repetitive pattern over time. But I increasingly in recent time, one of the things I've been thinking a lot about is it's not just the things that happen, but it's the things that don't happen that needed to happen, right? And this might fall more under the category of childhood emotional neglect. right? So trauma is things that happen, neglect is things that don't happen that needed to happen. Classic example of this might be, we grew up in a family where we knew we were loved as an idea, but there was no physical comfort or touch. So I remember when I went to university, and one of my sort of oldest and sort of longest friends I met, it was like day one or day two, in a queue. I don't know what it was for. We were queuing for something at maybe in Freshers Week, and we hung out, we enjoyed each other, and then we said goodbye. And she went to give me a hug. I didn't know how to hug, and she looked. She was like, "What is that?" I was like, "It's a hug, isn't it?" She's like, "It's not a hug, no. I should teach you how to hug." I literally had to be taught how to hug at like 19 years old because we didn't hug, and certainly boys growing up don't particularly hug other boys necessarily. I knew as an idea that I had love. I had a complex childhood, but I knew that there was love, but there was a neglect of physical contact and physical holding. When either things happened that shouldn't have happened or things didn't happen that needed to happen, we have to respond to that. Now, one of the ways to think about it is we have what I call 3 core emotional needs. These needs they're not nice to have. They're as important to our healthy emotional development as food, oxygen, and water is for our physical development. So if you don't get enough food, oxygen, and water, you may still grow up, but you're going to grow up physically impacted by those deficiencies. So these core emotional needs are the need for safety. So to not just know you're safe as an idea, but to feel safe in your body and safe in your environment. The need for love, and that's not just to know you're loved as an idea. Again, it's to feel loved for who you are as you are. Often the love we get is we get love for outcomes and for achievements, not love for who we are in our sort of core. And then the core emotional need of boundaries. That's the ability to say yes or no to other people, but also to ourselves. That's often the foundation of our sort of self-discipline and our ability to stop unhealthy things and kind of commit to the right things. So when those needs are not met, we have to adapt. Because if you don't have safety, you have to find a way to get safety. If you don't have love, you have to find a way to try and get love. Many of the struggles and the issues that people have in life are basically a result of these needs not being met and the adaptive strategies they developed to find ways to meet those needs. And, they kind of cover the list of 1,000 things, but some of the examples might be, we learned that we're only safe when we stay in familiar environments. And so we shut the world, or we shut opportunity in the world away. Or we learn that we're loved for what we do and what we achieve. So we always push ourselves to be the best at what we do. Or we learn that the only way to have boundaries is to push everyone else away, right? So we develop these strategies. And then the outcome of these strategies is, let's say we feel depressed because we're emotionally shut down and we can't feel, or we're anxious because our nervous systems become dysregulated to try and escape from the difficult feelings. So many of the issues that people have in their lives, mental health, physical health, emotional health issues, from my perspective, are often the result of the things that happened or the things that didn't happen that needed to happen. And more importantly, what we learned to do to compensate for that. Now, the good news is, as children, we are dependent upon our caregivers to meet those needs for us. As adults, we can learn to meet those needs for ourselves. And that, to me, is really the heart of inner work. It's also really a lot of the heart of sort of spiritual development as well, which is, how do I learn to create safety and regulate my own nervous system? How do I learn to build a sense of self-worth, which is not only dependent upon my achievements in the world? How do I learn to have healthy boundaries, which will keep out things that are toxic, but also let in things which are in our interest? And we can learn to do that. And what I find is, the more clarity we have of what we really need to do, the more that healing can really happen. Because often what's happening is we're treating symptoms. We're treating the symptom of anxiety or the symptom of depression or the symptom of addiction or whatever it may be. But if we're not dealing with the core of the issue, then we're not really resolving the issue.
Are you suggesting that for looking into some of those ways that we've adapted based on the neglect, the solution to that, is it requiring substantial therapeutic work?
I think substantial therapeutic work may be part of it, but it's not the only piece. Firstly, that's not available to everyone. Not everyone has the financial resources. Not everyone has the sort of access to that. There is a lot that one can do with themselves. I'm astounded at, sometimes when people come in and they've never had one-on-one therapy and they've come a huge way in terms of their inner work. I'm also sometimes astounded at people who've had years of therapy and how little progress they've made in their inner work. But that's maybe a conversation for another day. But it's, yes, there's unquestionably, for the vast majority of people, a huge value of working with a skilled one-on-one therapist. But dare I say, there aren't a huge amount of skilled one-on-one therapists. And sometimes working with the right materials with oneself, one can actually make a lot more progress than working with a not particularly skilled therapist. I would also strongly make the point, one of the problems of a lot of traditional therapeutic work is transformation supposed to happen in 1 hour a week or 1 hour a month in that therapy session. So it's like, I bring my struggles, you listen to me, you hold space for that. And then that therapeutic relationship is the container within which the change happens. Then I go back to my life and struggles and misery, and I come back to you a week or 2 weeks or a month later. What I think is much more effective is in a sort of therapeutic, how we use therapeutic coaching is in that hour, we want to decode and map what's happening, but then we want to empower the client with actual tools and strategies that they can use in the days and weeks between those sessions. So a therapy session is more of a sort of resourcing and signposting and sort of setting up thing, as opposed to the place where the transformation is meant to happen.
Yeah, it's almost like you're only switching the healing muscle on during the therapy session, and the rest of the time you go back to the habits. So, and traditional therapy does seem to be, I would say, in the similar stroke as how religion has been kind of set aside. I think there's also a lot of adversity around, traditional therapy, particularly in our, modern spiritual circles, is like the marketing around a lot of the new styles of programs that exist kind of puts that in a container that is completely ineffective. And I think that, again, there's probably some stuff left to capture from there, and maybe we shouldn't have as much resistance to it.
Yeah, I think it's really hard. Just like it's really, having worked with chronic illnesses for over 20 years, it's really difficult to have open, honest conversation with most medical professionals because they're defended, because they're protecting the thing that they do. I always really appreciate it when, I had a conversation a few months ago with one of the leading medical practitioners and one of the leading chronic health NHS services here in the UK, who said, we dread having complex fatigue patients coming in because they often waited for years to get the appointment to see us. They have all this expectation and we don't have anything to offer them, and so the judgment that the client feels is not often because the practitioner's intentionally being unkind. They just didn't get into medicine to not help people, and they're frustrated themselves, their inability to be able to help. I think we have a similar problem often with therapists. You've got therapists that are very well-intentioned, that spent years training, and, they've got a particular lens that they use, and they're convinced that that lens is the lens. But it's often really hard to have, it's a bit like the conversation we were having a little bit earlier about sort of cults and around sort of, toxic spiritual paths. If someone can't tell you the limitations of their own approach, to me, that's another red flag, right? It's like sometimes our students on our professional training, they'll say, what are the limitations of therapeutic coaching? I'll give them a whole list. And they'll look at me going, what? I thought it was like the perfect framework. I was like, no, every framework has limitations. It doesn't work well working with people that have personality disorders. It doesn't work well with any condition where there's deceit at the heart of the condition, particularly things like eating disorders and so on. It doesn't work well with situations where you don't have an engaged, proactive client. Like there's just, and so it's with a lot of mainstream therapy, you've got people that see everything through one lens, they reject every other approach, and they can't tell you the limitations of their own approach. And to me, that's a concern.
Hmm.
You know, I think a lot of the general public would be quite horrified to see some things that I've seen of therapists getting together and how, in a lot of instances, how miserable they are in their own lives. And I'm like, if you don't have a life that you basically feel excited about, and you haven't done enough inner work to get to the point that you've got like a really good, loving, intimate relationship and, you know, a good, healthy family life, then who are you to be telling everyone else what to do with their life? Or who are you to be the place that people go to for hope?
Hmm. Well, we appreciate the work that you're doing in your field and bringing a higher standard and being honest. And I think, again, you've given us some extra tools to use as a litmus test when we are out there being seekers. And what I wanted to ask more about is in your latest book, it's not your fault. Um, we look into the childhood traumas. We see that there's a lot of that dictates the behaviors or the neglect. But I've noticed that there's maybe also a hyper amplification of things such as trauma or victim mentality that exists. And I kind of wanted to ask that as a counterbalance, whereas I've seen a crisis of a lot of people not having accountability for their actions, blaming, and how that might not be the best approach if somebody's trying to be a more spiritually aligned individual.
This is something I've thought a lot about in the last few years. I feel like if we get back, so we did our first conference on trauma in summer 2020. So if you remember back, that was when COVID lockdown had happened. Everyone was stuck at home. We were thinking, wow, we'd had an event on fatigue the previous year. We're like, wow, if we could get 50,000 people to join this event, like that would be, we'd have beat last year by like 20%. Like that'd be amazing. We ended up with 185,000 people signed up to this conference on trauma. It was like, it was so big that the website went down the first day and then the email system went down. Like it was just, yeah, it was crazy. And it felt like back then, this conversation on trauma was for a lot of people new. And it felt like what we played a part in and other people played very important parts in as well, was putting the idea of trauma on the map in a way that was helpful. What I fear has happened in some places in the years since then is it has become a potentially unhelpful perspective. And I have an acronym of how I talk about this. And it's also in the sort of concepts of childhood emotional neglect, but actually I think it's helpful here, which is there's 4 stages to one's healing journey. And the acronym is DARE. So the first stage is people are typically in denial. Like, and that's a lot of people just deny they've ever experienced trauma. This is all bullshit. Like everything's fine. I've got no problems. You know, talking about it makes it worse. And we move from denial to acceptance. That's the second stage of the A of DARE. And acceptance, the breakthrough is we recognize that we have trauma. We recognize that we've been impacted and shaped by things that have happened to us. And often at that point, there is a necessary step of victimhood. Like we feel that we've been a victim of the stuff that's happened. And that is for many people, I think for all of us, a necessary step to move through. Like we acknowledge, well, I didn't get what I needed. Like that shit shouldn't have happened. And that didn't happen. And it should have happened. Right. So that acceptance is a really important step, but it's a step, not the destination. And the trap at that stage is it's everyone else's fault. I mean, when I wrote my book, It's Not Your Fault, there was always a kind of second part, which is it's not your fault, but it is your responsibility to do your healing. Right. So the third step of this DARE model is we have to do the repair work. Right. We actually have to reparent those wounded places inside of ourselves. We have to take responsibility to do our healing. And if we do that, we come to the fourth stage, which is we can emerge back into our life, having been on this healing path. The problem is it's almost like before everyone was at denial. So there wasn't a problem. Now we've moved a whole chunk of people. I say a bunch of people have moved from denial to acceptance, but they got stuck at acceptance. So they're stuck in victimhood, and they're not really moving to the next step, which is responsibility, repair, reparenting of oneself to then sort of move through. So how I see it is, it's like people are a few chapters into the book and they think they've got to the end of the book. And I think that's one of the reasons why, if I'm always a bit reluctant to sort of speak about celebrity situations without sort of knowing the people and knowing the context. But certainly the way it was spun by the media, which I think is a better way of putting it, because I don't think it necessarily is the truth of what was happening, but the way the media spun Prince Harry's story when he came out and talked about his trauma was he's just playing the victim. Now, actually, I don't think he necessarily is. I think there's a whole other probably story that's going on there. But that was a very tidy way for the media to continue a narrative of sort of rejecting and going, it's evil, everyone, all these people on there doing their healing work are just, playing the victim of that. It's a necessary stage. It's just not the final stage.
I'm really glad you unpack that and clarify, because I think that's, for one, there definitely needs to be a space for permission for people to understand that that stage is relevant, as you've mentioned, and that it's not the final destination. I think that packages it extremely well. And I think for people who are here on a summit, particularly on our day speaking about healing, this is what we need to do. This is the work. And I know that's what you guide people a lot towards. And so I'd be curious to know if you have any action steps or practices that you encourage people who are, exploring spirituality, are looking for some healing in their life. If you have some of the most powerful things you could share that they might be able to experience even now.
Yeah, I'm going to give a slightly more macro answer to that question, which is that, I can, short answer to the question is I'm a big fan of any kind of practice that supports self-regulation. So meditation, mindfulness, breath work, there's lots of different pathways towards that. I'm a big fan of any practice that raises self-awareness of one's issues. If you can see it, you don't have to be it. If you can see what you're doing, you're then empowered to change it. So for me, there needs to be some kind of practice that cultivates self-regulation, and there needs to be some kind of practice that grows your awareness of what's happening. But to me, the more macro answer to the question is, I have very passionate opinions around different methodologies and ways of working. But in this context, I'm somewhat agnostic. What matters is, are you doing something? Because one of the things I'm seeing at the moment, which I think is becoming a real problem, is, when I started on my inner journey in 1998, so, whatever that is now, 27 years ago, the problem was a lack of information. I used to have to go to the local library and order, a book on self-love and wait a month for it to arrive, and then deal with the look of confusion on the librarian's face at the 18-year-old boy that's buying books on self-love. It's like, it was a real battle to get good information in those days. We got the opposite problem now. It's like just bombarded. You spend 10 minutes on any social media platform searching for content around any subject, and the algorithm is just going to bombard you with more and more and more of that. It's like, I just watched a TV series and read a couple of posts, and now every bloody post I see on every social platform I'm like, okay, enough. Enough. So the problem is, people feel like they're really doing their inner work because they're surrounded by all of this content about inner work. But if you don't have a daily practice which is consistent and you're seeing benefit from, then you're thinking about doing inner work, not doing inner work. So yes, I can talk about practices and have my opinions around that, but what's more important to me is someone is doing something, because what worked for me or what worked for you isn't necessarily what's going to work for people that are watching. Everyone needs to find their own path and sort of follow their own instincts around that. But it needs to move from knowledge to action. That to me is the piece which is most important.
Alex, I love every piece of knowledge you've shared and how actionable it was for us, particularly here on the summit. The wisdom you shared, I'm very, very grateful. I love how you teach. I love how you share. And I want to encourage everybody who's been curious about the work around therapeutic coaching to actually explore a lot more of Alex's program. We're going to put a ton of links for all of you to discover and share more. There's also the YouTube series where you bring some coaching conversations and therapeutic conversations right in front of everyone. Could you tell us a bit more about what we get experience?
Yeah, if I just interrupt you. Yeah, thank you on that. Because someone once said to me, so what's the business model behind in therapy? And I said, the business model is one reaches a certain point in their career that they just get to do the things they want to do and not have to think about the business model. But it's so in therapy is basically my very expensive hobby that does have, obviously it has value because it kind of elevates my work in a way. But what I love about in therapy is I'm working with real life clients. Obviously, there's a whole vetting process. We carefully choose the people. They go through a independent psychological assessment. There's a whole bunch of sort of stuff that happens behind the scenes. But once someone's in, we are filming every minute of their therapeutic journey with me. We're filming behind the scenes. Now, obviously, what we put out on YouTube has some editing that goes in, but we're editing for sort of story. We're not editing out the important parts of the journey. And we're also not editing to make things look better than they are. Like when things get scratchy, you see that stuff as well. One of my favorite stories is a guy called Paul. He was in his 60s. And his daughter had taken her own life about 3 or 4 months previously. And he came in with suicidal ideation, completely broken by the experience. And it quickly became clear that part of the issue was his mum had died when he was 3, and he'd never grieved his mum dying at 3. And he did some incredible work over the 8 sessions that we filmed. And what I love about it is that it shows what's possible when people really commit to doing inner work. But also, a lot of the comments that we see on the series is people saying that, I feel like I went through therapy just by watching because it was so relatable. Not, of course, most people haven't had a child take their own life, but we've all experienced loss and grief. We've all experienced the trying to shut down how we feel and pushing, and those themes are obviously a universal. So that's a great place to sort of see therapeutic coaching in action, but also, to witness what really, we've got about a dozen stories on the channel now. But to really witness what's possible when someone shows up and someone does the work.
Alex, thank you for your hobby. But for everything that you've
Can you write
created
to my accountant as well, please, and tell me thank you for the hobby.
No, honestly, just really grateful for everything you've shared and everything that you've created to really help a lot of people around the earth. I mean, you've been creating ripples for people on a journey to heal, master their emotions, and do so much more in the progress. So we're very, very grateful for all the work you do. I want to make sure that everybody that's on the summit gets to discover more of you. And I also want to give you a space if you want to share some closing words as people are going off, learning from teachers such as yourself and other teachers throughout these summit days. Any parting words for our audience?
Yeah, I think the thing that I would say is that healing is possible, right? Healing work is often hard work. It's often harder work than we would like it to be, but it's also the work that really matters, right? I think often what happens in life is we major in the minor things, like we work really hard at all the things we do to hide our trauma or to try to sort of compensate for it. To actually spend the energy solving the problem, it can be tougher in the short term, but life gets infinitely better on the other side of it. Like, I've never had anyone say to me after they've done a really tough piece of work, "Oh, I really wish I hadn't done that." People often will say, it was tough, and a few times I thought I wasn't going to see it through, but my God, my life is so much better on the other side. And I just want more people to have that lived experience, because then it fuels itself. You just need to see what you're capable of in your inner work, and then that's going to fuel so much more energy towards it.
Alex, thank you so much. This was an absolute pleasure. All the wisdom you've shared, the guides and the tools that you've given us. And I think the key takeaway being that learning about spirituality is great, but doing the work, the practices is going to be very, very important. You've shared some of them. We're going to discover more on the summit, and we're very grateful that you were a part of it. So thank you once again.
Brilliant. Thanks for having me, Jason. I appreciate you. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to the audience. Thank you.
Hey guys, this was Alex Howard for the first speaker for today. I love the conversation that he brought forward, given that he gets you to think about your journey, where you're going to be here learning from all the different people, giving you some tools. We thought this would be a great way to kick it off, speaking both about healing and about how to choose your path in the progress. I saw that there's a lot of fans that are here on the summit that are knowing of Alex. Some of you are just discovering him. And so take notes on all those points. And we're going to be kicking it off immediately with our second speaker. You'll see we'll be having them coming on one after the other. We have 3 more speakers for this morning's session. So far, so good. Any feedback, any comments, be sure to share that into the chat. Our team is going to be here and responding to you. And we put a link to Alex's website where you can go to his YouTube channel. You can discover more of his work with therapeutic coaching. We want to make sure that we are encouraging every speaker who has donated their time to be here. And we're very, very grateful. And so without further ado, our next speaker, Dr. Dain Heer, coming from Access Consciousness, is going to continue as our second speaker for the summit. Let's get it started.
To the Mastering Spirituality Summit. The session we have today is with Dr. Dain Heer. He is a man behind Access Consciousness, one of the co-founders who has created a system of living that truly will go hand in hand in your journey for mastering spirituality. He's been the author of the best-selling book, Being You, Changing the World, Return of the Gentleman, Manifesto books, and Body Whispering. He's been a frequent guest on some of the platforms I host. I love every conversation I have with this man, and we're really going to explore definitions and practices that allows you to connect spiritually. And what you'll notice is some of these are going to be very interesting, fascinating, and you're going to discover more throughout the session today. Dr. Dain, welcome.
Jason, thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure to have a chat with you. And I was just sharing that I think we're having 2 chats in the same month for very different purposes, but we haven't discussed spirituality before. So I'm very excited to dig into that topic with you, since I know it's very close to the work that you do.
True, and near and dear to my heart in so many ways.
When I'm going to go into the first way, which is a bit of exploring your initial path. And so for a question I love asking everyone that does come on the summit is a bit about the origins of your spirituality, maybe a catalyst moment that it really took a forward seat in your life and really gained importance. And I'd love for you to unpack that with us and see how that's actually shaped your journey.
Yeah, well, interestingly, my stepmother, my dad married her. I guess that's the way that works. And she would take us to church, and I hated it. It was like, ooh, goodness. And but there was a church camp one time, or a Bible camp or something, and I went to it, and it was out in the woods, and they said, if you take your Bible out in the woods and ask Jesus to come into your heart and forgive your sins, he will, if you're pure of heart, or whatever their words were. And I went, that sounds awesome. And I realized even as a little kid, I had a sense of when something would work, and I would do it, even if it made sense to nobody else. So I go out in the woods, I sit down with my back up against the tree, I pull out my Bible, and I'm just holding it, not reading anything in particular. And I said, Jesus, I don't know if this is real or true. I said, but if it is, I'm inviting you into my heart, and please forgive all of my sins. And because even at 12 years old, I already felt like a bad person. It's like I was already learning how to judge myself dynamically. And there was an energy that overcame me. It was so, it was so beautiful. And for the next 2 years, that saying we say in Just Give It Up to Jesus? I literally did that. I was like the OG of Give It Up to Jesus back before it was vogue. And literally I'd be in a situation and I could just be there, and somebody would be like, blah, 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 blah. And I would just be there with no walls, no barriers. I'd be like, give it up to Jesus. And the person would change, the situation would change. There was one time I was walking around the corner and I had my 10 or 20 bucks that I had saved up to go to the store. I was going to buy all this stuff. As a little kid, you're really excited to go to the liquor store where they have the magazines and candy and all this stuff. And I walk around the corner, and there's this homeless guy. He's like, hey, do you have any money? And I was like, yeah. I gave him the 20 bucks. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess I can't go to the store now, right? I turn around, I walk back around the corner. There's a $20 friggin' bill lying on the concrete sidewalk that I just passed that wasn't there before. And so that was a long ago beginning, but that so didn't match. I was able to have that space for about 2 years, but it so didn't match what anybody else had. And there was a time where I went to an event, and it was a Boy Scout camp, and these people were being so mean to somebody else. I went up and yelled the F word at them, and I felt like I lost it. Like literally, I could feel it draining, and I couldn't find it again. And when I was in chiropractic school, I'd done church because I had to, but something was missing. When I got to chiropractic school, there were people doing things, like spirit animals and all kinds of really cool spiritual stuff. And I started exploring that again, and I started getting lighter again. Well, so I did that for many years, and then I got to a place where when I was 30 years old, and none of it had been working for years. I was like, I literally got to a place where I'm like, I'm out of here. If things don't change, I'm killing myself. And I set a date, and I'm a seeker. I was reading all the books I could, going to all the weekend workshops I could, using every color of light, sound, energy, anything. None of it was working. I ended up coming across an ad for Access Consciousness, having a 1 hour and 15-minute session of this stuff called bars. And I went from depressed and suicidal to grateful to be alive. And it was the first time since I had given that up when I was 14, here I was 30, I started having that sense again of that magic that had occurred for me when I was 12. And that was 25 years ago. And so I have been part of co-creating this. Access changes all the time, but it's about that awareness of that beauty of being alive that we all have available, but giving you perspectives, giving you access to energies, and also giving you tools to use in the trenches of life. So when you're not being your perfect spiritual person, and that you can take that and change it so that you have that sense of space, you have that sense of lightness again.
Okay, there's a lot of things from here I want to take it towards. So I'm going to say there's two things I want to pull on from what you just shared. So first off, thank you. And I was curious to know, given that the first encounter happened at a young age where you seem to have had this connection with the divine, is it something that's easier to access the younger we are? And second, are there things that we build up that get in a way with our ability to tune in? And what are those common things?
Well, yeah, I think it definitely can be easier at a younger age because you've built up less of a structured reality. You're starting, which by the way is I think one of the reasons teenagers have so much intensity going on, because they're going from being able to just be them to now I need to be a person that's structured in this reality in the right way. And that really is a twist that we have to do. And so youngsters seem to have more access to it because they have fewer years living in a world of judgment as a rightness. And what was the second question? My ADHD just took over.
That's okay. That's why I'm here to keep it on the rails, which is, for one, yes. It sounds like as we get older, we get to be wanting to fit into structures. We start having these judgments, which the part two of the question was, what are the things that happen that make us more disconnected as we grow older? So I think we're going down this path already.
Yeah, exactly. As we do oftentimes, but that's that right there, that idea of judgment being a valid construct, basically. In other words, people think that the way you're going to make the right choices is to judge those choices as right or wrong and only do the choices that are right, never do the ones that are wrong. But that whole construct is designed to create limitation. It's designed to kill miracles. And so then you go, well, yeah, but what else is there? Well, what we talk about in Access Consciousness is every choice creates. So the functional point of view of choice becomes not, is this right or wrong? Should I choose this according to some arbitrary standard of judgment that I don't even understand, and neither does anybody else? Like that great judger in the sky you're supposed to compare yourself to, but you haven't never been given the rules. You just know fundamentally you're wrong. Now what? And the change from the perspective of judgment occurs when you go, every choice creates. And what will this choice create? And if I would like to create something, what can I choose to create it? So choice then comes from right or wrong, good and bad. And I don't choose it because it's bad, and I only choose it if it's right, which puts us in a constant state of judgment of us and a constant state of judgment of choice itself, as though that's the way as though that's the way it's supposed to occur. But if you take a bigger perspective, what will this choice create? Like, I talk to so many kids, so many parents, And I'll talk to them about this concept, and they're like, what? And I go, well, have you ever had your kid do something at school, and upset somebody and they got in trouble or whatever, or their friend didn't want to be their friend anymore? And they go, yeah. I'm like, well, if you can talk to them, and instead of, are you right or wrong for what you chose? Because anytime you have to go into that construct, what you do is you have to make you or somebody else right or wrong or both. And so you'll have where somebody's created an upset. And the reason I use the little kids as an example is because they tend to get it really quick. Once again, because they're more willing, they have fewer filters to their knowing, basically. Yeah, that's a story for another time. We could do a whole segment on parenting. But when you ask them, okay, so did you know beforehand the effect this was going to create? And always the answer is yes. Okay, so why did you choose it? Well, because they did this and this and this. Okay, totally get it. Totally get, there's a reaction there. Absolutely, I've reacted so many times. Did this choice create the result you desired? No, I want them to like me. Okay, so let's go back for a moment. What could you have chosen in that moment that would have created the choice, the outcome you desired? And they go, oh, I could have walked away. I could have, and there's this awareness that there were so many other choices available, but functioning from this one limited slice of reality, this one limited set of points of view, is what creates us making choices in reaction rather than action. And the possibility is that we can actually choose from action rather than seemingly a continuous state of reaction.
If I understand what you just shared, let me know if I'm grasping this correctly, but by framing things just good or bad and kind of always trying our best to choose good, is it because it's taking away some sort of our own agency around what freedoms and choices we do have? Like, I'd be curious to see, how does it make us navigate differently by doing so?
Well, that is one of the huge elements. It takes away our agency to have any choice available. But the other difficulty is, and if one of my experiences on my spiritual journey was, I went from not having an awareness that energies existed and colors had vibration and different things, to now that I know all of this, now I need to judge whether I'm thinking the right thing, whether I'm wearing the right color, where I'm eating the right stuff, whether if I drink Coke, I'm going to hell, and so to a certain extent, in a lot of people's worlds, spirituality has become a new religion. They're just more right for this new religion. And what happens when you're in that state, see, what I would invite people to is consciousness. Consciousness includes everything and judges nothing, and gives us what spirituality promised us that it has never delivered on. Yeah, we've had light moments, but the difficulty with spirituality is it says infinite possibilities exist, but judge this and this and this to get them. Now, that is a huge generalization. Let me say that. But I want to give that acknowledgement because there are a lot of people that are on this journey that feel wrong. And they feel wrong, you'll be sitting in some room somewhere doing something, and the person is walking you through a visualization or something, and you're there, you're like, I don't see nothing. I don't feel nothing. I'm not getting this. And you always feel like you're somehow wrong. But that's because the standards of judgment that we are using are creating a place where all we can see is that we're wrong. And when we grow up living in a world of judgment, that's all we can see. The difficulty with that is it totally takes away our agency to have actual choice. And what happens is when you function from judgment as your reality, and I've said the word judgment so many times, and most people don't even realize when they're doing it. If you ever feel compelled to fight to be right, or if you ever feel made so wrong, you're doing judgment. If you need to prove that you're right, you're doing judgment. And so with the spirituality aspect of how it has shown up in our world at this point, a lot of the people that are doing spirituality believe or put it out there as though they have the new right answer. This answer is much better than your other answer. The whole idea of consciousness is everything is included and nothing is judged. Everything is included, nothing is judged. Nothing is judged. So it's not about the answer, it's about the question. It's about asking questions. It's about functioning from question. And the thing I was going to say about spirituality becoming a new superior religion is a lot of people doing spirituality judge people who go to church. But it's like those people at their level are trying to seek the same thing you are. How can you judge this person? But we only do that when we have our own insecurities where we're trying to prove that we're superior, rather than be the superior invitation to a greater world that we desire to be, that we can be, and that we actually are. And that's what I see getting stripped from us as we go down a road of I'm right, they're wrong, or they're right, I'm wrong. That's what we're stripping away from ourselves.
It's one of the things we caution on the summit itself as we're on a journey for mastering spirituality. I think even in that theme, there's a desire to be better than X and others in a path that's closer towards mastery. And it sounds a bit perverted towards the initial goal of spirituality. If what you're trying to do is to be kind of better than others and judge others, this is a big part of what I know you speak about, but it sounds like by default we are judging, comparing machines in this meat body. That seems to be kind of a default setting. What's going on there?
Yeah, exactly. And it's the world around us that we've grown up in. Like little babies don't judge. Little kids don't judge until we teach it to them. See, and the thing is, all of us have learned how to do reality by if you could imagine your mom's reality as an energetic structure. You know, you could maybe give it a shape or a color or a sense, and your dad's reality is an energetic structure. What we're never given credit for, what we never talk about, is we're highly energetically aware creatures. The being you are is aware of everything energetically, which is another whole exploration. But what that means is the baby will perceive how mommy's structures of reality, all of her judgments, all of her points of view, all of her sense of hope, hopelessness, despair, struggle around money, hatred of relationship, hatred of self, blah, 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 and dad's. And then energetically, it becomes, oh, let me duplicate that, because that's what we do here. And maybe one parent out of 10,000 doesn't try to make their child like a person. They actually ask them questions. They treat them like an infinite being. They're willing to have their children make different choices and have different points of view than them. But for the vast majority of us, you're not supposed to have a different point of view than your parents. And you learn really quickly with most parents, your life is a lot easier if you appear to agree with them. But the difficulty is, here's also what creates teenage angst and rebellion is even by the time kids are 2 years old, they've already been around their parents' structure of reality so much that they've taken it in as though it's theirs. And then they live that, do different versions of it, trying all kinds of different things, as they should. But when they get to be a teenager, now it's time for them to create their own, to become an adult. And now what are they doing? They fight against everything that they bought from their parents as though it's their parents' fault that they bought it, except they were the ones who chose it as a being. They're the ones who chose it. Yeah, my parents might be this and this and this, but I was the being that chose it. And so the whole idea of consciousness is empowering you to recognize whatever's going on, you had some part in choosing it. But also the thing I love about access consciousness is we have so many tools to change our stupidity and our insanity around these things to where we don't have to judge us and others anymore. Like one of the things I'll ask people is, what percentage of who, what, where, when, why, and how you are did you buy from your mother before the age of 2? And I go, okay, more than 50? Yeah, more than 60. And I'll ask, and people will be like, hundreds of thousands of percent. I'm like, I know, because you're there and you buy it over and over. It's like, and buying it is like, if mom is sad, the child will tend to be sad. But is the child sad? Or is the child just buying from mom, oh, this is how we vibrate? because sadness has a vibration, poverty has a vibration, anger, rage, fear, and hate have vibrations. And we learn to vibrate like those things because we're so energetically aware. But we are the ones who chose that, even as little kids, because there's no point at which, the world tells us you become an adult when you can vote or drink or have sex, depending on your laws in your state. Bullshit. Little kids are infinite beings. We need to treat them like aware beings. That doesn't mean you're permissive and they know more than you do and all that. You're here to show them how to navigate this world successfully beyond judgment, because every judgment we choose limits our possibilities. So, short answer to your question, it's the world we've grown up in, and we haven't been choosing something different.
And I think one of the things you've mentioned, and maybe it's assumed, what I want to clarify is that it's not like the parents are consciously giving all these systems and frame. It's almost through just osmosis. And so there's it's not like I can go blame mom because she told me to be sad about this and to judge the neighbors. It's just in their proximity, unknowingly, is how we've absorbed most of what we have as our baseline systems. Is that it?
Yeah, exactly that. Which is so interesting because nobody talks about it, but and it's huge. It's big. And if you expand that to the world that we're aware of, like if you look at what occurred during COVID, people aligned and agreed with this predominant vibration. Funny part is the people in Access Consciousness were like, I am buying that shit as mine. Let's go create.
And so if we have a group of people here that are on a journey towards mastering spirituality, it sounds like we need to do some sort of like audit to see where this comes across in our lives the most, where we don't even know that we're on this autopilot path.
Yeah, that. And if we can see the question, well, two things, the choice, here's the other weird part is choice, and actualizing it doesn't show up the way we think it does. So the choice, like right now, if you're hearing this and you go, whatever he said, I'm having some of that. That's a choice. Now, how that shows up will be how it shows up for you, which is going to be different than any other person on the planet. But if you can acknowledge, okay, I desire to get more present. I desire to get more present with this stuff. And just acknowledge that. That's your choice right there. And now you've opened a different door. Before this conversation, that door wasn't even, it was a wall. It wasn't even a door. Now there's the door, you just making that really simple choice. See, choice is simpler and lighter than any of us think. We're always trying to make the big choice and the one that I've thought and very seldom is it light. Very seldom does it land in our world and give more peace. And the thing is, we all have a litmus test for what's true for us. What's true makes you lighter. It lands in your world. It has a sense of peace. It has a sense of ease. It has a sense of, like being around a good friend. A lie will always make you heavier. Has a sense of being twisted, or you need to avoid or defend or fight or prove. And we spent so much energy on that what would it be like if we could simply start to allow ourselves, say, hey, I'd like to get more present with these things. And then what's it going to take for me to go on the journey I would truly desire, and not judge when I'm not doing it right? Because there is no right, number one. But number two, none of us is perfect, and perfect is the highest form of judgment there is.
I think you've mentioned right now one of the aspects of your teachings that I think is quite profound, but you've mentioned it quite rapidly, and I feel like we need to emphasize it, which is the litmus test to help you navigate this world, which is choosing this lightness. And I'd want you to elaborate on how powerful and simple that is for someone who's trying to find a path that makes them create their most desired outcome.
So let's talk about two things. One is that the choice you make without even thinking about it is usually the choice that comes from your awareness. And you'll be like, oh, like Sunday I went to a reptile fair. I bought 3 snakes. I wasn't planning on buying snakes. I've been looking at snakes, and I ordered one online to be delivered in a few months, but I was like, and I just went, oh, You want me? Oh, you and you. Oh, 3 of you. Okay, cool. And it was just, there was no, and I know it's a silly example, but those are sometimes some of the best, It's like, it's just that. It's like, but it's like a lot of the things, one of the things that can help is if you look back over your life and look at, I don't know, 4 or 5 things that you chose that just worked, but you didn't think about it. You just found yourself there and it's happening and it's working, like, oh, I'll take this job, or, oh yeah, I'll move, or, oh, I'll go on this date, or whatever it is. And those are that, right? It's like when it's simple, when it doesn't have any roadblocks, we assume it has no value. We assume we didn't work hard enough for it. And that's one of the other difficulties in the world of spirituality, is like, how many mantras have you done? How much green juice have you drank? How many ice baths are you taking? How have you had sugar today? Well, guess what? You're never getting conscious, or you're never getting, no, that's not, no, 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 no. The ease and the lightness is the guide to know that you're on the quote unquote right path. You're on the path of possibilities when you just start drawn to go over here and drawn to go, and you do. And so the sentences for this: what's true will always make you lighter. A lie always makes you heavier. What's true for you just kind of is. It lands in your world. Like when I met these snakes, there were hundreds of them at this place. And I walked in, and the very first one I saw, I was like, oh, hi, And it just had this lightness to it. And the whole idea of this is the things that will work for us, they don't require the struggle to overcome the problems and the roadblocks that we've decided must exist to prove it as value. It just shows up. And that can sound like I'm belittling the process, but I'm trying to give a different perspective where it's not about the struggle as much as it is about the letting go. It's not as much about the fight as it is ending the fight and allowing yourself to receive. It's not as much about seeing everything you can judge and be angry about and be sad about, but the joy and the softness that you can be and enjoy. And also within that, there's an intensity that can be there. Because a lot of people then, living in this world of judgment, they go, well, I'm not going to, oh, I was fighting. Oh, I'm not going to fight anything. I'm going to let people walk all over me. No, that's a world of judgment where there's black and white. What this is about is a world in which there are no walls and barriers. There's this beautiful sense of the way everything can show up for you. And it can also have an intensity of joy, an intensity of, running, across the field on a horse, jumping out of a plane with a parachute, going down the rapids, having great sex, being totally orgasmic in your life, going for a fast run, like all of those things are there too. It's where everything exists and nothing is judged. But to the extent that we will choose to become aware of what lightness is for us, and that it is an indicator of what to choose, rather than us believing that if it's twisted and yuck and heavy and it feels like rocking on broken glass, then I need to go there and solve it. No, if it's like that, why don't you walk around the broken glass, which we're fully capable of if we would allow ourselves to know it, and allow ourselves to also recognize that our suffering does not create a greater world. Our suffering is not doing anything for anyone except making us suffer and making us less of a contribution to creating a future that works for all of us. Our joy, on the other hand, changes universes. And if we explore that for just a moment, why will we not allow ourselves to be joy and have things show up with ease? Because of all the judgments we get from other people that they will pretend they don't have, but they're usually not happy for you to be that joyful. And this is where we've got to give up our reliance on the significance of judgments of others and our own judgments, because your joy changes the world, and you cutting it down so you're not judged, you not being able to share the wonderful moments of your life because other people are going to be upset that they don't have it, is destroying what you're capable of, but also what you're doing is one of the most destructive things, which is you are keeping yourself from being the inspiration for the rest of us that you can be. Because the only way because we have such a significance on judgment, the only way to not be the effect of judgment is to make judgment not significant for you. Now, all the things I'm talking about, we actually have tools and conversations and ways of getting there. But you could imagine some of these conversations or some of these concepts are so big and ingrained. It's not just a 3-minute quip or a something. There are some that are like that, but there's much more of a conversation to be had, because this is some big and amazing stuff that all of us are exploring.
I'm glad we unpacked that, because I think it's one of the foundational messages that I've heard from previous conversation that I think really helps people make those decisions. And it's so crazy because as you explain the concept, I can see my mind make judgments across every aspect. And I share that again because I know that this is very likely something going on through a lot of people listening in, because there's one aspect that I feel like I've talked to you about this before, but I want to bring it up again, is there's a fear and a self-judgment that comes up that think if I live my life that way, I'd be eating burgers and fries every day. I'd be thinking that what you're suggesting is that anything with any kind of addictive quality and instant gratification quality is where I will find myself go and self-destruct in the process. That's the most extreme version of what are some of the micro thoughts in my head. And I feel that by making it this vivid might be something we should address.
Absolutely. And I'm glad, you brought it up, because that's exactly what's going on in most people's heads. But if you look at what that is fundamentally, it's a way of rejecting new information so you can hold on to the old, because we would rather be comfortable with the problems we know than try to explore a possibility that either might not work or might disrupt everything that we are keeping as sacred that we don't even know we're keeping sacred. So basically that judgment is a way of holding what you had before you got to this conversation in place, rather than a question like, what if? What if it could actually be possible? And what do I know that I've never acknowledged? What if I always wanted to be invited to choose? And is it possible that I'm hearing this conversation because of something I've been asking for? See, the universe works in mysterious ways, and I truly don't care if anybody does access consciousness or not. What I do care about is our future as a people and our future as a planet of people. And we are fully capable of creating a sustainable living earth and future, a future of thrival, if we will begin to access the energetic capacities we have available. And when we do judgment, we limit that. We make everything smaller. And the weird part is, like, I love this statement by John Cleese. He's like, stupid people are too stupid to know how stupid they are, and I'm not calling anybody stupid, by the way. My point about that is that what happens is when we have a, oh, wow. Sorry, I just had an awareness of one of the parts of this. When we have a judgment of something, especially when we bought that as ours, we will fight to the death for it. Like, for example, let's say you love black puppies and your mom hates black puppies or your dad hates black puppies. Well, as a little kid, usually you're not allowed to have, anyway, let's say you buy that point of view of I hate black puppies. Now you see a black puppy, you're like, I hate black puppies. Like you literally get a visceral reaction. Most of those things we're having a visceral judgment or resistance to a reaction of aren't actually even our judgments and our points of view. It's like we're duty bound to fight for the people from whom we bought those points of view, as though if I don't, I'm a bad whatever person, student, son, daughter, and and being able to, if you could just allow yourself to begin to get the sense of when something has a sense of lightness for you, that it may not, because what's true for you always makes you lighter. If we can just begin to explore that and begin to explore, if it's heavy, it's either not mine or it's not true for me. What other choice do I have available? Because the other element of this, the other element of unlocking the potential that we actually have, is to ask questions like, what else is possible? What am I capable of that I've never acknowledged? How does it get any better than this? What's right about me I'm not getting? What's it going to take to change this? And you notice for those, even if you start out with sort of a about something, like a need to fight for the rightness of your point of view, and you're willing to just take a moment, notice it, because let's face it, when we're fighting, oh, hey, fireworks.
Well, that
That's
was
awesome.
beautiful little fireworks.
Right? So good. So when we're fighting, that's not light. That's not light for us. So if we are, what if we gave ourselves the gift of just taking a moment, taking a breath, counting to 3, energetically coming back to us, lowering our walls and barriers, and going, okay, wait a minute. What was that about? What choice do I now have available? And what else is possible for me to choose right now? And also, if I were truly being me, what would I choose? We're the ones who can craft. It's based on, the interesting part is we've been conditioned to try to seek large, major choices that I make one choice and it changes my life. In actuality, changing your life is a series of tiny, tiny, small, medium, thousands upon thousands of choices. That's how we actually get somewhere different.
Dr. Dain, I love that you're able to share something that people can practically take away from the session. And this is the one thing that I know helps us guide us towards a better, harmonious life, to be able to be inspired to make cool decisions. And I'll share a quick anecdote, which is just waking up this morning, I think was an example of thinking about how I was feeling a light decision. Being here, visiting my family in Canada, I'm at the cottage, and this morning, I didn't have any interviews for a while, and I'm like, you know what? I'm feeling inspired to just go visit my mom for no reason. And I'm just like, okay. And I take a car, I just go see my mom. And it's interesting because the first thing she says, okay, what do you want? Do you need anything? Why are you here? And I was like, I just wanted to spend time with you. And she had like the best time to be able to just spend some quality time with mom. And I find that's an example of when I see myself making decisions that are light and what kind of joy it spreads around to the people I care about. And so I'm grateful for the things that you share around that. And every time I remind myself to, because I get busy, I forget, but every time I have a conversation with you, I'm reminded of this simple system. And every time I've applied it, it's guided me into beautiful spaces. And so one of the things I wanted to give a space to elaborate a bit more on is you've mentioned access consciousness a couple times. I know this is a big system. There's bars, there's so much to it. But given that here people are on a journey, they're exploring a lot of different modalities and mastering spirituality, I'd love for you to kind of give us a taste of what access consciousness is about for those who are curious about it, and maybe there's something that they can experience before I let you go, because it's such a powerful system and we've barely talked about it.
Yeah, we barely scratched the surface. Yeah, so basically access is a way of accessing the consciousness that's already within you and giving you tools to access that so you can create the miraculous life you've always desired that you haven't been able to create yet. And as part of that, we got a ton of tools. So I put my hands up because I do energy stuff and I can sense the energy with my hands. So I wonder what we could help everybody out there with. Okay, everybody, what can we contribute to you right now? See, notice that's a question. And it's an earnest question. And when you ask an earnest question, the universe responds energetically. It's really cool. Okay, so, you know how people will talk about how psychic they are or whatever. It's like, we all are, actually. That's the level of energetic awareness we have. And, I can say that here. I can't say that in most places because people are like, you crazy. I'm like, I know, but I'm happy. So when I ask that, there's this interesting sense of the need for struggle that the people that are on a spiritual path have embraced, as though it will, wow, there's not even a finishing of that sentence, because there are so many ways people would finish that sentence. So can we do a little bit? I'll do a little bit with the clearing statement. Is that cool? Okay. So, okay, y'all. So there's a thing called the clearing statement. If you want to understand it, it's at theclearingstatement.com. I use it every day, every session, because it helps change things really fast. And there's nothing for sale on that website, by the way. It's just a contribution to you. Okay. So that idea of the need to struggle to create a different world, everything you did to buy that, all the implants and explants creating that, and all of the thing that we call, it doesn't matter what we call it the fifth element, which is where you've been implanted and explanted to be an unsuccessful savior of mankind. Meaning, no matter how much you want to change the world, you'll try to change people who have no desire to change. You'll avoid the people who will receive the change, all so that you can maintain a constant state of judgment of you, so you don't show up as the miracle you are and haven't been willing to choose. So everything that is, will you let that go, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all 100, shorts, boys, poveds, bases, creations, and beyonds. Wow, goodness golly. Jason, I'm so glad you gave me the chance to do a little bit of this, because this is really where the possibilities shine with access, is the ability to address things in this way. And each person can also do it for themselves. It's not like, oh, I need to go to somebody. No, please, we want you to have as many tools as possible, so you don't need to go to anybody. Okay, so let's also look at how many presumptive realities you have where you've just been thinking it's this way, and you've been doing it so long, you don't even realize it's because you think it's this way that it shows up that way. So in the realm especially of struggle, and especially for people in the last few years, struggle financially, it's been such a big thing in the world. But how much is that proof to you that you're not as miraculous as you know you are? That you're not as miraculous as you actually are. In fact, when I say miraculous, part of you is probably like, yes, and the other part's probably like, oh, F you, like avoiding it. Everywhere you've decided you need to avoid the miraculous in order to be an appropriate contribution to everyone else. And everywhere you've been avoiding the ease and the joy. Wow. And everywhere you've been heaping on yourself, not just your struggle, but trying to change everybody else's. And if you look at that, there's such a caring in that. There's such a caring in the willingness to not just deal with your own suffering, but try to take away everybody else's. But there's 8 billion people. Most of them are choosing to suffer in the world right now. There's no possible way. Everything that is, will you let that go, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all 100, shorts, boys, poveds, bases, creations, and beyonds. Everywhere you're afraid of being willing to be seen as too weird, too strange. The original meaning of weird was of spirit, fate, or destiny. The weird people in the world are the ones that create a different future and a different world. So would you be willing to be weird and be willing to no longer judge it and be willing to no longer place significance on everyone else's judgment as though it is supposedly a valid and valuable way to know where to go and what to choose? Everything that is, times a gazillion, right, wrong, about all 100, pod, puck, shorts, boys, poveds, bases, creations, and beyonds. Lastly, everything you've done to resist and avoid being the miracle of you, the beautiful gift this earth requires the beautiful gift that we contribute to all of us, and is now the time. And how many of you have locked something down? How many of you are a key to unlocking it? How many of you are both? Can we just put all the locks and keys together, acknowledge now's the time and now's the space, and invite a different world to be? Times a gazillion, right, wrong, about all 100, Pod Poc, Shorts, Boys, Povads, Spacies, Creations, and beyond. Baby. Jason, how you doing after that?
Lightness.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm
Cool.
so grateful you were able to do these clearing statements with us. It's
Thank you.
It's something I've seen you do in person. I think it was in Pula. And I'm so glad we get to do it in this virtual space as well. And I want to leave the element of mystery and curiosity in people who are wondering what that statement is. I'm going to invite them all to go to the website, declaringstatement.com, isn't it?
Yep.
And I'll let you all go deeper into exploring access consciousness, because beyond there lies a realm of practical tools on a journey towards mastering spirituality, living life with more lightness, more creation, more consciousness in the process. And I love what you have been bringing to the world, and I'm so glad you were here to bring it to our audience as well. And I always want to make sure there's a space for you to give a closing statement as people are here on a journey and learning from you, learning from other masters, different aspects and dimensions of spirituality, to have a parting word for everybody who's here on the call.
Absolutely. And may I share one other tool that I forgot, which is all of life comes to me with ease and joy and glory. All of life comes to me with ease and joy and glory. If you will use that, you will change the field and the space around you. You'll change the fabric of reality around you. All of life, the good, the bad, and the ugly, comes to me with ease and joy and glory, which is exuberant expression and abundance. Use it, please, 10 times in the morning, 10 times in the evening, but all day long. Do it for a few days, as often as you can remember, and just see what's different after a few days. If it changes something, please continue. Having said that, since I forgot that tool, in closing, I would like to invite you to know that you are a gift and a miracle here. The only person that can stop you is you, no one else. If you align and agree, resist and react, or fight against somebody else, you're having to diminish yourself to go down to that level. There's nobody on this planet or in this universe that has enough power to stop you. What would it be like if you used that innate power and that potency that you know that you have to actually create the life and living that would allow you to thrive? And what if you recognize that in thriving, you inspire all of us to become greater? Your thrival inspires those that desire to thrive. Your only surviving validates those that desire to destroy. So your gift to this world, one of the gifts that you offer this world, is the awareness that there is a different possibility. And what if you allowed that to show up in your life as you richly deserve? And is now the time, is now the space for us to create a greater future together.
Dr. Dain Heer, thank you so much for your time, your wisdom, your tools, and everything you've shared on the session today. I have my own thing which I forgot, which I want to make sure to mention in closing, which is just before we started this summit, we've celebrated the 5th anniversary of Being You Day, which happened on June 22nd. And so I know this is a big proponent of what you teach, as well as understanding that people living, being themselves is one of the greatest ways to bring more lightness to the world as a whole. And so I'll invite people to continue exploring down the path of the material you share, to be themselves, to use your tool. And we'll have to catch it next year on June 22nd when the next Be You Day comes around, so we can make sure we're all being present and we're all choosing ourselves very powerfully, because we need more people who are living their true selves. And I think the tools you share and the wisdom you've shared will get us one step closer. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Jason.
All right, everyone. Dr. Dain Heer. And I love that I wanted to put this talk here so we can encourage everyone that is holding back from being weird as you explore spirituality. You can have some fun and choose lightness in the process. We put a link over to the clearing statement, and we just want to give a big heads up to the team at Access Consciousness and Dr. Dain Heer. Yesterday was the Being You International Day. We're one day late, and we just want to make sure that you are all possibly putting that into your calendar for June 22nd next year, where it is a day where you can celebrate being yourself. With that being said, any feedback from the conversation? I'm already seeing Christine talking about a wonderful light, and Deanne talking about thank you for the lightness and showing us what is real, because life on earth is magical, isn't it? We're so lucky to experience our life and challenges. Hey, look at that. I'll bring it up into the screen so we can all have a little peek at it as well. But I will not spend too much time here, because the next thing I want to do is bring our third speaker of today. I know somebody was asking, hey, this isn't Alex Howard. Well, Alex was the first speaker of today. And from that being said, if you are part of our membership, you'll be able to rewatch these talks at any time. And if you are on this summit for free, know that you'll have 24 hours to review the current video and see the first talks of today. And then we'll be moving on to the second day. But if you like these talks, you like these summits, you want to encourage us to bring more speakers sharing their best ideas, well, if you become a member, it becomes a huge support to Summits for Impact, and we get to provide more excellent content to you. So now, with that being said, let's bring over our next speaker, which is going to be Rej, mixing in a little bit of entrepreneurship and success on your path towards spiritual mastery.
Everybody to our Mastering Spirituality Summit. Very excited for the next guest, where we're going to be discovering how to use the concept of the energy cube and so much more when it comes to mastering ourselves in the world, in what seems to be an ever-growing crisis and chaos happening around us. There are key things that we can discover within ourselves that will allow us to find deep clarity and purpose, and find it that we have access to energies that we did not even know were possible, by resolving the unresolved and truly making an investigation within the self on our journey towards mastering spirituality. Rej Malhotra is joining me as an international speaker, a transformational coach, and an elite trainer of dedicated people that are looking to reclaim their power and create lives of true fulfillment. He's going to be here to share some of these secrets and how we can use these tools to navigate the coming times. Rej, welcome to the platform. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Great to be here, Jason.
Rej, I love the fact that in your own journey, you weren't always very connected with the emotion and the energy. You've kind of had a moment where you've truly made this your life's work and truly put dedication towards it. And I've noticed this for a lot of our speakers, that there's usually a defining moment where you embrace the path that you're on. And I'd love for you to share that story with the audience so that we can understand, where did this come from that brought you on this path where you're impacting thousands of people?
Sure. Look, as we always hear, anyone who's dedicated to helping other people, typically have their own story, right? A story of adversity. And mine is full of adversities. And, which started very early on. I had, which we didn't know till later, a mentally unwell parent. I had to grow up with my grandparents. And growing that way left quite a void in my life. There was always this feeling of not being wanted. I think a lot of people have that, not being enough, a void of love. Even growing up, I felt that very strongly. And so growing up, I kind of became that people pleaser, the good boy, say the right thing, do the right thing in order to get acceptance, in order to get love, in order to feel seen. And eventually I followed the more, I suppose, conventional path of, getting a job, going after success. And I got married pretty early too, became a dad quite early. But there was these moments of anger, moments of despair that continued even after I was married, even after I had 2 sons. And, there was dependence on alcohol to get through the days. While a lot of that was going on, and even though on the surface it looked like I was doing okay, had the things that people want, the home, the family, the car, the job, There's always something inside. I'm sure a lot of people have felt that. There's something missing, There was these anger phases, and I couldn't really put my finger on what's actually going on with me, right? And there was the one incident where I had alcohol in my system, and I got caught, driving, in fact. And that was the moment, even though there wasn't a lot of alcohol in the system, but it was that moment where I realized, oh my God, something's got to change. Or I was finding myself going down like a self-sabotage route, if you will. And that eventually led me to learning about myself, attending seminars, courses, a lot of personal development. I got into thinking about spirituality very early on in my 20s. And one thing led to another until I did some deep subconscious mind work. And when you've changed, you just know it. And I could feel it in every cell of my body that there were events from the past. And this was the biggest checking point for me. There's events from the past. I call them significant emotional events, SEEs. See, there are some events that we can recall. And we can be like, okay, it's not a nice thing. But there are some events that we have all had. As soon as we think of the event, we feel something in our body. We feel that anger. We feel that sadness. It's like the event is alive. It's alive in our nervous system. And often you'll see people talking about something and they get teary, or while they're talking about that event, those emotions are coming back up. The event is alive. Your brain does not know the difference in real and imagined. So when I tested that all these horrific events that happened in my life, I can literally feel no emotion. You almost feel strange. They're part of who you are, but they don't control you anymore. That's when I knew this is the path I need to follow, because almost every second person I've ever met is living in the past.
I know you do a lot of the work around helping people rediscover what these emotional events are and how it's blocking you. And so I'd be curious to know exactly, how does that manifest? We have these subconscious emotional blocks, and it seems to sabotage our spiritual path at the same time. What's that interaction?
Well, you think about it. If you have a bunch of significant emotional events which have negative emotions attached to them, anger, sadness, fear, hurt, guilt, and shame, they're some of the biggest ones. They do control the narrative of what you're going to do and what you're not going to do. In fact, if you look at your life, all the things you're doing and not doing, all the things you're being and not being, have a very close connection to what you've experienced, to the significant emotional events. To the extent we even identify as, I'm a people person, or I'm not a technology person, or I don't do these things. Well, you think you're saying it with conviction, but they're being put through the filter of these past events. So what happens when we don't hold these events in the same way in our system as we used to? Well, it changes our values. It changes our decision-making strategies. It releases a lot of energy to create the future. I have this concept called the energy cube, Jason, and I show it like, almost think of one side of a Rubik's cube and think all those squares, all those units are units of energy. Now, energy is infinite. We know that. Energy doesn't die, it just takes another form. But your nervous system requires a certain amount of energy for you to create something. Really, we're all creators. Whether you're creating joy, a family, a business, a purpose, you need energy. This thing we call motivation, natural motivation, is actually energy. But if your energy cube, if all these events happen through your life, the way I show it is that all these boxes are no longer available. You only have a few boxes available of energy. That's not enough to create the future. That's why people take a few steps. Most people are walking with a 400-pound Louis Vuitton bag, or driving like driving a car with the handbrake on. So that's the interaction that I'm interested in. That's the interaction I always think about. Plenty of clients, there's one gentleman I know, when the GFC happened, I think 2009, the global financial crisis, he lost a lot of money for his clients. Now, by the time he came to a program, he says to me, I'm procrastinating. But with a few questions, I was able to identify that he has extreme shame and extreme fear and extreme guilt. Now he's let 15 years go by and done nothing meaningful.
And that's how a lot of us go around thinking that we're fine, because avoidance seems to be a big way of dealing with anything emotion in the past that we don't want to look at. We seem that numbing seems to be a big habit that most people have. So I'd be curious to know, what's the difference between looking at something with an intent of healing versus avoiding it?
Well, healing, numbing is about saying, oh, I'm fine, I've dealt with it, or I don't want to go there. Avoidance, denial, repressal, just to stay safe in the present. But healing is about going into the discomfort, going into that darkness. I think that's what healing is really about. It's about accepting all parts of you, acknowledging all parts of you, looking directly at them. I mean, you tell me, how can there be oneness without good, bad, and ugly? Well, we spend a whole life disowning those parts of us. I had a seminar recently, Jason. One of the things that I teach is Introduction to Ancient Hawaiian Huna. And we have some really powerful processes we do in there, which involves forgiveness. And I haven't forgotten this at all. This was in December last year. And we go to the forgiveness section. I asked the room, how many of you have not forgiven yourself? 80% of the hands went up. But then I asked something very interesting. How many of you have resistance to forgiving yourself or are not willing to forgive yourself? Half the hands remained up. How can there be any spirituality? How can there be any freedom? How can there truly be any expansion when you just told me you are not willing to forgive yourself while you're showing the world that you're on a spiritual path? And why we don't forgive ourselves? Because we haven't cleared the negative emotions at the subconscious level. We are not accepting all parts of us. We are denying or avoiding them. I think we've all done bad things. Spirituality is about wholeness, Jason, according to me. It's about wholeness.
Is there a typical personality type that struggles more with forgiving themselves than others? I mean, is this something you see a lot more in high performers or people in very intensive fields?
It's definitely common with high performers. I think no one beats themselves up more than achievers. But I think when it comes to parents, it's very strong. It's very strong with parents, and to do with relationships, intimate relationships. That's where I see it come up a lot. And this is not all the time, but whenever there's been someone who's passed away, someone close has passed away, and if there was something the person felt they could have done about it, I think that where I see the most resistance in letting go of guilt, letting and allowing forgiveness in. I've had to have some very deep conversations with people about that.
What would be the message of, the projected path for someone who decides not to forgive themselves? I mean, there's obviously going to be a fork in the road, particularly if somebody's listening to this right now, maybe identifying with the fact that perhaps they're somebody who hasn't forgiven themselves for something. What would be the fork in the road moment here? What does it look like if you decide to not forgive yourself, to numb, ignore, not heal, versus what does it look like when you do choose the path of healing?
Well, choosing the path of not forgiving oneself is inevitably going to lead to a lot of internal conflicts, because there will be times in that person's life where they will have opportunities to be someone or to do something that they want to do. And that conflict, in these inner conflicts, we call them parts. You ever heard people say, part of me wants to do this, part of me wants to do that? Over time, these parts become neurological parts. They have like a life of their own. They have value systems of their own. And it is said that having too many conflicting parts for long periods of time is the birthplace of disease. It would have to be. because it blocks smooth communication through the nervous system. So that's a more technical explanation, but to put it simply, it's going to lead to harboring of negative emotions. Not forgiving oneself has to be accompanied with either guilt or shame or sadness. And these things, if they live in the system for too long, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to feel emotion. The emotions are wonderful things, wonderful. In fact, we must feel into them. They're signals, they're communicators of something we need to observe. But letting emotions survive for decades, you can see the passion here, Jason. I've dealt with thousands of people. I mean, people have held on to anger for 40 years. 40 years. How can that be healthy? Emotionally, physically, spiritually? And how do you truly get on your spiritual path when you haven't cleared the blockages from the past? So there will be a fork in the road. And if someone is willing to forgive, then I think they allow in a lot more possibility, including making up for what happened in very powerful ways. If making up is the right term.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those elements that people will typically say, yeah, I'll do that tomorrow, and it's often dismissed. It's like, okay, I get that, I need to do this, but there's probably something else I need to. It's almost like the situation gets worse and worse, so you finally get to a point that you do prioritize it. And it sounds like you're on a mission to wake people up that they can actually do something about it now.
That's right. I think by default, human beings will make change when it's too painful. We wait for that pain. But if people can realize that if you're not living the life you want and you don't have that inner freedom, then the best time is now. Invariably, all of us, if you're listening to this and you can answer with a yes, that you have significant emotional events from the past, then the time is now. And we all do. And how to test that? Think of your life. If you can think of something that happened, and just as soon as you think of it, from a neurolinguistics perspective, just as we think of a past event, and if we get associated, it means we're looking through our own eyes, our body thinks, our mind thinks it's happening all over again. And if you're feeling those emotions, it's important for you to know what else is possible for you to act from a free space, which is not clouded from the past.
Given that there's a lot of coaches, healers, and seekers that are on this session, and we're here on a journey to master spirituality, we're looking to investigate the whole self, the emotions and such. Is there like a spiritual trap that we should be careful for not to fall into?
Certainly there is. So many well-meaning coaches, healers, get addicted to giving advice or to holding space or trying to fix others. But I feel they're avoiding the unprocessed stuff within themselves. It's very good to help others, but not if you're avoiding your own unhealed stuff. Another trap, Jason, is chasing high vibes, feeling good.
Mhm.
That kind of, I think subliminally, that can end up creating shame around being human. Because real spirituality is not about being happy all the time. It's about becoming whole. It's about being on the journey to wholeness. And that means integrating your darkness, integrating your light, your power and your pain. And you stop pretending to be further along than you are. Because then your presence in itself becomes your power. That makes sense?
I'd say it makes sense because I've witnessed, I live in Bali and I've seen a lot of this, and I'm sure in your circles you have as well. And quite frankly, I have to say that I'm not innocent in this. I've had times that I've been the person trying to give advice without looking at myself in the mirror. And so I don't want to point the finger without shining a light on myself as well. But there's oftentimes saying that, hey, the school of thought says if you're trying to help others, at least help people from a step below you. But then there's also a side that says, no, you should be completing your own healing before you try to help others, because you could maybe not do it in the right way. And I'm kind of left wondering, is there like a level of healing that is required before you earn the right to try to help others?
Firstly, completing healing is, according to me, that's not what's needed, because I don't know when healing is complete. I often say we go through the first chapter of our life experiencing a lot of things, and many of those things not very good. Now, for some people, on the second chapter of our life, we will get on a journey of healing, but not, it doesn't have an end point. The life becomes the journey of healing, because now you've learned to observe, you learn to become aware. Even the most healed person can end up in a situation where something has happened and now they have the tools, they have the awareness to heal it. So I wouldn't say complete healing. I think what matters, Jason, is the intention. Number one, you should be on the path. So you know you're on the path. You're aware that you're not avoiding, repressing, denying. You may know there are some things that are unresolved, right? But you're on the path. Your intention is to bring in parts of you that you're disowning. Your intention is to audit yourself and heal yourself as required. I think if all those things are in place, and of course you have done some things, you have let go of some things that were genuinely troublesome, then I think you're definitely in a good position to help those who are a few steps behind you, for sure. But I think in terms of the trap, it's when people, I was saying earlier, when people just have this urge to want to pretend to be further along than they are. In fact, in a lot of my programs, I'm very open. I've been married for 21 years, Jason, and there is things about my wife that I didn't realize till last year. I'm very open about it. And I said, thank the Lord, I have the tools and the abilities and the awareness to see my partner, to see, one, for her to be vulnerable in front of me and for me to be vulnerable in front of her. It's like, because one of the things we help people with is relationships. I don't want to pretend to have the best relationship in the world, but I'm a miles ahead of a lot of people, but at the same time, the relationship is always evolving. I'm just using that as a metaphor. My goal is not to tell you, hey, I have the most perfect relationship. My goal is to show you that we are applying the tools and we are actively working at our relationship to make it better than ever and continually expand. Does that metaphor help explain that question of yours?
I think so, because I think when you start labeling in the fact that you're pretending to be further along your journey, it's almost like you're trying to play a part as opposed to just being yourself and trying to help. I can see how that becomes almost like the perverted sense of helping others, where you're actually trying to help yourself because there's something within you that there's a need you have, which is bigger than the need that the person might have by you helping them. And so I can see how those two dynamics play. But speaking of self-worth and your own identity, like what role does that play when you're going through a spiritual breakthrough?
When you're going through a spiritual breakthrough, or when you're on a spiritual path in general, I believe you cannot access spiritual power if your identity is still rooted in shame, rooted in guilt, or feeling like that you're not enough. That's a big one. That's a really big one. Because you'll always sabotage, you'll always shrink, or you will then continually chase things, external things, to feel worthy. Let me put it another way. Spiritual breakthroughs are not just about connecting to source. They're about remembering that you are worthy of that connection. Let me repeat that. They're not just about connecting to source. They're about remembering that you are worthy of that connection. Imagine wanting that connection with source whilst you deeply feel broken or unworthy. So when someone shifts their identity, Jason, from I'm broken or something is wrong with me to I'm powerful, I'm safe, and I'm whole, everything changes. And that's when spiritual truth stops being concepts and starts becoming a lived reality. Let me point something here, very interesting. I asked people at a seminar once, how many of you have lived your life, or you still currently feel that way, that you are fundamentally flawed? You should see the amount of hands that go up. This is the real state of humanity. I see it week upon week. When I ask people, how many of you believe you are fundamentally flawed? Let's look at those words very carefully. Fundamentally flawed presupposes that you're not changeable. And you're doing life? That's a big problem. Now, it could be because of someone else's words. It could be because of their gender. It could be about their skin color. I don't know. But everything in this planet, Jason, if you look at the narrative of media, if you look at everything we ever hear, is screaming at us, there's not enough land, there's not enough water, there's not enough jobs, there's not enough resources, there is not enough, not enough, not enough. At some point, this has to enter most people's system. I'm not enough.
Since I'm here and I'm on this journey to try to master spirituality, and I'm aware of perhaps these other mindsets that's dominating my life now, what are some of the key activities you recommend for people to do that they could perhaps start even now to help you become more aware and make some of those changes so that you can be a little higher functioning, we could say, in the society today?
Okay, I'm going to give some very simple tools and techniques, some very simple ideas. They're essentially questions. I think what has really helped me is some point of our life we grow up making we do that still. We make a meaning of a situation. Something happens and we say, that's what it means. And if we're not conscious of it, our unconscious mind, our subconscious mind will create a meaning anyway. That means I'm not good. That means they don't like me. That means I won't be able to do this again. That means there is something fundamentally flawed with me. And we run around life making these meanings all the time. I'd love for people to start using this question. What else could this mean? We've all become addicted to wanting to be right. And that need to be right flows into that. Oh, this happened. That means this is the outcome. Just asking what else could this mean? You may have heard that anything happening can have more than one meaning. But we pick one and then we become stubborn about it. Right? So that's the first thing I would say. What else could this mean? The worst day of your life could be the best day of your life if you chose to give it a new empowering meaning. You ask anyone who's doing something great and you read their biography, you read their story, you hear their interviews, and there's one thing always in common. Adversity. Adversity came first, right? Your mess is your message. Your complaint can be your mission. And your disadvantage, this one is very near to me, your disadvantage, if you look carefully, could be your advantage. But how do you figure that out without asking a question like that? It's a very powerful question. Ask the question and just sit there until you see another meaning. What else could this mean? The second question I really love, Jason, is what is this an example of? So if something happens, asking yourself, what is this an example of? And then trying to determine where in your life, even if it's a different context, that you are actualizing the similar thing. This comes from the whole, whatever we put out comes back to us. I would continually remain in testing of that. I think sometimes spiritual information becomes so hard for people to process. It all becomes a feel-good thing. I like spirituality in action, Jason. We say in ancient Hawaiian Huna, all spirituality is for the physical. The descent into the physical must complete before the ascent into the spiritual. But if you're trying to bypass real experiences, it just becomes a form of escapism. So actionable spiritual tools. hey, this happened to me today, or what do I perceive? Here's another good question. What do I perceive as being done to me? Now, look cross-contextually every area of your life. Where am I actualizing something very simple? This will keep you miles ahead and you will start influencing your reality. But being completely unconscious of that is just life just happens to me. The second very simple, how should I call it? I should call it a simple spiritual practice. And I love this one. And you can do it in under 5 minutes a day. I call it meet the stuckness. It's very simple. Sit for 5 minutes, close your eyes, and scan your body. Don't try to fix anything. Just ask yourself, where am I holding on to something? Where am I holding something? Where physically am I holding something that is not mine anymore? It could be shame in the chest. It could be guilt in the gut. It could be an image, a memory, or just tightness. And you don't need to solve it. Just the act of observation, just acknowledging it is a deeply spiritual act. Because you're saying to your soul, I'm ready to see.
I find that the concept of even saying I'm ready to see is not something not everybody is willing to do. Why is there some sort of fear and resistance to wanting to see things when we know that it typically will bring healing as a result?
Here's why. All fears are fears of feelings. Think about it. When we say I fear something, or I'm not saying, because you're fearing feeling something. You see, there's a biochemical phenomena at play and there is a physical phenomena at play. We get very uncomfortable when things happen in our body, right? So what is a feeling? Feeling can make us feel sick. So the antidote to that, or the way to deal with that, I say, when you feel a feeling in your body, pay attention to it. Just get out of the mind, out of the story at that moment, and go straight to the part of the body where the feeling feels very intense and become present to it. In fact, go as far as to place your hand on it and acknowledge and send love to the feeling. Something as simple as that can have a monumental impact. Even when you say, I don't want to go there, I don't want to see this, I'm not going there. What would happen if you did? What is it you're fearing about it? And as you think about it, you will definitely feel it. Your feelings are always communicating. Most people ignore. This is a very powerful practice as well. But in terms of why do people? Well, to put it very simply, because there's something they don't want to feel.
Any words of advice as somebody who will be going down this journey and looking to feel more vividly, perhaps had been on a path that was much more related towards numbing, now decides to put these practice into play? Are there things that we should be expecting that could maybe surprise someone, or that could potentially make us not want to do that, so we're better prepared as we go down this path?
I think having an intention and okayness that I will get uncomfortable at times, and that we're all in almost unlimited prisons. We just got to keep getting out of, the lower level ones. And so knowing in advance that as you get on the path of healing or the path of higher consciousness, higher awareness, you will get greater challenges. I mean, you know that famous line, choose your hard? Being single is hard, being married is hard. Exercising is hard, not exercising will become harder. If we apply that theory here, that although you may get uncomfortable at times, although you may want to retreat, although you may want to, go back to how things were, the reality is when you go down that path, you have greater awareness, your ability increases over time, and you'll be in a much better place. I've found that about myself, Jason. Like, problems I experience now are big. If I show that to someone who hasn't been on the path I've been, they'll be like, oh my God. But my ability to handle them is different. How I respond to them is different. So just know that we have 10 to the power 11 neurological connections are available to us. That's like 10 with 10 zeros 11 times. Like, that's insane. Over life, we develop this idea that we are limited, that we don't have the capacity. I think starting from a blank canvas is a really powerful thing. In my book, I talk about, there used to be a comedy show called Third Rock from the Sun. I don't know if you ever see it.
Yep.
That show really fascinated me because this idea that, these purple tubes have got human bodies now, and that means they have no prior beliefs, no prior convictions, no prior rights or wrongs. They just are. And so they had to pretend to be these characters like a college professor, and they would go to work and people would talk about, oh, I'm in love. I'm feeling so in love with this thing. And like, oh, I felt something in my body. And so they actively adopted beliefs that would suit them to get the information about how humans live their lives. So for a moment, I want you to imagine, anyone listening to this, what would happen if you're like those aliens? You have no prior beliefs and ideas. What would happen if you're just so curious, so open? This could be right. This can be right as well. This could be true. This could be true as well. And I think you start playing that dance, and a lot of suffering comes from resistance. So it's a great opportunity for those on this path to learn more about themselves. Get curious about yourself. I'm loving meeting the Rej now. I know the Rej now. I could not have a conversation with the Rej from 15 years ago. They wouldn't know what to say other than, how you doing? It's a great journey. You meet so many versions of yourself. People say you have one life, Jason. I totally disagree. You have one vehicle, one body where you live. But I have already met 4 entirely different versions of me living in the same body. How do you explain that?
Well, I would say that you've chosen a path that has brought mastery and growth and transformation. And I think with the wisdom you've shared today, we're going to get a chance to follow a similar path as well, using some of the powerful tools and this framing that you've shared on how to actually go through and heal some of these emotional blocks, investigate some of our past, and truly put parts of ourselves back together so we can remove any breaks that are stopping us on this journey towards mastering spirituality. Rej, I'm very grateful for you sharing some of your time with us and your wisdom. And given that people are here on a summit learning from multiple masters, multiple teachers such as yourself, I'd love to give you an opportunity to share some words of wisdom, of parting, as people are going to continue on this journey and apply some of the tools and techniques you've shared today.
The final words I would say here is, I love this line, if it's meant to be, it's up to me. Throughout our life, we give our power away. And fairly so, we're not aware enough. We haven't been trained enough. Things happen to us and we say it's because of him, it's because of her, it's because of my parents. And I get it. A lot of people hold things against their parents and their partners. And then it's the government, it's the weather, there is a point that we've got to stop giving this power away to so many things that are outside of us. So I think this line, I would encourage everyone to think about it. If it's meant to be, it's up to me. It's very empowering. It's bit by bit taking your power back. As soon as you say, I am at cause, you take your power back. Because now you will be able to access internal resources. See, most people are at effect. They're at effect. You haven't heard of that person who will have a problem for every solution? Because they're at effect. The moment you say, I love these words, I am at cause, I am at cause, I am at cause, you're able to do life a lot better. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. In fact, whether most things are true or not is irrelevant. What would you rather believe? So that would be my final words. Is bit by bit, I understand some of you may be in very tough spots. Maybe bad things have happened. And it's taken you longer. But I'm a living example, and I'm sure Jason is, and I'm sure a lot of the teachers you're going to hear from is, nobody is truly on the spiritual path until they have seen some of the worst things in life. Sometimes they have experienced, I have more than 3 times I've contemplated taking my life. and I couldn't succeed at that. And then I eventually figured out the reason why, right? Your stories will help other people. Our stories become the most powerful thing for other people. So see your life as a masterpiece now, a story that will help others.
Rej, thank you so much for your time. I want to make sure to guide everybody if you're looking to go deeper into the programs, the events. Rej speaks around the world. I think I'm reaching him right now as he's in Australia, and I know he'll be traveling around as well. We'll put a link into his websites, into his programs, so you can dive deeper. And I personally am very grateful for this session, particularly since I did start with a minor migraine. And I've been using the techniques you were talking about, feeling through the body where they were blocked, and I've been dissipating this headache just through our conversation. So it definitely is one of the things I haven't tried yet, and is one of the most effective things that I've had happen to me. So I am personally very grateful right now. And for the teachings you've shared today, thank you so much. This is so powerful. And for everybody else on this journey for mastering spirituality, your emotions and all these events that happen in your past will play a role. You've been given tools to investigate and see how you can rewrite the stories for yourself on this path. Thank you so much, Rej.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Hi there, everybody, coming in and injecting quite quickly. And I think the best thing we could do together, if you're tuning in live and you're listening to my voice right now, if it's meant to be, it's up to me, would be a powerful statement I would encourage you to use into the chat as a way of making a declaration that it is up to you to see the changes you want to see in your life. Ooh, voice is a little off. Well, then I won't talk too much, as I need to drink some tea, but I did want to make a special announcement that our next speaker, my God, technical difficulty of the physical body. All right, my voice is back. I wanted to make a special announcement because our next speaker, I saw that in the comments earlier on the session, people were very excited to see her coming onto the platform. And it is none other than Teal Swan. Our conversation speaks about trauma, integration, looking at the various parts of ourselves that might be neglected, and how do we bring them back into a space of healing, growth, and very, very powerful way to close the first part of today's session. And so please do enjoy our conversation with Teal Swan, and we'll have a very, very special surprise for those who will want to go deeper into her work at the end of the session. So stay tuned, and I acknowledge those who have written it out already. I will say, Kristen Sanders, good to see you. If it's meant to be, it is up to you. And so I'm glad you took action on my little call to action there. Let's get started. We have Teal Swan as our next guest for today.
Spirituality Summit. I'm very excited to be bringing a dear friend and an amazing inspirational person that has truly shared a message that is unique to the world, that definitely needs to hear this message if it's going to be on a path of spirituality, healing, and truly making the world a better place. She's a new thought leader who's an expert in human development and relationships. She has a following of over 6 million on social media, has been running a series for a decade, sharing all of her wisdom, responding to people's questions along the Ask Teal series. And Teal Swan is joining us today. She's an international speaker, has written multiple bestseller books, over 6 that have been translated into 6 different languages. And what we're going to be discussing today is one of her concepts when it comes to healing, spirituality, that truly is one of the key sources of most of the suffering we see today, and is going to be one of the most transformational conversations you have heard on this summit, given that if you are not familiar with her work, sit down. We're going to have a great conversation, and it's going to share some truths that you need to hear. Teal, welcome to the summit. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thanks for having me on.
Now, Teal, I'm going to start with my question I love asking every person that's here. Everyone that's been on the summit has had a calling and a reason for choosing a spiritual path, sharing their wisdom with the others. And I'd be curious to know, what is your journey and what has made you motivated to spend your time sharing wisdom with the world?
Well, I guess you could say that I was born into this life of mine with one foot in and one foot out of these spiritual dimensions. So it's kind of like this has always been a path that I have been on, but I've definitely had my ups and downs with it. I mean, some of you may know my story, some of you may not, but I ended up in my early childhood being inducted into a really, really dangerous situation with a sociopath. And I spent the first portion of my life being tortured, like literally tortured, sexually, emotionally, mentally, everything, right? And I actually ran away when I was 19, but a lot of the foundation of that relationship between me and this person who inducted me into these groups that he was a part of, and the groups themselves, was spiritual. So my first relationship, you could say, with almost an organized spirituality was really, really negative, and I wanted nothing to do with it. So when I ran away at 19, I was like, screw everything spiritual. I want nothing to do with it. In fact, I want to become a professional athlete and just ground myself in the physical. But these things don't just vanish. I mean, you can turn your face away from the spiritual. It doesn't make it not exist. So it was kind of that which I could not deny about myself and about the nature of this universe itself. And so at a certain point, it made no sense to be running away from myself anymore. And I turned back in the direction of those abilities, which I have always had since I was young and was trying to run away from, quite frankly. And I decided to open up that door again. And doing so revolutionized what I do with people. It revolutionized my own life. And there's no way really to progress past a certain point with individuals that you are helping without involving that dimension of reality, right? Which is why I went back in that direction ultimately.
I think spirituality in itself is a really big domain, and I've noticed everyone has a bit of a unique definition as far as how to contain it. And I'd be curious to know, what is your definition of spirituality, whether that's modern spirituality or just your frame and lens around it, so we know we're speaking of the same thing.
Okay, so the way that I would like people to define spirituality is that which is non-physical and non-temporal. The problem with this definition is that you can't divide physicality away from non-physicality. It's like one gives rise to the other, which is why ultimately when you become a spiritual teacher or something like that, you will end up leading people in their lives, their physical temporal lives, because you can see a physical temporal dimension as the extension of the spiritual dimensions. So, I mean, we like to be the ones to make that divide, and for the sake of this defining for you what spiritual is, it just means anytime somebody is looking at the non-physical, non-temporal nature of existence. And that also applies to, before and after this life. Like anybody who's focused spiritually is thinking about their existence within the context of what's before and after and outside of their singular temporal existence.
In looking at that definition, I'd be curious if you've noticed how a lot of people might be looking at spirituality incorrectly or missing a key element whenever they're choosing a spiritual path. I feel there's a lot of misconception that exists out there.
Oh, there's so much misconception around spirituality. I think one of the big problems is that we don't think that broadly about spirituality in general. I've given you a very broad definition of spirituality, and within this broad definition, there's a place for everyone to land. There's not a place for everyone to land when we minimize that broader definition of spirituality and associate it with certain groups or certain individuals. So most people, when they're coming at spirituality, they have an association between, spirituality and New Agers, spirituality and Christians, spirituality and crystal shops. And you don't have to fit into any of this in order to develop a relationship with what is spiritual. So I think if people stepped back and took that more broader lens on what it means to be spiritual, then they wouldn't be as resistant to it, and they would, I think, find their place within the picture of spiritual awareness and spiritual practice.
I find it's interesting that I would find a term such as, it seems like the concept of spirituality is quite fractured and divisive for people, which I know is to the core of the theme today. But expanding on that is that, given there's so much popularity and interest in our summit, which was around mastering spirituality, it almost seems to hint to the fact that there's perhaps a spiritual crisis that we feel like we're going through, maybe more intense these years than other years. And I'd be curious to know, what are your thoughts on a statement like that?
I mean, it would make sense because we're definitely in crisis in the world. And what you notice in human behavior is that anytime humans go into crisis, they start to ask these bigger questions. And a lot of people have experienced this on a minor level more minor than, huge world crisis and facing the potentials of war and things like this. When in their own life they, say get into a bad accident, or when somebody that they love dies or something like this. When we meet with crisis, that's the moment that we start to view our life in a broader context. We start to view our life from the lens of death even, and we start to ask questions like, why am I here? What is the purpose of life in general? What do I want my life to be dedicated to? Do I even care about the things I'm doing? I mean, it creates a life crisis. And a life crisis causes you to ask questions which imply a kind of reaching beyond our own physical temporal life. What's the purpose for me being here? What am I doing with my time here, and why? Like, these types of questions naturally pull your mind into this perspective of what's beyond just me, Teal Swan, 2025, I think most people in the world are asking these types of questions because a lot of stuff doesn't make sense. Let's be frank.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of things seems crazy to think about brewing in 2025, given that it seems like we've made so much progress as a species over the last century. But what I find fascinating, for those who aren't familiar, there's a very powerful video that Teal shares around a message to humanity. And I think it's one of the most beautiful videos to inspire us to, take responsibility, to take action around the crises we're seeing around us and the fragmentation that exists. And so for the benefit of people who aren't familiar with your message to humanity, I'd be curious if you could share a bit of the highlights from it and maybe some updates you've noticed in the last coming years, because I think you've made that video a few years ago.
I made that video a few years ago because I was seeing where we were headed. I walk a very delicate balance here between seeing a lot of these life path potentials for where humanity in general and the world is headed, but not wanting to tell people about them in a way that disempowers them or makes them feel terrified of the future. You can't do that for people. You can't make them feel like the future that they're living into is just going to be one that is terrible. Otherwise, they actually lose the will to live, to be honest, rather than taking proactive action. So many years ago, I started to actually see what's happening in the world today in 2015, which was the major turning point. So let's take you back actually to 2012, because that's where the story of this begins. From a non-physical perspective, it was 2012 where humanity was really at the crossroads for deciding whether they were going to awaken, mass awakening, or whether they were going to continue essentially in the trappings of the human ego. And I don't want to say this making an enemy of the ego, in fact, because it is alienating and making an enemy of the ego is the exact opposite direction that we need to go. However, when we're super identified with ourselves and we're identified with fears and whatever else, we tend to behave in ways that bring about very painful experiences for ourselves and others. So 2012, humanity is at this crossroads, trying to decide whether there's going to be a mass awakening or whether there needs to be another wake-up call, basically, in order for people to come into alignment with what it means to be further, more conscious, shall we say, and to behave in more conscious ways. In that time period between 2012 2015, you saw a lot of people that were coming out and helping with this transition and helping people to decide, hopefully in the direction of that awakening, and it did not happen. So by 2015, the decision was made by humanity that there needed to be another wake-up call, and what that means is another repetition of the same cycle, only amplified, in order to get to that same awakening point. 2015 was a very difficult year for a lot of us that were attuned to this bigger picture of what's going on Earth, because it's like that by virtue of committing to being human at this time on Earth, you're headed towards painful experiences. So I made that video when we had already made that decision, knowing that people were going to need a kind of guiding light in these times, especially because when we tend to go through these cycles that create such huge crisis in the world in general, people experience such deep levels of powerlessness, which is what we're ultimately seeing today. It's like you're watching all these things happen and you just have no idea what the hell to do. And from that perspective, it's actually very clear. The message is actually the same in terms of voting for your future as it is for voting for the future of humanity. The answer is to actually become the antidote to that which you see in the world. But this is a conscious process. It means that you have to look at the things which are causing you pain and causing other people pain. That's the pain point, right? And then you have to get down to the root of what is causing that pain point. And then you have to become yourself a walking, living, breathing antidote to that thing that you are seeing in the world, to that essentially to the root of whatever issue is there. So this is going to be very individual for people. It's very empowering, but it's very individual for people, because every person is born on this earth, especially at this particular time, with a particular medicine. And the medicine is to become that antidote, right? And I don't want people to walk around and feel like, oh no, I have to figure out what medicine I am. No, it's very simple. The things you care the most about and are the most important to you, that represents your deepest pain points, that is what you're meant to be the antidote to. Absolutely. So you don't need to go searching a lot. Just look at the things that are bugging you the most. You're the antidote to that thing. So what I want people to wrap their head around is that the solution in times like this is to understand that they are casting a vote for the future that they are living into with their thoughts, words, and actions in every moment. So that can be a very big guiding principle, which pulls you into alignment with your values. And I'm telling you something very important for people to understand right now, which is that in a time like this, being super dedicated to happiness is going to lead you almost nowhere. There has to be things that matter to a person enough that you're willing to essentially vote for that, regardless of whether it's going to bring you into, something uncomfortable. The quest for happiness, which is, I think, something the spiritual field has tried to put people on the track of, like, spirituality's been like, the goal here is to get to a pure positive state. And I really dislike this. And I think it's a big problem. And worse than that, I think it's the biggest myth that I've ever encountered in the spiritual field. That essentially with spiritual practice and things like this, you can get to this place where you only feel pure positivity. This should not be the goal of spiritual practice, and spiritual practice will definitely not lead you there. In fact, it's just going to enhance your level of awareness. But what you'll find is when people go for this thing called happiness, it's a very, very shaky thing. Very quickly, you can get pushed this way and that way if that's the thing that you're committed to. When you understand what is the most important to you specifically, what your deepest values are, it can take you through a storm because your commitment to it is such that you can weather the difficulties. And I don't want to beat around the bush right now. We are in a very difficult time right now. Most people in the world are. So in that storm, you got to figure out what matters the most to you, and then you got to cast your vote with your words, thoughts, and actions for what's the most important to you, most especially for how you want things to turn out. So this is what I mean by that. Let's say that you decide that kindness is the most important thing for you. Well, then every single day, you've got to be a walking, breathing example of kindness. That makes you the antidote to cruelty, for example. And so when the world becomes more cruel, you've got to double down on being kind and on bringing kindness to the people that you interact with every single day. And I'm like, this acts like a North Star that will take you straight through the squall that most of us are being taken through in the world today.
I love the stance you have, being cautious about the chasing of happiness, because I also notice that there's a large tendency towards numbing activities in the face of all this storm, which is like, I'll just ignore it strong enough. And I'm seeing things around like fentanyl crisis and opioid crisis, things happening like that, seems to all be around this myth that we should be happy. And consumerism seems to make the same promise as well. And now that I'm hearing spirituality's also made a strong marketing message around that, I think what you're sharing is a breath of fresh air. And so if I wanted to jump and start saying like, this is making sense to me, I want to become the antidote. You spoke about how I should look at the things that's caused me the most pain. Are there some, like, if I'm still not sure what that is, are there activities I can do to help me hone in on where this, I don't know, is it called a divine purpose? Is it just a direction I should be heading? I'm unclear.
Let's call it alignment with your values. I don't feel like it takes people very long to figure this out. It's like all of us kind of have these pain points in our life. It's about looking at those pain points, noticing those pain points. So if I'm in a person's position who's not really aware of what that is immediately, I'm literally thinking about it. What in the world irks me? What is it that bothers me the most? What is it that I find the most painful? What is it that I dislike the most? And then to the opposite side of that, what behaviors, thoughts, words, and actions are the opposite of this? And we got to be very conscious about that, though, because, you know, it's very easy for us to say, oh, I'm against war. But then if we watch what we're doing in that sort of push to end war, we're in that same energy. So, but you can kind of understand the beauty of a collective group of people doing this, though. You know, like if a whole collective of people decided that they wanted to become the antidote to something like war, that would look like integration. War is a collision. It's an oppositional force. So aligning super deeply with integration and with understanding and with coming together, what would my thoughts, words, and actions look like then? If so many people did that, could you imagine the amount of power? It's very common for people to meet the energy they dislike with the same oppositional energy. You see? That's why when I did that video about a message to humanity, I drilled down on how incredibly important it is to be conscious of the whole thing, including conscious of the root of things. For example, you know, most people, when they get into this attitude of defense, the root of that defense is something that they fear, right? And so what's the antidote to fear, right? You would meet defense differently than you would meet fear.
Can I ask you to go deeper on that?
Go deeper on that, yeah. Well, when somebody is in an attitude of defensiveness, most of the time we go into that with our own defensiveness. If what we're seeing is that the root of that defensiveness is some fear, we're figuring out what that fear is, and we're figuring out for the person how to take that fear away. We're not just telling them that they should live in a fearful state and they should be okay with something that's going to be painful for them. We got to actually proactively come up with ways to decrease that fear. And this has big implications for the political situation that we find ourselves in today, because we find ourselves so profoundly divided. And what's so interesting from a more objective perspective when you see two sides of any political argument is that usually this one is seeing the dangers inherent in this one that they're not seeing. And this one is seeing the dangers inherent in this that they're not seeing. And it's like if the two of these people could come together and could both address the fears that are hiding behind, you know, that they're seeing essentially in each other, and they could accommodate for that fear, then it would be much easier to find that middle ground rather than to continue playing zero-sum games. And that's ultimately the position that human beings are in right now. If you want to know the decision they made in 2015, it's that they decided not to end the zero-sum game. So what we're about to see is an escalation of zero-sum games on a level you cannot imagine, which is why it is not a luxury to master the art of relationship anymore. And this is a big part of it, is to be able to create this integrative element things rather than continuing to stay in this zero-sum game behavior. It's to master the art of the win-win.
For the benefit of people who aren't familiar with the concept of the zero-sum game, how does that play out in our everyday lives so we can wrap our heads around the different games that might exist?
So a zero-sum game is ultimately I win and you lose. It means I don't take your well-being or your best interest as a part of my best interests. It means that I can actually experience me getting something and you not getting something, and that's fine with me. When we enter into sports, for example, we're playing a conscious zero-sum game. The reason that does not cause massive amounts of pain and you don't see huge implications for the human race based off of sports is that both people have agreed to the context of that experience being a zero-sum game. And so that means the person's actually signing up for it. When you're taking this template and you're stepping out into the world, people are not signing up for this. It's not like the citizens in a certain country are signing up for a zero-sum game and saying, yes, it's either you. I love the idea of doing this thing where either you win or I win. No way, they're getting forced into the situation where it's like, I'm going to get what I want at your expense. Now, human beings are really, really bad about this. Like, I can't beat around the bush for you. People suck at relationships, all right? They are really bad. Like, in general, no problem whatsoever with playing zero-sum games with other things. In fact, they've played a zero-sum game with their own environment. Now, you can't sit here and look at a species and call them wildly intelligent when they play a zero-sum game against their own environment, which they have to be dependent on. So it's only going to be a matter of time, and that time is escalating before human beings realize, wait a minute, I can't actually play a zero-sum game and be okay. It's at that point that they start to develop an interest in relationships. And I don't mean relationships just within the context of, oh, I want a partner who's romantic to me. I mean all forms of relationships. Relationships with friends, relationships with people who live in different countries, relationships with other species, relationship with the planet itself. They need to understand that it's not actually possible in a closed system to play a zero-sum game, period, the end. So that is where we are headed. The opposite of a zero-sum game is a win-win. It's where we arrange, me and the other party essentially find a way and are committed to finding a way for my best interest to exist and your best interest to exist, and for both my best interest and your best interests to be met in the highest and best way.
My little vent on this that I seem to witness, you're right. Like the zero sum game is that nobody's kind of self-selecting, but it seems like people want to play a win-win game, and then one player decides, you know what, I'm going to apply zero sum on this ecosystem, and it seems to just force everyone into the zero sum when one player decides
It can't not. I mean, that's the rules of a zero-sum game. Is that the minute that a person starts to play a zero-sum game, they have put the other person in a situation where they either choose to fight for their best interests or give them up. End of story. So you cannot play a zero-sum game without somebody else either letting you just take it away or going against you. It forces war, basically.
Feels very overwhelming, and we can feel very powerless when you look at these games playing at a large level. But one of the things I appreciate from the work that you do is you're actually seeing this play out at micro levels, like within small communities, even within ourselves. And I'd be curious to open the topic here, especially for people who are on this path of mastering spirituality. Healing is a big part. And I'm seeing the zero sum games happen at very different levels here. And so I'd love for you to expand on how that works.
Well, society itself is an amalgamation of individuals. So whatever you see happening within an individual in the microcosm is going to be reflected out here in the group in the macrocosm. That's why it is so incredibly important for us, if we understand that reality, to drive our attention towards what we don't want to have reflected in the group within ourselves. It's at this point, though, that we start to become aware of the fact that there's an internal group as well. Now, this is something that's very profound for people to understand and to get into the mentality of, because it becomes very easy for you to see that you actually have aspects of yourself that are playing zero-sum games with other aspects of yourself. Now, you know that, let's say you know that you got a part of you that wants to commit to like doing things that are healthy and good for you, and then you've got another aspect that will go to a nightclub and like pound shots all night long, and then you wake up not knowing who it is you just woke up next to, right? And then you've got that aspect of you that's like, what? How could we have done this again? And so it's obvious that one aspect of you is essentially playing a zero-sum game with another aspect of you. And we've got all kinds of things like this where we've got two parts that are at war and not in a state of coherence with each other, and definitely not in an integrated state. So creating the integration with these aspects of self is one of the most important aspects of not only healing, but changing this dynamic of the reflection we keep seeing in the external world, where there is all these wars taking place and zero-sum games being played. Yeah.
And so, yes, this is a concept I know you elaborate so much on your YouTube series as well. So for anybody who's curious, we're definitely going to put a link towards the YouTube channel. There's so much videos and content that's made available for free for you to deep dive into this content. There's so much to unpack. And for people who are here on the summit, we probably can mostly all of us acknowledge that we have these internal parts, the times we make decisions that seems to be against our best interests. What are some of the things you recommend for people to do if we're trying to create more harmony within ourselves?
Oh, my favorite thing to have people do is to start to recognize these different aspects of themselves. My favorite way to do this is through parts work. Now, parts work is it's not even a method, because there's different methods for parts work, but it's like a mentality of singling out and directly accessing and diving deep with one aspect of yourself so as to understand the full scope of that aspect. So instead of kind of living here in my daily life and knowing maybe there's a part of me that wants to be healthy, but not really diving deep enough to understand why health is so important to this aspect, what its relationship to the other parts of me are, how it feels about my life right now, how it feels about other values I know I have. I mean, you can do a whole deep dive to become as aware as possible of that one. Most of the time, we're just walking around our life not aware of any of that. And it's becoming aware of all of that information that's stored within that one container within ourselves, basically, that we have the keys to bringing our parts together, because you start to find the commonalities that they have between them. And you start to be able to get a picture of what the win-win might be. I'll give you an example. Let's say that you use parts work, right? Which is just a method of directly accessing these aspects to dive deep within one aspect. Let's just stick with the health example. And that one aspect is like, no, when I was 12 years old, I felt what it was to not have any control over my body. And that was really scary. And it scares me that we might live in a world where we've got all of this stuff inundating our bodies all day long, and because of that maybe you get sick and then you have no quality of life. And so it's really important for me to have as much purity as I possibly can have. Okay, so now you found out that what matters the most to this particular aspect of you that is really in love with the idea of health is actually purity. So what it's caring the most about is not something that somebody else might care about relative to health. It's, I don't want the inundation of negative things. Now, that may be something that the other aspect of you that's in a juxtaposed position to might be able to actually get on board with. But let's say you dive deep into the other aspect, and what you find out is that the aspect of you that just like shoves stuff down its throat really just wants belonging within the social group and can't find belonging, doesn't feel like it can find belonging any other way. Well, now this is interesting because the two aren't actually juxtaposed to each other, because one aspect really cares about social belonging and the other cares about purity. Well, that just tells me we need to find a different group to belong to. We need to find belonging within the context of a group that cares much more about health and about making sure that it's existing in a state of purity, right? It could also, the solution could be to bring that forth to the people. Like, there could be a solution to walk up to the friends that are getting drunk all day long and being like, look, I really want to have belonging with you guys. I'm scared if I don't get drunk every night, I'm not going to be able to have belonging with you guys. And if those friends look at you and say, well, yeah, you're not going to belong with us, then it's not about belonging, is it? It's like, we want somebody who's going to have fun with us because, I don't know, our value is fun, and we've only figured out that fun happens through alcohol. Who the hell knows? It's in the deep diving here that you can start to build a picture of the right direction for you, the right way to go, and how to bring these two aspects of yourself into alignment, so that, say, this one can get on board with the concept of what it would be to live a pure life that makes you feel healthier, and this one can get on board with finding belonging. It's not about the war over whether to drink or not.
I find this is very interesting because when you first started talking about this example, what came to mind was the cartoons. When you have like the little angel and the little devil that pops on the shoulders.
Yeah.
But by the end of this, it didn't seem like there was one that was being an angel or one was being a devil. And it seems like the fight that usually happens is like, we seem to have a part of us that's a bad part, and there's a part of us that's a good part, and we're trying to, shut up, devil, shut up. And we're like pushing it down. And I know from your work, this is actually a very bad approach to it.
Oh, it's a terrible approach, and it's just not very conscious, is it? What's so interesting for me when I watch movies is that we're never the bad guy in our own story, which means that no matter what it is, you can look through a lens of a thing being a good thing or a bad thing. I think this often, even when I'm watching things like, say, from National Geographic. I was doing this the other day, where we were watching this little otter pup try to make it in life, and we were so identified with the otter. And then of course, at the last minute, he gets separated by his mother, gets separated from his mother by this, it was like a dolphin or something. And I was like, this is so interesting because right now watching this, I'm having this reaction like, I hate that dolphin. Like, I do not want him near this pup. And I stopped for a minute and I thought, what if this had been a documentary about the dolphin? Because we see this behavior in ourselves. Whatever we are identified with, essentially, we see as good. And we're identified with the struggle. It's because we relate to it. We understand it. But I feel like this type of approach to things would help us immensely if we just threw away this concept of goodness and badness, and we have kind of gotten into this mentality of we have to understand what is behind everything. I'm liking this a little bit more because in today's day and age, I noticed this change about 5 years ago, where even these mainstream movies that have been made have kind of been opening the door a little bit and making things a little bit more gray. They've been creating complex characters for you where all of a sudden we can relate to the place. Like it's not like they used to give you a good background story for the villain of the movie. You didn't feel empathy, you didn't relate, and that's starting to change, and it needs to change more and more. But when it comes to our own internal parts, there's no way for you to create integration with that which you see as bad, because when we identify something as bad, we push it away from ourselves. We deny, suppress, and disown it. So there is no way to bring it close to ourselves, to dive deep so as to understand it, and then to bring it in. And this concept within ourselves, I think we can kind of, grasp this as a concept. We need to blow this out to the greater society. We cannot be walking through the world anymore with a these people are bad, these people are good mentality, because we're going to stay in a zero-sum game if that's the case. Because we're going to perceive them to be separate. Now, I said earlier that, like, in that analogy where we're watching the little otter, the reason why I have that feeling towards the dolphin is because I've othered the dolphin in that moment. I've related to and identified with that otter, and therefore the bad guy in the story is the dolphin. It would have been completely reversed, probably. If the documentary was about the dolphin. So if we take that mentality and we start to dive deep with the things we've judged as bad, whether they're internal or external, the landscape gets a lot less black and white, and that's very, 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 very helpful.
You share that story and I was like, oh yeah, I can see that within myself. Oh, I can see that on the greater landscape of how we look at these wars and these conflicts between countries. Oh, I can see that with like conflicts within friends, family, relationship. And it's like, it happens at every level, but we seem to default to the just make it a bad guy caricature. It seems much less energy intensive than what you're requesting, which is probably one of the biggest problems, isn't it?
Yeah, it's energy intensive to start, but anything is. That's the thing about awakening. It's not very much different than it is when you're learning how to swim or something like that. When you're learning how to swim, to begin with, those strokes are really hard. You're like having to really focus on it, but after a while you really don't have to focus on it. And it's actually no different with these states of awareness. The more you practice being in that more objective perspective, the more you practice understanding rather than judging, the easier it gets, and that becomes a default.
I know there's so much more for people to unpack when they go deeper into your content. Now, for the sake of this summit, we've talked about how we can start to take a moment to identify and have these conversations. Is this something that you recommend people? Is it like a journaling exercise? Is it just a mental process? If I wanted to just do a fraction of this to catch myself and become more aware, what would be the easiest way to practice this?
Oh, we've thrown so many things on the table. Well, from your perspective, what would be the one that would be the most, you think that would be the most interesting for people? Because
Well, I had my things come up, like you mentioned this, and my first default was like, oh, is it like, should I be journaling with two identities of myself? Or,
my
yeah,
favorite method for parts work actually is to have somebody who is in my life, right, who I can trust to be curious rather than set in their own mental perspective, to have them lead me through an exercise where I, in fact, physicalize it. I did a video on this for people who are interested in this, but it's literally called What is Parts Work and How to Do Parts Work. It's on my YouTube channel if people just want like a deeper dive on this. But my favorite thing to do with myself or with people is to set up like 2 different locations in a room, and then when I go into one location, I'm literally mentally gonna intend to become only possessed by that one aspect of me. So I'm gonna take the whole rest of my truth and put it away, Meaning, let's say that I'm going to go into the aspect of me who kicks back, drinks all the time. I'm going to put every aspect of myself to the side mentally, and I'm literally just going to completely embody only the aspect of me that does that. And why it's so beneficial, you could journal, but why it's so beneficial to have somebody there that's asking questions is that that person may ask questions and guide you in a place sort of towards a direction you would never even thought of. They may ask something that you just could not even conceive of as being a question, but that one question that they ask you sitting on the outside of you is the one that like unlocks everything. And you're like, oh my gosh, that's why. This is what I'm after. And now once you have that information, you can't ever have the same relationship with it again. It's not like you can, that's what's so juicy. You can't like go to the club and be like, oh, I'm doing it again, and not be aware of why you're doing it and whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. So, if you're looking to just kind of stay in autopilot, it's probably the worst exercise you can ever do, but that's my favorite way to do it is to physicalize these two different spots. So you're basically going back and forth between these two aspects until you find this sense of completion or sense of integration where the two of them are finding a way to coexist together. If you really want to, if you're like really wanting to do this by yourself, you can journal about it. You can essentially write or even speak from that aspect yourself. And what you're doing is you're in that aspect, but you're simultaneously kind of questioning. So that means the only aspect of you that you're leaving there is like an objective witness. So, and that just looks like internal questioning. So if I say something like, I'm not going to be able to, let's say I'm in that part, I'm not going to be able to get along with anybody here, and like I'm not going to be able to belong in this group if I don't drink. Like, look at what it looks like at the club when I don't drink with these people. Now, that may naturally give rise to the internal question of something like, well, how do I feel about the fact that the only way to belong with these people is to drown myself in alcohol? And as I'm thinking about that as that part of me. And so you could basically do a journaling process where you're essentially doing this internal questioning process to dive as deeply as you can, but you're doing that with both aspects.
I definitely would like your method more. I think that would be super fun to do with a friend who's just asking questions.
Yeah, you just got to make really sure that that friend is not locked into a perspective, because what happens when somebody is not curious and is not open is that they're going to drive you in a direction that they want you to go in. It's not going to be curiosity. So it's not going to be like, okay, and how do you really feel about the fact that that's the only way to belong with people? It's going to be like, oh yeah, and like, how is it like, how honestly do you feel about the fact that you have to drown yourself to be like okay with people? You feel the difference? Like, I've implied in the way that I've asked you that question, what you are doing is wrong. I've already decided. So if you've got that type of friend helping you with this process, it doesn't cause the parts within you to open up and spill themselves out. But this is just more, this is why the process of consciousness never ends, right? Because if you notice aspects of yourself that are kind of judgmental internally towards things like that, that's a new open door. Okay, I've got a serious resistance to this thing. Why do I have that resistance? Can I be sure? It's like you can question yourself to an incredible degree. It's what I love philosophy for. You can question yourself to the point where you can't really dig your teeth into any of these things. And because of that, you are actually much more wide open to alternative perspectives and the real truths to spill out. And you turn into a person where everybody's very excited to spill themselves in front of you because they can tell there's not going to be these massive consequences for it. They're going to be met with open receptivity.
Teal, I think you've just kind of opened the lid on a path that people can decide if they're going to master spirituality. Even just this exercise seems to be something that brings people closer and closer to being more awakened, which again, for the purpose of this summit, I would hope that everyone is here with an objective to be a little more woken up. And I think when you follow some of Teal's practices, you're going to get a chance to have so many tools at your disposal to keep chipping away at all the different aspects of yourself, to become much more integrated within yourself, within your communities, and be a part of the antidote, as Teal has mentioned earlier, that our world so desperately needs. Teal, I'm so grateful you've come to the summit to share your wisdom, your time, and we'd love to give you an opportunity to share some closing words for anybody who is here, learning from various teachers, learning from you, have chosen that they want to go and master spirituality, and they're listening to all these different perspectives. Any closing words?
My closing words would be to expect that on the spiritual path, you're going to run into some serious challenges. If you're walking down this path specifically because you just want to get to a place that feels good, you're going to most likely fall into the trap of using spirituality as a coping mechanism rather than as a tool for awakening. I can tell you, though, that committing to walking down this path is absolutely worth it because it will put you in touch with things that are profoundly more meaningful than just temporary happiness. And it will actually improve your life. Why? Because when you become aware, you become more aware of everything. That means there are a lot of things that will become more painful to you, and a lot of things where you're going to touch levels of pleasure that other people that are less aware literally cannot touch with their perceptual capacities. So it's going to make life a lot more of everything. And most especially, it's going to make it a lot more meaningful. So my advice to you is when you run into these challenges, just keep going because it's worth it. But expect that every time that you get an antidote, there will be another problem presented, to which there will be an antidote, to which there will be another problem presented. I think that having that kind of an expectation makes it so that when you run into those blockages, you don't have as much of a crisis about, wait, I thought this whole thing was going to go different.
Teal, thank you so much. What a wonderful way to close the session. And seriously, I appreciate you coming here and sharing. For everybody who is tuning in, make sure that you go and check out the Ask Teal episodes on YouTube. There's so much content there that you can dive into all the various aspects and troubleshoot whatever is a problem that you're currently navigating. You'll see that the antidote might not be as far as you think because it is already within you and answers are there to guide you. Parts work, how to do it. There is a video about that. We'll make sure that you are directed there. And we're going to have a special bonus for everyone who is on this summit, so you can actually experience a lot more healing and discover some of Teal's core work around the completion process. We'll make sure to send you more information on that after the session. Teal, once again, thank you so much. This was absolutely brilliant and wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Teal never fails to disappoint in dropping truth bombs, good wisdom that is applicable, and a perspective that is usually fresh to the ears of people who haven't heard from Teal before. Me and Teal have worked closely together for quite a long time, quite fond of her work, and this is why she is one of the official partners for this summit. And as such, I'm very, very excited about an invitation I want to bring to everyone as we're going to take a short break before we get into the afternoon session. And during this break, here's what I want to share with all of you. I'm going to share my screen real quick so you all get a chance to see what I am going to share with all of you. If you've enjoyed the session with Teal and you would like to see more of Teal, well, she's put together an incredible session. Oops. Let me just put this on the stage so you get to see it. Oops. Here we go. Ta-da! She has a class happening after this summit, and we want to do an invitation for everybody to be a part of it. It is all about the road to resolve. It is a 3-day workshop. It's going to be offered for absolutely free for everybody who's joining. It's happening on the 27th, 28th, 29th of June, and I will be the host of such a session. And so me and Teal are going to be talking live for 3 days, talking everything around healing. We'll be talking about more definitions of healing. We'll be talking about her completion process, and you'll get to experience a very powerful healing experience on the 3rd day as well. So if this is something you'd like to add to your calendar for the weekend, this is going to be an incredible event. It's done once a year. And so the timing of our summit and the fact that they're doing this 3-day class, we want to make sure that you all get a chance to register. You'll learn to heal, integrate, and transform in the process. And take a moment, read more about the process here. The link, I will drop it into the chat right now. Actually, it's already dropped in. Make sure you all get to see it. Click the link. You'll have to copy that link, which is scale4impact-tealswan.thrivecard.com/road-2-resolve-VIP. And so you'll be taken to this page. You'll get to see everything that is included for this incredible day. It's a free day. You can upgrade to VIP, where we're going to have some live Q&As as well, get to connect with Teal. But you can enjoy the full 3 days of the Road to Resolve program for absolutely free. Big thank you to Teal and for everybody here at Summits for Impact. We want to give you some goodies so you get to continue on your journey towards healing and doing all the things to do with transformation and mastering spirituality. Which brings me to a moment of just saying we're going to take a short break here. So I'll be back at about 20 past the hour. And so that means about 11 minutes. So in 11 minutes, we'll be right back. While you are waiting, you can take the time to register. When we start back in about 11 minutes or 10 minutes, we have more incredible speakers, including our first speaker has a powerful experiential session. So you want to make sure you're sitting down at your desk, not operating any machinery. You will have a moment to be closing your eyes and experiencing breath work. So stay tuned for that. We're going to have Anodea Judith, Sarah McCrum. I saw somebody was excited to see Sarah today, and Martin Aylward, who are going to be joining us, as well as Michael Stone. It's going to be absolutely incredible. I'm going to put the link as well right here to make sure that the link does work. I'm throwing it up right over here. So just copy pasted that. The link should work. And if we're still having issues with the link, we'll make sure to refresh that by the time you come back from the break. So take a moment to shake your legs, take a deep breath, but not too much, because we're going to be breathing together much more in the next session with Michael Stone, where we're actually going to be doing a powerful breathing exercise as well. Thank you all for being a part of the summit. Let's take that quick breather, grab your refreshments, and I will see you in about 10 minutes. right, everyone. We're going to be starting in about 2 minutes. And while we wait, take a moment to just share, for those of you who are just joining, one of the unique opportunities we give for people who want to be a part of our initiative, Summits for Impact, where we're trying to create an amazing library for people to connect and learn from the best teachers around the world in a powerful community that is dedicated towards learning. And we have a great offer for those of you who are attending the summit right now. If you're looking to have a curated set of tools for your personal growth, where it touches spirituality, abundance, parenting, your health, and more, this subscription that we put together, this membership, actually allows you to have access to over 250 video lessons from our top performing summits. We have exclusive bonuses from the teachers and the speakers that have come to these summits that we provide as gifts for everyone who's a member. There are transcripts, audio recordings, and guidebooks for every session that you get to attend. And there's early and exclusive access to some of the new summits that we have in the works. It's an ongoing access to all the new materials and the recordings as the membership continues to include more and more of the summits that we bring to you. We have so many teachers that are part of this, some of them such as Brendan Kane. We have Neil Donald Walsh, Jack Canfield, Marianne Williamson, and more, all part of this incredible lineup of great speakers teaching some of their methods, some of them on the summit here with Mastering Spirituality. People have been raving about it, have been having a chance to go through what is the content that they need, that their soul desires based on the growth and priorities of their life. We're bringing you a summit on all the various topics. Some of the best summits we've had that are included in this membership include the current summit that we're doing on Mastering Spirituality, where you get to listen to the recordings at any time you like. They become accessible to you at all times. And we also have the Embodiment Summit, which is all about embodying personal growth, a Parenting Mastery Summit, the Mastering Abundance Summit, which is more about bringing financial abundance into your life, the Scale Summit, which was very much focused for entrepreneurs and those looking to grow their business, and Rocking Life at Any Age, for those who are looking for a set of tools that will keep their health in check as they grow through the ages. Now, the entire membership is $99 for your first year. That means for the entire year, you have access to all of this and the upcoming summits. And if you're just looking to have VIP access and anytime access to the current summit, it's $99 as a one-time fee. But for $99, you actually get to this and so much more. So we do encourage you to consider our membership. I'll remove my picture here. So for those of you who can take a moment, you can scan the QR code. That'll take you to the page that shares more about exactly what is included in the membership. And we want to make sure that you get a chance to take this opportunity to join our community of people who are interested in Summits for Impact. We're trying to make a difference, and we bring it with all these summits where all these speakers come to share. We get to offer some of these sessions for free for those who join live, and those who are part of the membership get to continue to learn and grow in the process. Thank you all for your support. This makes it so that we can continue to bring these excellent summits to all of you and start making that ripple effect of positivity around the world. So take a moment with that. And for the last call, I'll make sure that in the comments, we've put up a link so that you can actually get a chance to sign up for Teal's 3-day event. That is happening at the end of this week, and this will be your last call for you to register. So we've put the link into the chat. You'll be able to actually sign up right here. We've just highlighted as well. Go read more, and we hope to see you at this future event in partnership with Teal, one of our major partners for this summit. And so we get to actually participate in another 3 days where you are focused exclusively on healing, trauma, and more. So with that being said, I think we're ready for our part 2. So how was your morning? I saw some thanks coming in already. So we have Balani talking about thank you for Alex Howard, Dr. Dain Heer, and Teal Swan. Let's not forget also our contributions from Rej, who was an incredible speaker for this morning. So 4 incredible talks have already went by. We have another 4 that are joining us this afternoon. And as I've mentioned before the break, the next speaker is actually going to have a embodiment practice, which will be a series of breathwork. We'll talk about that, and you'll get to experience that. And so stay tuned as we're going to play these next talks back to back, and you'll get a chance to experience something that will energize you as we're halfway through the summit. Spoiler alert. Every day after our little break, we will have some sort of embodiment practice that allow you to get activated, energized, and ready for the second part of your day. We want to leave you leaving this summit with a lot of energy, and this will be the part that will really charge you up in the process. And so with that, without further ado, let's welcome our next speakers for the afternoon, and please enjoy our summit for Mastering Spirituality.
to this incredible session on the Mastering Spirituality Summit. I'm very excited about the conversation we're going to be having today with an expert when it comes to looking into trauma, looking into how do we operate with our emotions, navigate this life, and truly bring some of the more traditional aspects of therapy into some of the more modern ways to add the elements of spirituality and to truly bring it to the modern times where we want to have actual healing and we want to have transformation happen in the process. Alex Howard is CEO of Alex Howard Group. He's operating the leading clinic, the Optimal Health Clinic. It's an online platform called The Conscious Life as well, has an online coaching program called the Reset Program, and he has trainings in therapeutic coaching and therapeutic nutrition. He has his super conference, has been attended by over 1 million people, and he has his YouTube series called Therapy with Alex Howard, where he brings real life patients onto the studio to be able to showcase how transformation does happen. He has published.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was
Many,
coming
many-
back to the morning session. I will take a moment to start our afternoon session.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mastering Spirituality Summit. I'm very excited to bring a guest here, a dear friend who has really brought the work of breath work to the masses and is continuously making sure that people have access to tools to be more present, to be more connected, to reground themselves and truly use the power and the benefits that come with breathworks that not only help you on the spiritual realm, but in every realm of your life. And I'm very excited that he's going to be coming here for a session that not only will be sharing some new ideas on how to look at spirituality and consider breathwork as one of the tools to use in your journey towards mastering spirituality, but we're actually going to have a session that is quite experiential. So we're going to get a chance to practice, feel, experience. And so I want to give an extra notice for everybody who's tuning in that this is going to be a great session for you to truly be in a stable place, preferably on your desktop, be in a position where you're not moving, not operating machinery, definitely not driving. You should definitely not be driving listening to this summit, but you're going to want to have a chance to be able to be present, no distractions, because we're going to have to do some exercises that are going to be quite powerful. And we wouldn't want you to miss out on the transformation that will come from this. The guest that we have today is Michael Stone. He is a neurodynamic breathwork, the founder of the practice, an international speaker, a specialist on breathwork. He's actually co-founder of the Train Your Brain Master Course, and he's truly going to help us understand how we can use this powerful tool in our lives to reconnect, find purpose, and do so much more. The man has shared the stage with so many incredible people such as Dr. Gabriel May, Joe Dispenza, Tony Robbins, Catherine Mice, and so much more. And he's here on the summit with us. Michael, welcome.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm really looking forward to this.
It's a pleasure to have you here. I mean, it's not our first conversation. You know, I've had a chance to have a conversation with you a few months back where you gave us a chance to share your breath work and some of the transformation you've created for people in the realm of abundance. But here we're reconnecting with spirituality. And there's a question I love asking everybody who's come on the summit, which is, spirituality seems to play a role for everyone we've brought in to the summit. It seems to have had either a pivotal moment in their life or an ever presence in their journey to bring them towards the impact that they make, the transformations they've called in others. And so I'd love to dive into your own relationship with spirituality.
Oh, that's a perfect way to start. And I didn't come to spirituality through a religion or a teacher or anything like that. And it wasn't part of my upbringing. I was very science oriented when I grew up. And it was kind of like, if I couldn't see it, it didn't exist. Prove it to me. And I did very well in that area of my life. And it was like in school, I did very well. Anything where I had to think things through, I was very, very successful. But the other areas of my life where, like, for instance, that were more heart-oriented, that were more what I now would call spirit-oriented, not so good. One of those areas was like relationships. And it was like I would go into these relationships, and having a successful relationship was very important to me because I saw that it was like my parents just, just were so happy in their relationship and with kids, and we were like the center of their lives. I'm going, okay, I want some of that. But I would get into relationship after relationship and they would all fail. And, as I said, I wasn't really in a spiritual space at that point. So in my little thinking mind, I was going, okay, I just haven't met the right person yet.
There's so many women out there. I just have to keep trying and keep trying and keep trying. And I wasn't in a place yet where, I mean, now looking back on it, it's obvious, but clearly I was the factor that was there with all the relationships that had nothing to do with them. But at that point, I just kept trying and trying and trying. And then at a certain point, and this was a couple decades, I met this woman who was living with her ex-boyfriend, and I felt really good about her. She wanted to go down to Peru to, she said, see pink dolphins, which I had no idea if that existed or not. I didn't really care. I thought, okay, let's give it a try. Maybe this is the one. And we went into the Amazon, and the first evening, a local shaman went out with us, and he goes, "Hey, you guys want to have this religious experience we have down here?" And I'm going, I don't just say yes to those kind of things. I'm chemical engineer, science, no. So, but the woman I was with, she's going, "Oh, we have to do this no matter what it is." I'm going, "No, what is this?" And she says, "It's very simple. I go out into the rainforest, I get this vine and this leaf, mix it all together, you drink it, you have a spiritual experience." And so I'm going, "You've got to be kidding." In my head at least. What if you get the wrong stuff? And it's like in chemical engineering, you mix 0.52 grams of this, 0.6 grams of that. You don't make a witch's brew and drink it up. But she's going, "Oh, we have to do this, Michael. Oh my God, this is like, what an opportunity." And it was a real breakthrough for me at that point, because I just went into this spontaneous place, and I'm going, okay, if I die doing this, at least I'm in the rainforest. I've had an amazing life. Let's just go for it. See what happens. And as you probably have guessed by now, was ayahuasca. I had this, probably what I would say is the first real spiritual experience in my life, where I felt this sense of the world is a safe place. And I felt really like connected to all that is. And so when I got back to the United States, I'm going, okay, first of all, I'm not really into taking substances. Second of all, I'm not going down to Peru every week to have these kinds of experiences. But if I can have it, the receptors have to be there in my brain. And so there's got to be other ways of activating those receptors. And that's what brought me to breathwork. And I first started with holotropic breathwork. And I was drawn to it because it was developed by a psychiatrist who had done years of work with LSD psychotherapy, and then did research on how traditional societies had gotten into these kind of expanded states to basically allow themselves to have these experiences. And he ultimately came up with holotropic breathwork as something that he developed where people could access these same states. And as soon as I had my first couple experiences, oh my God, it was like this whole new part of life opened up for me. And I really got this sense that I do have something inside of me that I'd never really been able to access. And I call it an inner guiding intelligence, this deeper part of my psyche that knows exactly what I need to experience to expand, grow, and heal, and that has all the answers that I need. So that was like this huge breakthrough for me. And so at that point, I kind of said, okay, I went through, got certified in holotropic breathwork, started leading courses so I could allow other people to have these types of experiences, especially people who were 100% science brain like me, because maybe it never like, were going through the same process I did, but also other people. And had these amazing experiences, and then ultimately found that, in holotropic breathwork, there were like, 12-hour days, and you had to do them in person. And I really saw that this could change world consciousness. This could make a difference in the world if people got better access to their own inner guidance and started to feel more connected, not only to themselves, but to all that is. And so I developed my own breathwork that could be done online and could be done for large numbers of people safely, which I call neurodynamic breathwork. And that's what I do today. But it was just this amazing transformation of like who I was in the world. It was really beautiful.
I like the pointing out of that. Isn't that a powerful feminine energy that came into your life and guided you to this other side of the world, which is quite a gift that we have in this experience for sure. I'd be curious to know, since there's a lot of people on the session here, we're on mastering spirituality. So I feel like most of the people who have joined this summit have probably self-selected, and the majority are probably open and receptive to spirituality. But there's probably a few that are on the sidelines that were curious, maybe very skeptical, quite left-brained and scientific-minded as you were before. And even the concept of being on this summit might be something they might not have shared to anybody. It's maybe just something they came in here with a little bit of curiosity. But if you had a message to, which could be kind of a version of your younger self before you discovered this side, this spiritual side of life, what's a message you would bring up to the people who might be hesitant around considering this topic and the importance that it holds? And here they've decided to dip a toe in what might be waiting for them, what kind of things they're missing out if they don't decide to take this seriously.
I would say that the message to me is that, and for people who are on the science side, what I'm talking about is part of science now. It didn't used to be with quantum theory and with non-locality and that type of thing. So it isn't like there's science here and spirituality here anymore. They've basically come together with the newest scientific discoveries. And whether you look at it from a science perspective or from what I would call a more spiritual perspective, it's really a question of, normally, like when we're in our ego mind, we feel very disconnected. We're like, in this skin encapsulated body, and we're by ourselves, and we don't really feel a strong sense of connection to other people or to the world. That was my experience of life. And so I would say that if that is you, like it was me, there is a pathway. We are all connected. And there is a science around that now too, for those people who are, really into the science side, that you can research. But the bottom line is that ultimately for me, that's a huge piece of what life is all about. And I wasn't really happy, when I was just looking into the outside world for the answers and feeling disconnected from the deeper parts of myself in the world. Even though I was accomplished in life, I was very, very successful, but I wasn't happy, and there was something missing. So, what I would say is, if you look and see that you do feel there's maybe something missing in your life, that this is something that really does need to be explored, and can offer you this tremendous change in who you are in the world.
I find that breath work is one of those modalities that seems most accessible for the masses because there's a lot of research behind it. There's a lot of data behind it that makes it much more easy to consider and accept. And so I'm very glad that you're bringing this kind of tool to us. And I was going to ask, since we're having an experience session, if there was like a simple practice, habit, or mindset someone could adopt that maybe just 5 minutes a day could deepen their spiritual connection.
Yeah, so if you only have like a few minutes, one of the practices that I use that I really see as kind of at the nexus of science and spirituality is a practice of gratitude. And there's a science behind it, and it's where they meet really. It's been shown to reduce cortisol, boost dopamine and serotonin, strengthen the brain's emotional regulation centers. But beyond all that, it's a doorway into presence. It connects us to the sacredness of just this moment and allows us to appreciate this moment. So what I'd like to do at this point is just guide us through a very brief gratitude meditation, if that's okay.
I would love that.
Okay. All right. So again, this is just going to be very brief. And so let's get started. Okay, so let's just take a moment to check in with yourself. And now, if it's possible, if you can, just stand up with your feet kind of really like centered and flat on the ground. Or if you can't, you can just sit, it's okay. But just be in a grounded position and close your eyes. And gently bring your feet to about shoulder width apart and just create a stable, grounded base. Really feel the ground beneath you supporting you. And now roll your shoulders back, open your chest, and just gently lift your head. And place a soft smile on your face. Even if it feels a little bit forced, it's totally fine. And take a slow, deep breath and let your belly rise as you inhale. So take a slow but deep breath. No effort, just soft, natural breathing, but into your belly, not just into your chest. And now, bring to mind one thing that you're grateful for right in this moment. It might be your breath, someone you love, or simply the fact that you showed up today. And just take a moment till just something comes to your mind, whatever it is fine. And then gently let that feeling of gratitude expand, letting it flow out of your mind into your heart and throughout your entire body. Just let it settle deep into your being. And now think back to a moment in your life in the past when you felt truly grateful. Maybe it was a hug you needed, a moment of awe, a burst of laughter. And now really step into the moment as if you were there. See what you saw, hear what you heard, feel what you felt. Really let the memory come alive inside of you. And now as you breathe, again taking full deep breaths, but very gently, let the breath carry that feeling of gratitude and allow it to ripple through you. Let it permeate your whole body. And now gently place one or both of your hands on your heart and take a breath into that space. And now send some gratitude to yourself for the ways you've contributed to others in your life, for the strength it's taken to get to this moment, for your willingness to expand, grow, and show up today. And let that feeling of gratitude for yourself spread into every cell of your body. Breathe it in. Really let it land. And when you're ready, gently open your eyes and just stretch a little if that feels good. And just take a moment to notice how you feel now. Do you feel any different than a few minutes ago? Do you feel more grounded? And if not, that's okay too. And that's just a very, very simple, very brief exercise to really, for most people at least, allows them to be more present, more in their body, more in the moment, and in a more gentle space.
I think I was off frame during this exercise, but I had a big smile on my face going through these moments. What happened just there? We went through a gratitude practice, and I'd love for you to kind of maybe break the fourth wall and just explain, because I'm feeling good, I'm feeling
Mhm.
present. What's this energy that's happening when we take the time to do an exercise like this?
Well, again, two sides of it. One is the science, where it's been shown to reduce cortisol, boost dopamine and serotonin, strengthen the brain's emotional regulation. But it's also a way of bringing yourself, not just bringing yourself into the present moment, but allowing yourself to appreciate it. And, in general in life, our brain is designed for survival, not really for thriving or to be happy. It doesn't really care about that. It wants us to have kids so the human race survives. That's how it was developed. And so it really allows us to kind of override that programming and allows us to really see the beauty in life. When you start to think about things that you're grateful for, usually it's more about what our problems are, what struggles we're having right now. How can we go through this? We very rarely allow ourselves just to take a few moments and to really see the beauty of what's around us and how amazing this journey in life is. So it just puts us in a very, very different place. It's kind of like where your energy goes, that's what you notice. And so it takes our energy and our focus away from what's wrong, what's the problem, and puts it into what's right and what's beautiful in this moment.
Hmm. I'd be curious to know from your perspective, what are maybe one of the ways that people might misunderstand spirituality, especially if you're thinking of accessing this realm, it's not something you're familiar with. Do we have some fundamental misconceptions around what it is in general?
Yes. Well, from my perspective, we do. And one big one is thinking that spirituality is about always feeling peaceful or calm and or like kind of high vibe or whatever. And that if you're doing it right, you shouldn't feel fear, you shouldn't feel anger or grief. But to me, that's totally not true. Real spirituality includes the whole human experience, not just what I call the shiny parts. And in my work, I've seen that the real breakthroughs often come when people allow themselves to feel what they've spent a lifetime avoiding. And that's when something really opens up. That's when the transformation begins. And another misunderstanding is that spirituality has to look a certain way. That you need a guru, you need like a lineage or something like that, or some external authority to guide you. And for me, the truth is that the most powerful guidance is already within you. And, that's why when I designed neurodynamic breath work, I designed it to be non-directive. It's basically a way to use your breath and music to quiet the ego mind and connect inside to your own, what I call inner guiding intelligence, which is where the answers lie. And that's what I found with my own breath work. It's like I no longer, like in relationships, I wasn't looking to find the right person. I was looking to shift myself in a way where I was open and ready to have a relationship. It changes everything when I'm looking inside for the answers and trying to depend on the outside world to solve my problems. And to me, that's a big piece of spirituality. So it isn't about like performing, it's about presence. It's not about being better. It's about being more real and more connected to who you really are.
Yeah, I feel there's this idea of spirituality that is like the non-blinking stare with the head tilt and everything is love and light. But particularly with breath work, as you've mentioned, it becomes a gateway to experience emotions that we often avoid. I know for me, one of the earliest times I've done breath works, like I've found myself in tears, like
Mm,
heavy emotion going through. And there's a part of me that would not have associated that as a spiritual experience, but it was a powerful experience.
right.
And I think that's something many people do when they get through a very intensive breathwork session. So maybe unpack a bit more of what goes on there, because yeah, that I was almost forced through the breathwork to face things I didn't want to look at.
Right. So, and this brings in also the aspect in breathwork of healing, along with the, kind of spiritual aspect of it. And when we're growing up, well, first of all, let's start from the beginning. Many people, many of us consider like, yes, I want to feel the positive emotions, quote unquote, whatever that positive means, but I don't want to feel the negative ones. It's too uncomfortable. And, our brain is wired to search out comfort and to avoid discomfort. Again, this is part of its kind of programming of evolution to anything that's uncomfortable, it kind of has this programming, oh, it could be a risk. I don't want to go there. And so, as we're growing up, when we do feel these more difficult emotions, first of all, it takes resources in order to work with those, because of its discomfort. And many times we don't have them as children. And so many times we just push them back into our body. And, ultimately for me, spirituality is about fully experiencing everything that life has to offer, not picking and choosing. I want to experience this, but I don't want to experience that. That never works. Because if you don't experience the negative emotions, you can't truly dive into the positive emotions either. Like it just doesn't work like that. And much of the learning has to do with the more difficult emotions. The emotions, they're just messengers. They're messages from your body that just want to be fully felt and released, and they're telling you about something that's going on. If you're feeling fear or anxiety, there's a message there. Something needs to shift. What's going on? Something that. So it's just kind of a conversation that you're having with your body. So, but as we suppress these emotions into our body, first of all, it does a lot of damage to our health and well-being eventually, because so much of our body energy is spent on repression and not what it's really designed to do, which is basically to allow us to really fully experience what's in the moment, to be healthy, to be alive, to wake up and really feel good about getting up instead of feeling tired. So part of the process in breath work is, and again, the breath and the music quiets the ego mind. You connect to this, I call it inner guiding intelligence. There's science behind it. Joe Dispenza calls it connection to the quantum field. Some people call it connection to source or higher self, but that deeper part of our psyche that already has all the answers. And that's where the action is. And it will bring you the experience that you're ready to experience, and that will give you, the most benefit in the moment in the way that you can best accept it. So there's a variety of experiences in breath work. Some people have emotional releases, some people don't. They may not be ready for it, or they may not need it in this moment. But people can have emotional releases where they cry, they laugh, and they can be bliss too. They can be positive or negative. Some people have sound releases, because we encourage people, just let whatever wants to happen. Surrender to the process. Just trust your inner guidance and just let life flow through you. And so some people have these sound releases. Some people move because their body just wants to release stress and tension that way. Some people have visuals, like with psychedelic experiences, or they go back into their childhood and re-experience things, but from a more transformative and healing viewpoint. Some people have what we call transpersonal experiences, which are kind of interesting, where which you could never have just walking around in your everyday life, like past life experiences or lineage healings, or where you connect with, let's say, someone who's passed away and get a completion with them, where as like these feelings of deep, deep, deep connection to all that is, like you're just part of something amazing, which you actually can have in everyday life too, if you do some of this work, or just these experiences of deep relaxation. if that's what you need. Or actually, you can have a rebirthing experience. That's another quite interesting one. Your birth experience is the most traumatic thing you'll ever go through, that kind of fight for life through the birth canal. But the bottom line is, you don't guide the experience. You just let whatever wants to happen. And ultimately, that's part of what spirituality for me is all about, is really being with the entire experience of life in a way where you can really dive into everything and be fully present and fully appreciate whatever it is. Every experience in life has its own beauty. It's only when we suppress it or twist it that it starts to get messed up. Anger has its own beauty if you just let it be what it is, in the same way that bliss does. So it's really about presence, being in the moment, and allowing life to flow through you.
I'd be curious to know if somebody would be practicing an exercise, say for 30 days, and trying to experience a spiritual breakthrough using breath work. Is there something that they could continue doing? Maybe something they should stop doing, or maybe start doing? We've done the exercise on gratitude, but what would be something that you could do regularly for a month that would really, truly help you get closer to a spiritual breakthrough? And perhaps this is something that that's going to really make a change in what that would look like at the end of 30 days.
I would say that everybody has their own path. And, for some people, it might be meditation. For me, it would be, obviously if I find something that works for me, I'm already doing it. But if I was looking at, okay, in 30 days, I really want to focus on this, I would make an absolute commitment to do breath practices every day. Because I've found that for me, that's the one thing that really is the connection from the conscious mind to the unconscious mind. And it's the most powerful for me. It's the only thing that we can actually consciously control in our body functions. Like you can't control how your liver works or your kidney works or anything like that. So it really is the bridge, basically, to me. And so I would just really do a regular breathwork practice every day. And it doesn't have to be, like my breathwork that I do, neurodynamic, is, an hour of breathing. We do an intro talk so that people know what to expect, and then a sharing circle afterwards, so people have this amazing community. But it can also be just in the morning when you wake up, just kind of closing your eyes and just do slow, deep breathing just for a few minutes to ground yourself before you start the day. And if I don't do that, I'm already in my head. As soon as I get up, it's, okay, what do I have to do now? I better get on my computer and see what my emails are. And it's very difficult to go through life in that kind of ungrounded, anxious space and really be effective and really have joy in your life. It's kind of like if I don't do my breath practice, at the end of the day, I'm just tired. Because I feel like I've just been forcing myself to do things instead of just being with what is. I get twice as much done, and I feel much, much better at the end of the day. And doing a regular breathwork practice can really have a profound effect. And one of the important things is it doesn't matter how old you are. People can shift no matter what their age is. And if it's okay, I'll just share a brief video of someone who did our breathwork, just to give you an example of that.
I like being almost a kid again. That feeling of looking at the world through a child's eye. And I think that's a lot of what breathwork has done. It's brought that back for me. My name is Ruddy Havel, and I am 79 years old. I've been doing breathwork for about a year now, and it's changed my life in so many different ways. I didn't expect much because I hadn't gotten much in the past. So I was just really shocked at how I changed drastically in the first 6 months. And I'm still changing. I appreciate everything that I have much more than I used to. I took things for granted before. I don't take anything for granted now. I look in the mirror and say, who is that guy? He didn't smile this much before. He didn't laugh this much before. He isn't having fun. I'm a lot softer and gentler. I laugh more. I don't worry about 90% of the things I used to. It's a gift to be alive. It's a gift. That's the biggest thing. Before I say, oh, you mean I have to spend another 20 years on this planet? What am I going to do? Now I can't wait to get up and do it. Life is too precious to waste. Life is too valuable to squander, too valuable to worry about. You just get out there and do it. And I had no idea what I was stepping into when I started breathwork. I would recommend breathwork to everybody. It doesn't matter what age you are. I started when I was 78, and now I'm 58.
I love that story because there's so many people who might be on this call thinking, well, it's too late now. And that really puts things into perspective. And you really have benefits that can last for the ages. And particularly in today's age where maybe the world seems even more chaotic, which might be one of the reasons people have been drawn to a summit on spirituality. I wondered if you had any additional advice and maybe some reassurance for people who might be feeling more anxiety than ever, feeling that the world is more chaotic, and we're introducing this practice, some of the benefits that'll come their way when they start considering this practice to really make sure that we're off on the right start here.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it has to do with, when you look into the world, there's chaos, there's disarray, but there's also beauty. So it really depends on where is your energy going to go? What are you going to focus on? And I think that unfortunately, if when we spend a lot of time on social media these days, flipping through our phone or, watching YouTube on our computers or whatever, and the vast majority of stuff that's out there, and even like watching TV, it's not what's really happening. They want to have something that's really dramatic so you come back and keep watching some more. They want to evoke these crazy emotions. Oh my God, what's going on? Because then you keep watching. So it's not a balanced view of what's out there. So I think the important thing is that as much as you can, stay off of that stuff. Don't watch the evening news. It's not really what's going on. It's just they're picking and choosing, and really kind of tune into more of the beauty of life. It's all around us, everywhere. You don't have to look for it. Just walk outside your door. It's like, and there's even I'll do a very brief practice because I want to leave time for the breathwork experience. Just a very, very quick thing you can do whenever as you're going through life. Like, let's say you meet someone here, visit someone that you love, or just walk out in nature or whatever. You can do what I call a first and last practice. And what I mean by that is just imagine that it's the first time you've ever seen this or been with this person. So you've never seen them before, so you have no preconceived ideas of how they are, and that this is the last time you'll ever see them. So you don't want to leave anything left unsaid. And so you can like let's say, just think about how, like, let's say you've been away from someone that you care about for a while, and you see them again, or even when you wake up in the morning, instead of taking them for granted, just looking at them through that lens. And that's really a way to stay in the moment and stay really in the beauty of life. Because, when you were a kid, everything was amazing. It was the first time you saw it, and you had no preconceived notions. Like you were in this space of wonder and curiosity. And that space is always available to us, but we have to really consciously create it. Or else our mind, it takes things for granted. Once it sees what's out there, you're not really looking at it anymore. It's just looking into its memory from when you've seen it before. So you have to kind of consciously work on that.
Michael, I love the conversation that we've had, the experience we've already had, but I know that part of this session, I'd be wanting to ask you if you could guide us through the breathwork experience so we can begin to feel what you were talking about and maybe get a taste of some of the transformation that comes from doing this powerful work.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is just do a little taster session. And the normal sessions are about 1 hour. And the music is quite evocative. So for this one, though, and it's designed to allow the psyche to really dive into some deep places and get these releases, these emotional releases, or all these visuals and stuff. But today, for the purpose of this talk, I'm going to do a shorter, more gentle experience, just to give you a taste. And I call it like a breathe and reset breath meditation. It'll just be 8 minutes of music, and the music will be much more gentle, and the breathing will be more gentle. So normally when we do this, we breathe. I tell people to breathe faster and deeper, but today we're going to be taking full deep breaths, but just at normal rhythm, or even slower than normal is totally fine too. So you feel your belly expand on the in-breath, go back to normal on the out-breath. In and out, and we're going to start with mouth breathing, just so it's more fluid to move the breath. And again, you're just going to be breathing normal pace or a little bit slower. So just kind of like, some people like to let a little sigh in the out breath, but no stress in the body, just kind of an enjoyable breath. And this will be an eyes closed experience. So you want to keep your eyes closed all the way through and just allowing whatever wants to happen. Just letting life flow through you. If sounds want to come, fine. If your body wants to move a little bit, and you can do this sitting or laying down, either one's fine. Just be comfortable, and you're going to be closing your eyes or wearing an eye mask, either way. And, if you have something available, you can put a headset on or something, or you can just listen if you have earbuds or whatever, but you're going to be listening to music. So whatever you can do to get decent sound quality. And then just be with whatever wants to happen. And that's it. And then just notice, does anything shift in 8 minutes? Just 8 minutes of breathing. That's it. And at the end, I'm going to just keep your eyes closed for just another minute, and I'll be just bringing you back with a very gentle meditation. And if during the session your breath wants to change, like your body just wants to breathe in a little bit of a different way, that's okay. So if towards the end, when the music's very gentle, your body wants to just go to normal breathing, just let it do so. Or if at some point it wants to switch to in through the mouth, out through the nose, totally fine. And it's really just about, and this is in the longer sessions too, we trust our experience to our inner guidance, and we trust the breath to our body. This is all about listening more deeply to yourself, to your own inner guidance. So let's get started. If you do have a lot of windows open or something with Firefox or Chrome, you might want to close those out just so you get solid internet connection. And at this point, just take a deep breath and let it out. And then just gently close your eyes. And you'll be keeping your eyes closed during this entire experience. And just noticing your breath for a moment, watching it flow through your body, letting go of what happened earlier today or what's going to happen later. Just being present in this moment, in your body, in the now. And now deepening the breath, starting to take full deep breaths in and out of the mouth, breathing fully and deeply, deeply and fully, fully and deeply. But no stress, and at normal speed, or even a little bit slower than normal is totally fine. Just make it enjoyable. Breathing fully and deeply, deeply and fully, fully and deeply. And if your body wants to make a little sigh in the out-breath or whatever, that's totally fine. And now for the next 8 minutes, just letting life flow through you. If your body wants to move or make a sound, just let it happen and just go with the flow. And here we go. And now just leaving your eyes closed for just another few moments. Feels right. Just kind of watching your breath and just allowing yourself just to be in a very gentle space. Being with yourself, no place to go, nothing to do in this moment. And now if it feels right, just taking just a few moments to send yourself some love. Maybe giving yourself a hug. We're generally very difficult on ourselves, a tough inner critic. It's incredibly healing just to send yourself some love energy. Really allow yourself to feel it. And when you're ready, you can open up your eyes and welcome back. And just notice, do you feel any different just with 8 minutes of breath? And if you didn't, that's okay too. Just allowing whatever happened to be what happened. Trust whatever you needed, that's what you got. And that completes the breath meditation.
I'm in a different space, Michael. I went through a lot, and I think for anybody who takes the time to do that, there's a journey that's unique and powerful in its own way every time you do it. And I'm so grateful that you got to come here and give us a very experiential way of going through this summit. And I think for having a session that allows us to have an instant shift to feel grounded and present is just a gift. And I'm so grateful for you to coming here to share that with everyone here. And I'd be curious to know, before I let you go, to know where people could go to find out more about your work if they want to go deeper, whether it's for themselves. I know that you have a chance for people to become practitioners as well, but where would be additional resources people could go towards if they want to explore this aspect?
If you'd like to explore this further, just come to our website, which is just breathworkonline.com. Very simple. And you can try a free breathwork session. A longer 1-hour session. We do 5 live sessions every week. They're all facilitated online through Zoom, just like this. And we can just do them from your bed or lay down or sit up, all very comfortable. And the first session is free. And just so that way, ultimately you can talk about this, as you know, but having the experience is very different, as you just saw. So I encourage you, if you resonated with this at all, give it a try and see where it goes. And as you said, we also have a facilitator, breathwork facilitator training for those of you who want to actually lead these sessions for other people, to support your friends and family to really be more present, expand, grow, and heal. But all the information is on the website.
We're going to put a link to that for people to go deeper. And I just want to say one more time, thank you for your time, your wisdom, the experience. It was a beautiful session, and I think something that everybody can take from the summit and actually have an instant transformation, which is amazing. Thank you for getting the people on the fence to go deeper into spirituality and using breath work as a powerful tool. And so very, very grateful to have you here, and thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's been great. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another incredible session on our Mastering Spirituality Summit. I'm very excited to bring a teacher that has influenced me in my awareness of a powerful system for anyone on a journey to being more spiritual, understanding yourself, and navigating the world. I'm speaking about the chakra system, which is going to be an emphasis for the conversation today. And I have Anodea Judith that is joining me. If you're not familiar with her, she has written multiple best-selling books around bringing the chakra system around the world, multiple languages. She is a registered yoga teacher, a therapist, holds a master and doctoral degrees in psychology and health, and truly helped the world bridge the gap between this practice, this methodology around chakras, and really bringing it to the West, bringing it around the world in a powerful way for people to understand it, validate it, and see how it can support us in so many aspects of our life. we're going to have a chance to discover how this can be a powerful tool on your journey to master spirituality. And this teacher, who has also created a quest on Mind Valley's platform, which I have studied, had so much fun with, and was an amazing way to discover this powerful tool. We're going to get a taste of that and discover more on this session. Anodea Judith, welcome, and it's a pleasure to reconnect with you.
Thank you, Jason. After an intro like that, I can't wait to get started. We're going to have
We'll keep the energies up. And honestly, one of the places I've been starting with all the teachers here is because as I've spoken to these masters, these gurus like you around mastering spirituality, there's usually a part of your journey where spirituality took a front row seat into your life, has gotten you to go deeper into mastering this aspect. And so I'd love for you to take us on that journey of how did that become a part of your teachings and your journey?
Well, people always ask me that, but I never wasn't there. I never had like some awakening in the straight world where I was running up the corporate ladder and went, wait a minute, I want to be on my ladder against a different wall. It never was like that for me. I lived and breathed it always. And in 1972, I discovered yoga. And so then that was just natural. I was going to go to art school in New York City, and I had the application already, and I just decided to take a turn and not go to art school and just do my chakra work and my yoga work. And so that was way back in 1972, but I was just, a young thing then.
Well, I find it interesting because maybe it's a cycle or not, but I feel like things like yoga, even the chakra system, maybe it's my own experience, but I feel like it's gotten a lot of popularities in the last 2 decades.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'd be curious as to, what was the receptibility of it back in the 70s when you started?
Oh, my goodness. When I started yoga, it happened in people's living rooms on towels. There was no such thing as a yoga mat. There were no yoga teacher trainings. We burned incense and we sang in a little bit in Sanskrit. There was 6 people on a towel, on their towels in somebody's living room. And I just took to it like a duck to water and loved it. And then I was one of those people that was sort of like a, newfound convert. I could talk about nothing else. And so they said, well, why don't you show us what you're learning? Because people thought yoga was a fermented dairy drink, So I started teaching without any teacher training whatsoever. I mean, I'd been practicing maybe 6 months, and I organized my classes along the chakras, and the rest is history, really. That's where it all began.
Wow. So, well, that begs me to ask the question is like, how did you first encounter this chakra system? That's not something I think we'd encounter in our school system in the West.
It certainly wasn't. It was in a book by Ram Dass called The Only Dance There Is. And he was talking about the chakras. And when I read the word, there was like a shot of energy that went through me. And then I read, started reading what people were saying. And they were, lower chakra is bad, evil. Everything is about getting to the upper chakras. And I just knew that wasn't right. And so I began my research into the old texts, and that's not what they were saying at all. And there's really a bias in spirituality against the physical world, and physical world is bad, body is bad, sexuality is bad, taking your power is bad, all of that. And we're all supposed to give that up for some kind of, lofty mental height. And it is an integrative system where we need all 7 chakras to be whole and healthy. So that's what I saw intrinsically. And then I felt like, well, this is going to be my dharma to bring it back to the West and to correct this imbalance.
Fantastic. Well, there's already things I want to kind of pull a string on from what you just said, but I think I need to take a step back. And so people are here on a journey to mastering spirituality. And what we wanted to do in this session is introduce them to the chakra system as a tool to allow them to discover more. I think it might be good to give a definition of what the chakra system is as a whole so that people can wrap their head around what purpose it serves on a journey to mastering spirituality.
Well, the chakra system, and when we speak about it as a system, it's a whole comprehensive philosophy based on locations in the body and sacred elements that all go together, give you a philosophy or a formula for wholeness. So it's like a recipe for wholeness. If you want to bake bread, it needs this and this and this in it, flour and water and salt. And, if you want to have a life of wholeness, you need, some spirituality, you need some visualization, you need some good communication, you need your heart open, you need to find your power, you need to be in pleasure and movement in your body, and you need to be healthy, so that's a really quick, write down the chakras as a formula. So if something's not right, you can look at, what am I missing here? Oh, I'm not really taking care of my body. Oh, I haven't been meditating. Oh, I haven't really been working on my communication skills. And you know where to go. Now, it's a system of energy centers in the body. So I'll give you my definition for a chakra itself. So, and the way it's supposed to be pronounced is chakra, like a hard CH, like the word church. A lot of people say chakra, but it's chakra, just to say it correctly. And there are basically 7 that I work with. There's lots of systems that have more and less, but I work with the basic 7. And a chakra is a center of organization for the reception, the assimilation, the storage, and the transmission of life force energy. So in other words, those who are listening to this podcast, they are receiving something right now. They're receiving the image and the words. They are assimilating it. They're translating into, I can buy that. I can't buy that, putting it in their own language, whatever, their own framework. They might be taking notes, in which case they're storing it. And after it's over, they might tell somebody, oh, I was on this cool podcast today, and here's what I learned. And they would be expressing. So we do that with food, we do that with breath, we do that with love, we do that with the things we see, with learning. We do it on each chakra level, but all those 4 functions need to be in balance. So if you take in too much and you don't have time to let it out, you get overcharged, like just breathing in, and then I can't breathe in anymore. I gotta let it out. Or if I just breathe out, well, then I get depleted. I have to take a breath in. So we want these receiving and storing and assimilating to all be in balance and expressing to keep our chakras in balance.
I think it's one of the best tools to help somebody diagnose whenever their life doesn't feel whole. And I think it can be very overwhelming, and people are very quick to give advice. And if you're not feeling whole, something feels wrong in your life, you feel disconnected, you can get a lot of information from a lot of different direction, but it might not all serve equally. And I find the chakra system is one of the best things I've seen to give you at least an awareness of where to start solving the problem first.
Exactly.
And I'd be curious as to, for someone who's feeling that kind of disconnection and disalignment, are there usually some initial assessment steps, or is there a way that you navigate the chakra system to start immediately trying to identify the problem?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing you need to learn the basic ropes of the chakra system, where the energy centers are in the body, what element they, correspond to. I correlate them to stages of childhood. So you can look at, let's say you have problems in your 3rd chakra, following through with your will, getting things done. Maybe that's an issue. Then you can look back to the developmental stage of that, which was like the terrible 2s coming into your will, the me, mine stage, and see how that went in your family. So there's ways of addressing it. But if you can understand the chakras basically, then I have a diagnostic system I use of excess or deficiency. So you can be excessive in your power chakra, for example, and then you always have to be in control, and you want to be the manager of everything, and you're maybe a bully, and that would be an excessive. Or you could be deficient, which means, you're kind of passive, whatever you want, and you don't really, you don't have enough fire to go forward. So you could apply that to any of the chakras. Do you do too much of something, or do you do too little of something? And then inherent in that diagnosis is the treatment. If you do too much of something, you need to get rid of some of that energy and do less. If you do too little of something, you need to focus on it and do more. So you know how to address it. And I work with, it's really a system for managing energy, our life force. So I call that charge, because I could say to a client, you still have a charge on your ex-husband, don't you? And she knows what I mean. It's the same thing as prana or chi, but it wouldn't quite make sense to say you still have a lot of prana about your ex-husband. It doesn't quite make sense. But charge, I say, stands for consciousness having a really genuine experience. So when we have a charge, we know it and we feel alive. And I think that what we're seeking is our aliveness more than some kind of meaning of life. That when we have that aliveness, the meaning of life is obvious.
I like that. Uh, I was going to ask if looking at the chakra system, and I think you touched on it in your introduction, which was I have a feeling many people might have a misconception of how the chakra system works. What do you think are some of the biggest misconceptions people would have about that system?
So misconceptions, there's many. I mean, one I think is the idea that some chakras are more important than others, that the whole goal is to get up to the crown chakra. I do not agree with that. I've had so many experiences, like I'll give a talk, in some evening and people line up to speak to me and I'm in conversation with someone. I remember once somebody came up to me, interrupted the conversation, pushed the other person away and said, "I've already gotten enlightened in my crown chakra." And I went, "Well, if you were so enlightened with your crown chakra, why didn't you just notice that you had interrupted rudely and you're not noticing what's around you, you know?" So it's out of balance. We need to be in our body. We need to have touch and be in touch with our emotions. This is all part of the plan. You would not help a tree grow taller by pulling it up by its roots to help it get to heaven faster. The tree can only reach heaven by sending its roots deep. So we go down to rise up. And the importance of the lower chakras, I think, cannot be overemphasized. Yet we don't want to stay stuck in them only, because they're very personal and there's a whole transpersonal world here.
I was going to say that, you spoke about the dissociation of the body in spiritual practices is often the misconception as well. Is that something that's also quite, frequently misconceived when it comes to the chakra system?
Well, I think it was in the beginning. When I came out with my first book, Wheels of Life, which was 1987, some of the people that wrote about Kundalini and spirituality kind of criticized it because I said the body was important and grounding was important and the lower chakras were important. But time has borne me out, And now when people go to the chakra system, I mean, I get more people interested in learning about their roots and their first chakra than trying to get up to the crown. So I think now people don't have that misconception as much. They understand we need all 7 chakras.
Have you noticed if there's also beyond the self and the chakras, how we manage energy, if like the spirit of times also has its own energies? Because it sounds like we're in a particular age right now that may feel a bit more chaotic. And I don't know if that has any relation to the chakra system or are there any connections between the two?
Well, we are in times. We're in the end times and the beginning times. We're in a collapse phase of society in the Western world and in the environment and so many things. And so that's a kind of death rebirth process that we're going through. And I think that part of that is, well, there we have too much emphasis on materiality and not enough emphasis on the spirit. So it's sort of like the material world is collapsing. I talk about it as an initiation, and I actually put the chakras on a schema of human history. And I say that we are adolescents going through our initiation into planetary adulthood and moving from the 3rd chakra as an organizing principle, which is top-down power over, to the 4th chakra, which is a different organizing principle. I say we're moving from the love of power to the power of love. And that involves lifting into our upper chakras to pull us out of that overemphasis on materiality. It's like there's a split. There's the world that doesn't believe in any kind of spirituality, and it's all about making money and having a bigger house and a bigger car, and there is the world that is all up in their heads and they're not in their body. And what we need to do is bridge that gap and connect the mind and the body, spirit and matter, heaven and earth. And I think the chakra system that goes through the center of us is the way to do that because it's an integrative model.
If someone's coming onto this summit and, maybe we're going through a bit of a crisis maybe of spirituality and like you're coming to seek some answers, you're feeling a bit directionless. Is there some of the initial activities or a habit somebody could take on to help them use this system for a small win in helping them on the journey?
Well, certainly. I mean, there's exercises that move energy into and out of the chakras. So for charging and discharging, if you're a deficient, back to my diagnostic system, then you need to charge up. If your battery's low in your phone, you need to plug it in and charge it up. If you're excessive, then you need to let go of some. So these are immediate ways of coming back into balance with yourself. But you can pinpoint, maybe a physical problem that you have. You get a backache in a certain part of your spine. You have digestive troubles. You get sore throats all the time. You get lung issues. These can be correlated roughly to the chakras. And so, I don't say that it's just a hard if this, then that always, because I'm not very dogmatic about these things. But I would say if someone comes to me and they say they get sore throats all the time, the first place I would look is their throat chakra. If they say they have, fertility problems or digestive problems would be third chakra. And there may be more to it than that. It may not be quite that simple, but that's the first place I'd look. That's the first place I'd start exploring. So it's a way that you can use that map to navigate whatever life is throwing at you and come to with a full arsenal of tools.
I'm realizing that asking you to give a kind of a recommendation to an audience that might be at very different points is probably against the principles of using this system in general, isn't it?
No, not at all.
Because I would think that if we would give a recommendation that could be a charging activity, there might be some people that are already overcharged.
Oh, well, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not a one size fits all kind of thing. And I find a lot of people, their questions are, tell me what to do to open my heart. Do I tap 3 times on Fridays and turn around clockwise? They want a formula. And it is just not that way, and my answer so often is, well, that depends. What's blocking your heart chakra in the first place? What have you done to try and open it? How has that gone for you? What's worked and what hasn't worked? What does open heart chakra feel like to you? What do you think that would be like? So there's, a little bit of nuance. I mean, I spent 20 years as a psychotherapist before I, was on the road too much to keep up my practice. So, I'm very good at kind of untangling these little fibers of the soul that get tangled and knotted up and finding where those threads lead to. But the chakra system has been a very profound operating map for navigating that journey.
Have you noticed there's a lot of acceptance in the medical and psychological fields of using the chakra system, or have you found that there was a lot of resistance?
Oh, a lot of acceptance. I get a lot of doctors and chiropractors and people in my workshops, and they use that. They use it quite a bit. Yeah.
Nice. Well, that's good to know. And particularly, we talked about back in the 70s, maybe yoga was a new thing. But today, it seems like this is system much more accepted. I mean, meditation, yoga, spirituality, it seems to be blossoming right now. Are you seeing the trends being continuously positive when it comes to how people are embracing spirituality, embracing the chakra system?
Yes and no. In the 50 years that I've been working with the chakras, I've seen it come a long way and come to be almost a household word. So you don't have to say what a chakra is anymore. And I see it in articles on the New York Times, and I've heard it on TV. And, so it's really been more accepted. And you see the artwork of the 7 chakras in one form or another everywhere. So it's it's everywhere, And that's good in that more people are familiar with it and have that language and have that template. But the problem, I think, is that it can also get trivialized when that happens. And then, I get letters all the time asking me crazy things. I got a letter from somebody once saying, can you tell me about the pink dog chakra? and how, and how it can heal this and that. And it was like, oh my goodness, this is such new age BS. So I think there can be a lot of misunderstanding when it gets popular and everybody sort of takes their license with it. And then it makes a lot of confusing information. I mean, some people talk about 12 chakras, some people talk about 33, some people talk about 9. Some people talk about each of the chakras have chakras in them. I mean, it's just spun out in so many different directions that it can be hard for someone to navigate and go, well, what's real here? And then what can happen is it can kind of trivialize the whole subject. And they can say, well, that's just a bunch of bunk because there's no agreement.
Yeah. Well, I feel like that's happening in many, many domains, is going almost like too niche for
Yeah.
for no reason.
Yeah.
And so I like the fact that we're sticking to a lot of the source and the basics here. And one of the thoughts I'd have, because we're speaking about spirituality, is that spirituality lies in one of the particular chakras more than the others. Is that a
I don't believe that. I think probably part of the problem is we separate spirituality from everything else in life. This is spirit, this is matter. You can charge for business seminars, but you can't charge for a meditation seminar. You can, I mean, there's this whole bias of a separation. And I think that separation is the problem. I think spirit is in everything. It's in the trees, it's in the rocks, it's in the animals, it's in you, it's in me. And it's not something out there that is devoid of matter, but matter is infused with spirit. And when we realize that connection, then we're playing with the whole deck, So, yeah, I just don't see it as something separate. I think it needs to be part of our everyday life. So back to your question, is there one chakra that is more spiritual? I don't believe that. There are the upper chakras that are more mental in the sense of being not physical. I mean, a thought, I can't show you a thought. I have them, you have them, we know what they are, but I can't, pick it up and say, here's a thought, Jason, do you want this one? Like I'm holding a mouse or something. But that's also even true of an emotion. You could maybe see me have an emotion, but it's not a thing that you can hold. It's something I know I feel. It's something you feel. We can talk about it. We can know what it is to feel sad or angry, but I can't hold it and show you. So there's ones that are less physical, but I don't think they're necessarily more spiritual.
There's one of them that I feel is the one that I understood the least, and I might ask you
Go
to
ahead.
tell me more. And I know you're going to be like, oh, probably everybody just wants to go straight there,
Oh,
but
no,
the
that's
crown,
fine. The crown.
the crown chakra, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the one at the top, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's one that I feel least conceptualized, and I'd love to understand a bit more of what that is, how that works.
Yeah.
Because just in contrast, and maybe you can grade me, teacher, but I know when it comes to like the root chakra, that one's very physical, right? Like it's very much earth, and I can really understand it pretty clearly. But the ones at the top, as you said, are a little less tangible, and the crown one feels the most mysterious to me.
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting because Carl Jung wrote a book about the chakras, and he said the 7th chakra was too abstract to talk about. And so he wrote mostly about the 6th. And the main text from the 10th century, which is the main first text where all the stuff on the chakras were written down, they talked about the 6 centers. They didn't talk about the 7th chakra. So that's a very interesting thing. Many people don't know how to describe this. But if you take the elements associated with the chakras, earth for 1, water for chakra 2, fire for chakra 3, air for chakra 4, sound for chakra 5, light, consciousness. So this is the chakra of pure awareness. And it is awareness that runs all of the chakras. Like you're aware of what you see, you're aware of what you do, you're aware of what you say, hopefully. So we have awareness of all of our chakras. It's awareness that's operating the body. But up here, it's looking at awareness itself. It's like awareness of awareness. Oh, I'm aware that I'm aware. I'm conscious that I'm aware. And I'm conscious that I'm conscious that I'm aware. And that becomes the 1,000-petaled lotus that is infinitely unfolding. So it is raising yourself up out of it enough to detach from the material world a little bit, to get your mind clear. It's the state of meditation. It's the state of non-dual consciousness. It's the state of unity, when the mind is not making separate, little distinctions and labels and logical assumptions and all the things that our mind does. It gets away from all of that. And then it just goes into a singularity, a peace, and a unity. In the Yoga Sutras, the first line of the Yoga Sutras is, now begins the teaching of yoga. Now meaning it only happens in the present time. And the second sentence is, yoga is the ceasing of the fluctuations of consciousness. So every thought is a fluctuation. Everything you do, every urge is a fluctuation. But when you come to seventh chakra, you're going to a place where all those fluctuations settle down and they become like a singularity. And that gives you a penetrating clarity that then hopefully you can bring to your multifaceted life when you come out of meditation and you go to your computer or your kids or your work or your whatever, and you're facing all these different things that divide your attention.
I'm assuming and feeling that for a lot of us that are here on a Mastering Spirituality Summit, that is the state that we are seeking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is there something wrong with the seeking of that state?
No, I think that state is so important because it's how you get clean. And it's like taking a shower. You take a shower to get clean in the morning. And, but you don't live in the shower. Even though that's the place you get clean, you don't live in the shower all day. You go out into your world, and then by the end of the day, you're kind of grubby, and the next morning you take another shower, you take one before you go to bed or whatever, So I think it's like really essential, but I don't think it is the goal.
Would you be able to, I guess the shower example makes it pretty clear. What would happen if you would set it as the goal, and would it shape your life in a bad way?
It depends on how you define that. I mean, I think that there is no end to meditation. When are you done meditating? It's like there's no, you can always meditate more. You can always go deeper. You can always get quieter. That's that's why they call it a practice. We do it over and over and over again. I've been meditating since I got initiated into TM in 1972. So it's 53 years now, and I'm still, some days I do it well, some days it's not so good. I'm human. But I think that there's a lot of people that do what I call a spiritual bypass. And they go, I'm just going to meditate all the time and expect that will handle all my problems. And I won't work out my mother issues. And I won't work out, I have no shadow. And it's not an integrated approach.
One of the last things I wanted to touch upon when it comes to using the chakra system was, when you're looking at spirituality, or even including also religion, does this chakra system deny you from using any other system, or does it prevent you from accessing other systems if you choose to use the chakra system as your guidance?
Not at all. Not at all. It is really can be mapped onto any religion, any system. It's not really a religious framework. It doesn't tell you what God to believe in. I mean, the Hindus do have certain deities that are associated with different chakras if you want to work with that, but it doesn't say you have to believe in that. You could be Christian, you could be pagan, you could be Jewish, you could be anything, and the chakra system can still apply. It's a map. It's like if you have a map of how to get from San Francisco to New York City, that map works regardless of what race you are, what nationality, what religion, it's just a map. And it's a map that we all have in common in our nervous system. And yet, just like the human face, we all have two eyes and a nose and a mouth, and the eyes are above the nose. There's a certain structure to it, and yet we are unique individuals in it. Every face is different. Every chakra system is different, but we still have this, 7 chakras going up and down.
Anodea, I love the system, and what I'm very excited for is that people will get a chance to watch an additional video that you're offering for free, where people can discover more about these charges and go deeper into the material. And for anyone where your curiosity has been piqued when it comes to the chakras, we're going to make sure that you got the links to go and dig deeper into the courses, materials, and books that Anodea has put together for you to go deep into this practice. There's so much about the chakra system you can unpack, but truly, as Anodea mentioned, it's a map you can use regardless of your religion, your beliefs. And if you're on a journey to mastering spirituality, this is one of the coolest maps you can have at your side for whenever you feel lost. You can always find, oh, I can diagnose exactly where things are happening. I've personally taken a course from Anodea, and it was the best way of explaining a spiritual system that was very human, very grounded, and so easy for me to go through. So I know that when you go deeper into this material, you're also going to have a great time. Anodea, we had so much that we've discovered on this call. So thank you for bringing awareness to the system. As you've mentioned, it has gained some popularity. So I'm sure that a lot of the listeners had heard of it before. And for those who have just discovered it, I think you did a great job to get us a bit more curious with that. And I wanted to throw it back to you one more time to see, as people are on this Mastering Spirituality Summit, they're going to be hearing from different teachers, learning different tools. They've just had a chance to hear from yours. Would you have any closing words or parting words for our attendees who have chosen to go on a path to mastering spirituality themselves?
Well, I think that the core, and the more I teach about the chakras, the more I teach about the core. And core, I like anagrams. They stands for consciousness organized in relation to energy. So the core runs from heaven to earth through the very sacred center of each person. And the more we come into our core, the more we come into our chakras, the more we come into who we are. You could say the core is God. Everything has a core. Every blade of grass, every leaf on the tree, every bone in your body, every cell in your body. So when we come into our core, we come into alignment between heaven and earth, and we become the rainbow bridge that connects them.
Anodea, thank you for your time. Thank you for your wisdom and for sharing with everybody here on the summit. This is a powerful system we can all integrate into our lives. And thank you for bringing this to the masses and making such an impact in the process. For everybody else tuning in, definitely check out the links we're going to share so you can go deeper into her teachings. You can grab her courses, her books, and truly bring this into a part of your life if you feel like this is the system you've been looking for to be guided along your journey towards mastering spirituality. Once again, thank you for your time. It was a pleasure to have this conversation.
Thank you, Jason. A real pleasure. So before you turn off your cell phone to eliminate distractions while beginning this course, take a moment to hold it in your hand and contemplate this amazing device. Full of little circuits, it holds an essential key to your life. Your friends' contacts, your memories that are stored in photos, your pictures, your music, your access to your bank account, your apps, all of this is stored on your phone. So what you hold in your hand is the hardware, whether you have an iPhone or an Android, a tablet or a flip phone. What you've stored on it, your pictures and music and apps, that's your software. Together, your software and hardware have the ability to access the world. Your phone also has an invisible field around it, especially when receiving and sending messages, but one that can keep you up at night if it's next to your bed, or influence your cell tissue if you have it in your pocket. But if your battery runs out, then none of this is good for anything. That is, until you charge it. Well, consider that your body is the hardware, and it's equipped with all these circuits just like your phone. Nerves, veins, arteries, connective tissue, as well as subtle channels like the meridians or the chakras or nadis, which is the Hindu word for pathways of energy in the body. So onto this hardware of the body, you have installed lots of software. the languages you speak, everything you've studied, a storehouse of memories and the belief systems from which you operate. But what makes the software and hardware go together in a person? Well, just like in your cell phone, it's the charge or life force. The software program of your beliefs and memories and habits tell that charge where to go in your body and where not to go. And various parts of your body, like the chakras or physiological systems, become activated, which in turn either brings them to awareness or tells them to shut down in order to stay out of awareness. So think of charge, your life force, as the link between mind and body, the way electricity forms the interface between hardware and software. So let's look at some examples of charge in everyday life. So your basic excitement, when you're excited about something like kids waiting for Christmas or you're going on vacation, that's a charge. We say, oh, I'm all charged up about this. Joy is a charge. We have just filled with energy that's overflowing. We call that joy. Inspiration is a charge. When you're filled with inspiration, which is basically based on the inspiring, taking a breath in, we feel all charged up. I'm inspired to go do this. Emotions have a charge. We know that anger is a very intense emotional charge, and sadness is a charge. We know that sexuality has a charge. We call it an erotic charge when you're turned on. We know that trauma has charge, that when someone is traumatized, it brings up tremendous charge in the body that can get trapped or frozen. The chakras basically handle charge, the energy centers in the body that go up and down the spine. They handle charge in different ways. Charge is your basic aliveness, and it's also what keeps a relationship going. It keeps it juicy. You want to have charge when you're attracted to someone, and you want to keep that charge going over the long haul in a long-term relationship. And it's also charge in relationship that can get people a little hung up, like when they trigger each other and get into fights and there's a lot of charge there and they don't know how to get through it. So these are all examples of charge in your everyday life. Crowds also handle charge, and a powerful speaker can channel the energy of a room into a purpose. So remember, the charge stands for consciousness having a really genuine experience. In other words, when you have a charge going, you know it. There isn't any doubt about it. So let's try an experiment. Think of something you're excited about, or perhaps someone you love. What does that feel like in your body? Can you soak your cells in that? Does it feel like an even distribution of charge throughout your body, or maybe something in your heart or your belly? Well, now change that to someone who makes you angry, or maybe something you've read on the news that makes you angry. Do you feel a subtle activation in your energy field? Well, that's charge. Now, some people have a difficult time feeling that. Hopefully you won't have a difficult time by the end of this course. But here's something a little more graphic that you can try. Put your hands out with elbows straight, one hand up and one hand down. And open and close your hands rapidly, all the way open, all the way closed. Take a breath and then turn them the other way until your hands feel like they're getting tired. Then take them apart and with relaxed palms, slowly bring them in toward each other. As your hands approach each other, you should be able to feel a subtle field of energy between your hands, almost like a magnetic field or a little bit of tingling. That's charge. And if you take your hands apart, you may still feel the tingling. We have chakras in our hands, and you just did a very simple exercise to open the hand chakras. So this is another way to experience what charge feels like. So ultimately, charge wants to be able to move freely. but like water, to flow in relative balance, not too much or not too little. You know, water is not so useful when you get a deluge from a storm or when you're in a drought, nor can you access it when it's frozen. So we want access in a free-flowing, balanced manner to function at our maximum effectiveness. But how do we activate this charge when we need to? How do we manage it when it gets to be too much? How do we turn it off when it's time to sleep? In short, how do we achieve both balance and freedom with our life force energy? These are the questions we'll start looking at in the next video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our Mastering Spirituality Summit. We have another incredible speaker joining us for this session, none other than Sarah McCrum. Now, Sarah, I've known her for a long time, where she wrote several books, including Love Money, Money Loves You. And I've usually went to her when I was looking at ways of handling people who have money blocks or my own money blocks. But in every conversation we had, I could sense the spiritual wisdom that came behind every message that was usually starting from a financial perspective. So I'm so excited for us to have a conversation where we dig deeper into spirituality and see if we can unlock some new energy. If ever you're feeling drained, exhausted, and navigating the world thinking, how do I make sure I can overcome all this, not have to suffer too much, find some peace, and realize that we're stronger than ever? We're going to cover some of that and more with Sarah McCrum. Sarah, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you on the summit.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here.
I've already hinted towards the theme of our usual interactions being usually money-oriented, financial-oriented, abundance-oriented. And we're here on the Mastering Spirituality Summit, and this is something I've been doing with every speaker, is I feel spirituality and spiritual belief usually come, on the back end of a life event, a life change, or a journey that brought you to where you are now. And I'd love to hear more about that and the role that spirituality played its part in that journey.
Interesting. It's not something I've thought about a lot, funnily enough. But very clearly, when I was 16, I had a distinctly spiritual experience which kind of intrigued me. I was at a boarding school, girls' boarding school, and I was in a dormitory with a girl that nobody liked. She was very tactless and very difficult, and there was just 3 of us in this dormitory. And it was a time in my life where I got interested in God. It was around the time we all got confirmed at school, and I think I met a guy he'd been healed by Jesus or something like that, and he came to talk to us at school, and it was the real deal. He really had been healed, and he described it, and I found it so fascinating. And so I got curious for a while, and I used to pray for this girl because I felt sorry for her. And we became best friends. And I thought, that's really odd. Like, I knew somehow that was something working that wasn't me, that I became the answer to my own prayer. So that was kind of like my very first experience. And then I remember when I was in my 20s, I was not much of a God person, that's for sure. And I used to make those awful jokes that people make, like, well, it'd be far more interesting to go to hell than to go to heaven, and this kind of thing, which I was just being clever, really. But that was the start of it. And then I think the death of my sister when I was 30 or 31, thereabouts, obviously that's a major life event. It's something that typically you don't expect. For me, it was like, I never expected something like that would happen. I thought my family was somehow, you don't think about those things. And that inevitably makes you ask questions about life. And actually what happened is it got me more into doing a lot of energy work. I started training with Chinese masters, and there's a spiritual piece to that, but I personally don't count energy work as spirituality. I make a really clear distinction between those two. We can go into that more if you're interested, but energy work's incredibly powerful for solving problems in lots of different ways. But spirituality for me takes me to a different place. And it was really after doing many years of energy work and then getting stuck. You're not supposed to get stuck when you're doing energy stuff. You're supposed to be in the flow and all of that. But I was stuck and I wasn't getting results and nothing was working. Then I was introduced to somebody, and he brought me more of a spiritual perspective. So he taught me about love, which didn't come a lot into the Chinese. I was training with Chinese masters before that. They don't talk a lot about love. And then he introduced me to what he called the light. And I think the key for me has been that I learned about these things. I didn't really know what they were, but I got curious. So I would go on this kind of mission for a while. Like, I want to know what love really is. And so every single day, you know, in my personal practice, my daily practice, I would be exploring what is love. And it would take me months usually before I would get it. So I've done that with several different aspects of my inner world and my curiosity about life and the why questions. And that's actually what's built the spirituality, is actually through personal experience and curiosity.
I love the story. I love the progression. And I'm very curious because the way you define spirituality, I think, might actually be quite unique. And I love that you've purposely separated the energy work, which just begs me to want to open up that can of worms a little more and maybe ask you quite bluntly of how you would define spirituality. As you've spoken of light, you've spoken of love, but maybe unpacking that a little more.
Yeah, I don't think I can define it neatly like in a dictionary, because let me look. Let me see if I can really see, like, what I really feel spirituality is well, one part of it comes out of the questions we ask, those deep questions about life. And we ask sometimes, why am I here? Or who am I? These kinds of questions that don't have a proper answer. You could answer those questions differently every single day for the rest of your life, and it would always be an enriching experience. So that is that's kind of like a pathway towards spirituality. And it becomes part of the practice of spirituality, because spirituality is driven by deep curiosity. That's for sure. What it is for me is an experience. It's direct experience of a deeper knowing, like a deep knowing of life that it comes in different forms. It can illuminate what's going on. There's an example I often give. If you imagine a room and it's full of furniture and things, and you've got white sofas, let's say, and you've got pink painting on the wall, and you've got a beige carpet, you've got all these different colors, and you've got a black desk in there, whatever it is, you've got a room, and the light's off and it's dark and it's the middle of the night. You can't see any of that. If you turn on the light, nothing changes in that room. The desk is still black and the sofa is still white, but there's an illumination that happens that enables you to see the colors. So spirituality, in a way, is kind of like the illumination that enables us to see and live and enjoy the colors of life, all the variation of the experiences of life, which might at times be really tough, really difficult, painful experiences, but they're part of the color range of life. There is a difference. If I walk through that room in the dark, I can bump into things and fall over things and get lost and just be very confused. If I turn the light on, as I say, nothing has changed, but everything's different. To me, that's what spirituality is.
I'd never heard that example before, and I think it makes such a beautiful illustration of the dimension of what spiritual exploration is. And that would beg me to continue down that path. You've already hinted towards the fact that to turn on lights involves the asking of questions that might not be very comfortable. I'm wondering if there are a set of these questions we could take a moment to ask ourselves that would help us bring the most amount of light into the room.
Well, the question I asked was really simple. I'd been taught about the light. I'll tell you actually, because it's quite interesting. I was working with a guy who worked a lot with resonance. So he was kind of testing the resonance of things all the time. So he would test the level of my ego and the level of my karma and the level of my consciousness and the level of everything. It was very fascinating work. And then he started exploring this concept of what he called the light. And so he would test my level of light, some kind of illumination light, I don't know what. He would test my level of darkness or something like that in that territory. And after I stopped working with him at one point, I started to think, but what was that? Because he would test me one week and then tell me to go and do some things and test me a week later. And my light apparently had increased. But it's like, what happened there? And what was it that increased? And what's the experience of that? Because I really did what I was told, got better numbers. It's like, okay, yeah, and? So what I did is I just started asking, what is the light? Or I've asked, what is joy? What is love? Unconditional love. What is that? And every morning I would sit down. I relax every morning. I take time to relax and get into a deep space. I do it in different ways. But if I'm on one of these little missions, it's like every single day, what is the light? And one day I was leading a relaxation class and I could feel in the room that somebody was really thinking a lot. And it was almost like their thoughts were interfering with mine. And I wanted something different. I didn't want to be in that like cloudy kind of thinking space. And I just started saying inside myself, as I was speaking the words of relaxation, the light, the light, the light, the light. It was during this period of exploration. And literally at a certain point, I experienced stillness inside, or stillness in everything actually, which was an absolute stillness. It wasn't stillness that compares to movement. It's stillness that is inside all movement. It's not a contrast. It's in everything. And you have to experience it. It sounds nice to say the words, but you have to experience it. And it's like, oh, that's always there. That stillness is always there. And in that stillness, I experienced complete protection. It's like there was no question. Like I can say you are protected and know that from deep inside myself. And although I can't say, oh, I'm just always in stillness, because I don't want to be. I want to live my life. I want to move my hands and I want to talk to you, and I don't want to be kind of like, ugh. But that stillness is in there, and it's always there. And it is of a completely different quality from relative stillness, if you like, which is stillness that compares with music. Sorry, with movement, not with music. It's the still point that is in all of life. And it's rather like the light that illuminates that I described. I used to see it like, those old CD discs, and they have this kind of luminescence in them, these beautiful rainbow colors that shine. I used to see it like that. It's like there's a still point in the middle of that spinning disc. It's completely still. But it was like when you touch into it, the colors shine more brightly. And when you just forget it, when you forget the light that is in the darkness, it's in the black t-shirt that you're wearing or this dark blue shirt, there's light in this. It's not, when you forget that, the colors get a little dusty, they get duller. And when you're in touch with it, and there's not really any practice, just remember, I just remember the light. I am the light. I am in the light. The light is in me. The light is in everything. I just say these things sometimes. The colors of life are brighter. We just live more. We're just more alive. We live more. I don't know how to describe it even.
Well, for one, it seems like one of the key things we could take away from this is that just being aware that the light is there is already a massive step forward in the awareness of that ever-present energy. And I think
it's not an energy. That's
Ooh,
the thing. Because stillness, absolute stillness doesn't move. And energy is always moving. So now we start to answer your question about the difference between energy and spirituality. In all aspects of spirituality, like I've found other dimensions, not only that stillness, not only that light. And I'm sure there's masses that I don't know at all. So I just speak from my own small experience, really. But that stillness is not energy. There's no movement, there's no flow, there's no contrast, there's nothing. It's absolute. And so you can't talk about it because there's nothing to describe. But it's like, you know, if you turn the light on, there's actually, like I keep saying, there's nothing changed. Because the light doesn't really add color. It's just that the colors are revealed. So that's how it's different from energy. There are these absolutes in life that I think different writers and philosophers have described, but I don't really know, because I like to experience everything. For me, I don't want to go and read the secrets. I want to know it so that it's not a secret. It's just something that lives in me and I'm able to share with other people.
I feel that the ultimate way of knowing something is obviously to experience it. And I'm wondering if there are certain ways we can, if this seems foreign as you explain it, and I'm like, I don't know if I've ever experienced anything like that. Are there ways to create likelihood for it to occur or to increase its potential to happen?
Curiosity. Look, people can share experiences with you. People can share energy in various different ways. I work a lot with energy, you know, that's my primary language in a way, is energy. And I know how to create experiences where people experience different kinds of energy. I can do that just, you know, somebody says, oh, I want to experience self-love. Probably I can talk to them in a way where a couple of minutes later they're experiencing self-love, or they want to experience, or whatever it is. That's one piece, but you can't, like, you can I speak about my experience, try to speak about it openly, of spirituality, because each person has to have their own experience. Nobody, you know, traditionally they say you can point the way, but you can't do it for somebody else. And it doesn't matter what I say. The only thing that really matters is if you're curious about something I say, you might start asking that question too, or you might find your own better question. That's actually, spirituality is the exploration of these deep questions about life. But what I think is really important is that you get this knowing, you get the experience of the it's like the depths and the whole range of life. And also you can get this is so fascinating for me, this experience of being united within yourself. I think this is worth speaking about, because we often talk about feeling separate, or we talk about we're all one, but what does that mean? And like, we don't really want to all be a blob, you know, because actually my experience of being separate from you is really enjoyable. But we are also made of the same stuff, and the energy that's between us is, you know, we are actually connected, very, absolutely connected with everything. But what's so remarkable about human beings, and I think gives us this spiritual experience, is the fact that I can be me, Sarah, individual, brown hair, you know, and you can be you. You're there, you're in Bali or wherever you are, I'm here in Australia. We're having completely separate experiences. We're connecting as human beings and doing things together, that's fine. And at the same time as having this experience of little me, you know, little ant walking around on the earth, really, in universe terms, I'm a very small being, and so are you. I can also experience that being the whole, being either, I can say, connected with all of it, or even being all of it. And I can experience those simultaneously. And that is very remarkable, because then you can talk about unity. You can talk about, like, we don't need to unite if we're all one. If we're just all one, then we're already united. But it's the fact that we can experience separation. We can feel separate. We can even feel separate from life. I felt separate from life for many, many years. And at the same time, we can feel this extraordinary connection, and it's all happening together. And this ability that we have to have multiple experiences layered on top of each other and then bring it all together into one whole, that is so beautiful, actually, and so remarkable as a human capacity. And that, I think, goes to the heart of the practical living of spirituality. If you're completely focused on the material world, you only want hard evidence before you'll believe anything. You only believe in evidence-based science. You don't touch spirituality. If you're completely into the intangible world, the spirit world, the energy world, all that we don't know, but you don't really connect with the material world, you actually end up in kind of fluffy land out in the clouds, and it's a very uncomfortable existence. I've worked with people who've gone way too far, and it's awful. When we have the ability to unite the material, which is quite limited, with this expansive sense of who we are and what life is, and live all of that together, that's for me a spiritual life. It's actually a spiritual life is like bringing spirit into matter, or it's like my soul living in a body. It's this combination of the spirit side of us and the material side of us working together, and that's where we bring it into how do I solve problems? How do I navigate my life? How do I handle the fact that the world feels like it's going crazy and I don't know if I'm even safe or not? These kind of very practical questions that many people are facing every single day. This is where we begin to find the kind of crunchy working version of spirituality.
Since you touched on these subjects of the outer chaos that seems to surround us, and I'm sure every generation has a period of time that they would call their critical chaos moment. It definitely does feel like that right now. And I'm just wondering, how different do you navigate the uncertainty and the chaos when you've taken the time to integrate both your material side and the spiritual side of the equation, and you're confronted with the same realities?
It is profoundly different. I can say that for sure because I've been exploring this for enough years now, and I have enough comparison points. And I remember when I was living in England and I moved to New Zealand and I went much deeper into what I was doing, and then I caught up with a friend, and it was like the things that she was reacting to, the things that she was getting emotional about, and I looked at her and it was like, I can't even believe this. In 6 months, 6 months of change for me, it was like, you can't be this emotional about this thing that's happening. This is something that's happening. It's like, so it totally changes you at an emotional level. It totally changes your reactivity to things, the drama aspect of life, which can be very attractive. It creates peace. It creates a sense of, literally, sometimes you can feel like there's a light in the darkness. You don't know where you're going, but you feel like each step is illuminated as you go along. Sometimes I can't see 5 steps in front of me in today's world because things are changing very fast. But I know that those steps are going to unfold. It's like I'm walking into my life and my life is kind of walking with me. And I don't need to be afraid of that. So yeah, it's profoundly different, especially if you commit over time. I think we can all have a spiritual experience or an uplifting experience. It's like, oh, wow. But actually the commitment to that curiosity, to allowing your curiosity about life to have full reign and spaciousness, that is what makes the enormous change that now, after 35 years, a lot of which was working with energy as well, which helps a lot. I can just say how grateful I am that I took that path, because I know what I would have been like otherwise, and that's not a life I want to be living.
Given that you had a chance to encounter so many different practices on your own journey, I wonder if you've noticed any maybe misunderstandings of spirituality, maybe some lies or myths that remain within spirituality that we might want to be aware of and conscious of as we explore this path.
Oh yeah, there are plenty of those. I think we're entering a time of spiritual chaos, honestly, because it's everywhere now. It's becoming really fashionable, and an awful lot of what's being done isn't really spiritual in my rather tight definition of it, perhaps. And there's a lot of confusion. So one of the things that comes to mind is that having a spiritual experience, and especially one that's induced by, I'm going to be a bit controversial here, but it's induced by substances. It might be interesting. It might be illuminating. It might show you something. That's not really spirituality. Spirituality is that, it really takes that commitment and dedication to exploring those questions. And even if you got an incredible illumination, it's actually what you do in your life that counts. And one of the things I want to speak about especially here is that I found many people who've had a kind of spiritual experience of some kind come away with a feeling like either they need to purify themselves, or that the life we're living here, I hear people talking about things like this meat sack that I'm carrying around their body. And it's just, I can't bear it when I hear things like that. Like, this is where you're living. And I think we get these pictures because we can see a bigger reality. We forget that our soul chose to be here in this reality, living this life, and that the opportunity for me is to bring this spiritual and material together. It's not to reject the material, for example, which is the typical route. And I've seen people literally drive themselves into severe mental illness by trying to purify themselves and make themselves into the light, or become the light, or be ease and grace, or whatever it is. And the further I've gone, the more I've needed to integrate all the parts of myself that I don't love, that I hate, that I want to reject, that I tried to cut off and annihilate and eliminate and destroy and let go of and reject, and all of those things. Every single bit of it. Actually, I have eventually and slowly needed to integrate. And it started one day. I was working with hatred. Something must have come up that stimulated my own feeling of hatred. And hatred's a very strong word, and we don't want to experience it. And especially, nice spiritual energy people don't want to, it's like, we don't want to be that person, but it was there. And something clicked within me where I realized that if I could allow that hatred to settle into the right place inside me, it created a circulation of energy that was really healthy. And that if I tried to reject it or get rid of it, that circulation, it was like the negative wasn't there with the positive. The electricity doesn't flow. That was an eye-opener for me. And more recently, the last few years, I had to do a lot of work with the darker sides, both of what's going on out in the world, like, really facing some very challenging stories. Like, are human beings really that bad? Are they really so corrupt? Are we so easy to manipulate that we just give up all our sovereignty, all our power, all our sense of self, all of what we even know to be true, just because some media writes some story about some virus or whatever the story is, that you pick your story, really. So I think a lot got triggered by all of that, and I'm sure a lot of people have had this experience. And I couldn't understand it. Like, how can we be like this? And I started writing, and I started recognizing that I have all of that inside me as well. It's very confronting, but it certainly really deepened my connection. And I think made me a much more integrated human being, still very, very much in progress, and no doubt going to continue in this life and beyond it. But yeah, there's a challenging time to face being human.
Yeah, it definitely makes it spicy, you could say, in
It's
some
very
ways.
spicy. Yeah.
I
call it crunchy.
Crunchy. Crunchy
Yeah.
is a good word too. I like it. I'd be curious, which is a good thing. We've talked about nurturing curiosity, and going down that path. Like, let's say I have this curiosity laying in me. I mean, obviously, I've registered to a Mastering Spirituality Summit, so there is some desire, there is some curiosity, and perhaps I could get some breadcrumbs as to, based on the path that you've walked, some of the best places to start looking to take your first steps, to have a dip into this water, to kind of take a few steps forward, because there's obviously ways that you could go astray, and again, not to poke at the issue that you've highlighted already about saying plant medicine. Like, I know there's a lot of people out there that will say, are you seeking? Do the plant medicine. And that's one path, and obviously not one we recommend necessarily. So I'd be curious if you have some alternative paths that you recommend for people to, satiate this curiosity.
There are many paths and courses and things like that you can do, and all of them will help you in one way or another. Everything will give you a piece, and those actually are the breadcrumbs. But the thing that holds all of that together is you in the center of it. And what you will find as you explore spirituality, especially, is that it brings you more into you. So actually, what I would recommend is go and learn whatever you want to learn because you're interested. But always remember that you're at the center of your own life, and come back into you and learn. Take some time to sit quietly and listen to you, to what's inside you, because there's an aliveness, there's an energy, there's a soul, there's an essence of you which actually will always, it's always there. It's always in this evolutionary process. It's always in the heart of your life. And the more you can learn to listen and be in touch with your essence, with who you are on the inside, the more that will feed into all the decisions you make that affect the outside of your life, the external part of your life. And I think a lot of people, including me, like I did this big time, I completely gave away myself and my power to the people who taught me. And I tried really hard not to do that with people who are learning with me. I'm sure that, there are times when people, they just want me to tell them what to do, for example. I don't like to cooperate with that. I'm always trying to find ways for people to keep their power in themselves and to make their own decisions and to learn and to follow their curiosity, but without being given the answers. So how do we stimulate and wake people up to themselves? I think it's really important to be aware that that's what you're trying to do in this curiosity, and no one who's really legitimate can give you the answer. They may promise to, and they may try to, but that will take you out of yourself, and you will have to come back in the end and find yourself. So you might as well know that from the very beginning.
Some good words of wisdom to get it started. And what I find the most fascinating as I'm doing all these conversations with these experts such as yourself on spirituality is I have these conversations where I have questions, and I seem to be leaving the conversations with just not answers, just better questions. And I find that's very interesting because I'm somebody who's like, I'm always thinking, how do I find the answers? How do I get the process? But there's an inherent fluffiness to spirituality, which in it lies its beauty and its mystery and its
Well, the point
worthiness and
is,
curiosity.
it's not fluffy at all, actually. It is simple, ordinary, grounded, real life. But it can be presented as fluffy. When you don't experience it, you're talking about it. So if you talk about it, that's fluffy. And then the material feels very grounded and real, and solid. But when you experience it, it's not. There's no fluff. Except fluff, fluff is part of life, so there's a little bit of fluff because we need some fluff. We need some, rock bottom, solid mud. We need all of these different qualities. So there's fluff in that way, but it is absolutely not fluffy. It's you being you. It's you feeling like you know, feeling right in your own skin, knowing that you're living the right life, you're in the right time, you're in the right place, you're the right person, not because you've done all of these things, but simply because you are, because you exist. There is nothing needed. There are things you're going to learn, and you're going to be curious, and there's a life to be lived, but there's nothing missing right now. You may have been told a story, though, that there is. And it's not true, but it's a compelling story.
I've noticed that this desire to seek spirituality often comes on the tail end of suffering. And do you find this some sort of prerequisite to have hit a certain level before you go on this path, or are there some more healthy and proactive ways that you
I hope
go
not.
on this?
Look, I've been talking this morning, actually. I was actually running a class, like a small group session this morning, and we were talking about creation. I'm teaching a course at the moment which is about participating in creation. It's kind of like beyond manifestation, let's say. It's very, very beautiful. That's spiritual for sure. And we were talking about the two circumstances that tend to lead us into either discovering a new depth, or sometimes it's also creating all the products, if you like, that I've created that I feel really have the signature that are really special and unique and have my signature on them, so to speak. Not something that I learned from somebody else, but genuinely new work. All came from one of these places, and one of those is, there's got to be a better way than this. Fundamentally, it's like, I don't like what I'm experiencing. There's got to be something better. And the other one is, I want this. There's something like my soul is looking for an experience on this planet. There's something it's really like looking for, longing for. I want this. And I don't know. Like, I just don't know. I don't know how to do it. And it takes you into that space where you really don't know. And instead of learning all the doing, there is a place where you can be in that I don't know, and I'm not abandoning myself on what I want. And that is really powerful, really, really powerful. That is the beautiful place. It's like on the leading edge of your own life. That's the place where you're in, like sometimes I say that, describe it as the wilderness. You're in a wilderness. You know how the wilderness is just pure nature. So that place right on the leading edge where your past, it doesn't matter how much experience you have, it's not enough. It's not going to do it. And you're willing to be there, just right there. You have to be very present. But what happens in that space is that life starts to react differently, and people start to be different around you. So this is kind of the wild territory of life, the beauty. This is where the beauty is, the inner beauty. It's there, and you know it. You can be right on the edge. You have no idea really how to walk forward, but the beauty is there. The sweetness is there. The wildness, the aliveness is there. And what happens is that we tend to rely on what we know. And what we know is the past. And the past is never adequate for the present, because it's the past. So we're actually always in this unknown territory. We're facing towards a future that we've never lived yet. And using our past knowledge to navigate all of this always leaves us feeling it's like, oh, that's not quite it, or I'm missing something. But if you can actually have the courage to be in that place where you're willing to go forward, you're not saying, oh, I don't know how to do it, so I'm not going to do it, shrink back. Okay, I can't, I'm inadequate. I'm not going to go into that scarcity. I'm opening to this, to a fuller version of myself. I don't know how to be that, or how to go there, or how to create this, and I'm willing to be here. And can you feel there's a radical openness in that space. And there's a radical trust, radical really meaning deeply rooted openness and trust in life. Life shows up differently there, and people show up differently.
You bring this word trust up a few times, and I want to poke at it because I think recent studies that I've shown, I can't quote them, but I'll just say that I think everybody will resonate that at this time, the trust in private companies, nonprofits, the media, the governments, trust is at an all-time low. And you also mentioned the fact that we're maybe in a period of spiritual chaos. And so I'd be curious to know if this is something we should be investigating, something that can be nurtured, particularly when it comes to the trust of ourselves and of the circumstances that are coming in our life.
I would say that's at one level, perhaps the primary thing that's going on at the moment. We have put our trust in institutions and systems outside of ourselves. We have given them the power to run our lives, and then we find we don't like it. We don't like the way they do it. So what are we going to do about that? Well, maybe it's just possible. Look, I've had 35 years of teaching healing and energy work and stuff like that. So I know that you don't have to trust that system just because it exists. You can, through your own curiosity, as many people have found, there are ways to heal things naturally. There are ways, or you can make a blend. You don't have to do it like the institution says, just because the institution says. And so, yes, I absolutely think that we can cultivate trust. I recommend doing it in small steps. Some people, try to go wild. They talk about this thing of, I can walk off the edge of a cliff. Like, who in their right mind wants to walk off the edge of a cliff? Just completely stupid idea. It's like, if you walk off the edge of a cliff, you're going to fall down, because it's not like what I don't know, Raiders of the Lost Ark or whatever, where the bridge opens. I know what they're talking about. There is an experience of that, but it's not actually walking off the edge of a cliff. People play with these concepts, and then they want to almost commit suicide with their life. So they leave all their financial security, for example, to start a business, and then they spend all their savings, and then it didn't go quite how they thought, and then they feel like they've jumped off the edge of a cliff. It wasn't a sensible thing to do. So trust. The really beautiful way to build trust is in little steps that build your confidence that trust actually works. And the thing you need to understand about trust is you only need it because you don't trust, because you're afraid. So sometimes people think I should be in a perfect state of trust all the time. They're like, no, I don't need to trust that the sun's going to come out. I know the sun's going to come out. I don't need to trust that I'm going to get breakfast, because I live in a modern Western country, and if I want breakfast, I'll go and get it. So I don't need trust for that, because it's already happening. I need trust when I'm afraid, or when I can't see the way, or when I feel lost, or when I'm confused. And so there's a conscious act to say, instead of running down the rabbit hole of confusion and lost and afraid and, oh my goodness, what's going to happen, spinning my mind, I'm going to say, I'm going to trust that it's going to be all right. That's all. I'm just going to trust that things are going to work out. And the interesting thing about life is that whatever message you put out there is actually what happens. So in trusting, you're actually creating the circumstances where your life can become more all right. And it really works. But I just don't do suicide trust. It's just not worth it.
Sarah, this has been a fantastic conversation. I've had so much joy during this summit, because each of these conversations just become just deepening exercise. And again, it's not like I need answers. Instead, it's just spending time remunerating. And I know for everybody who's joining this summit, we're getting all these different perspectives from different teachers. We're spending time to think about these aspects. And I think it's such it feels very light, and it's very fun, and it satiates a curiosity in a way that just other topics I don't think hit the mark. And so I want to say a giant thank you for coming onto the summit and having these conversations with us. And I love leaving a space for every speaker here to give some closing words, because we have a group of curious people who have decided to sign up to a Mastering Spirituality Summit. And they're learning from different perspectives, different teachers here around this topic. And I'd love to give you a space for some closing words, words of advice, and some next steps for our audience.
Well, one of the things I've found, and people often don't realize this, you know how so many of us have this deep longing for community and connection with each other? If you talk about the kinds of things I've been talking about, if you sit down even with one other person or a couple of other people, and instead of talking the normal stuff, you talk about, just answer simple questions like, what's my soul? What is a soul? And what can I feel my soul? Or what is life? Simple, really simple questions that are incredibly deep. And instead of after 5 minutes say, okay, done that, sit there for an hour and just keep talking. And you will feel community and belonging and connectedness like you have never experienced before from that very simple activity. And I've seen people, it's like that sense of community with other people where you can speak, as I have been, you're just speaking really my inner experience. To be able to do that with somebody else is one of the most profound and beautiful things you can do as a human being. And it cultivates all the things we've been talking about at the same time.
Sarah, thank you so much. Beautiful words, lots of community, lots of trust, lots of ways for us to explore these questions and to stay curious in the process. It's been an absolute joy and pleasure to have you onto the summit. And for everybody tuning in, we're going to put some links for you to discover more of Sarah's work, whether that is energy work, spiritual work, or financial blocks you're looking to clear. She has a wealth of information available and some amazing books for you to pick up as well. Thank you so much for your participation and your words of wisdom, and all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just remember, your soul loves abundance. So they all come together. All these topics.
Full circle. Welcome back, everybody, to this incredible session when it comes to mastering spirituality. I'm very excited about the guest we're going to bring on today, who is a man who has founded multiple initiatives as a meditation teacher, a Dharma guide, an author, an entrepreneur. Some of his organizations include Moulin de Chave, Sangha Live, Mind and Mindfulness Training Institute. The man is Martin Aylward, and he is a renowned teacher who has been practicing this for over 35 years. Started back in 1999, and it has been really bringing a whole lot of people to discover their level of spirituality, to reconnect with themselves, and has truly created a movement of people who are really reconnecting and discovering the powerful practices such as meditation from ashrams. I forget the word. I believe it's I should know this because I've done this meditation, the Vipassana meditation, as one of the spaces, and so much more. And I'm excited that we're going to be having a conversation around what does this look like when we apply spirituality in our life, Dharma, and so much more. Martin, welcome to the platform.
Hi, Jason. Nice to see you, and interesting to hear that little litany of introductory remarks.
Well, you know what I found? I can't believe I was forgetting Vipassana, because I don't forget the Vipassana experience. And I know that's something we're going to touch on at some point. But you've also really brought in so much in the space of spirituality, even going into some more controversial topics. You have courses that speak about work, money, sex, Dharma. You have a lot of things that are going to be maybe controversial, but bringing this whole Dharma mindfulness practice to the front. And I want to get into all of that. But before this, I've noticed most people who are in a position like you, who have been teaching thousands, have been inspiring so many people, have went on their own journey to discover spirituality. And I'd love to get a taste of that journey before we get deeper.
Yeah. Well, I guess it all started with an existential crisis when I was a teenager. I just somehow, the idea of just going down a conventional route of going to college and studying and getting a job just seemed very hollow to me compared to the complete mystery of the fact of being conscious. And as a teenager, I was like, wow, what is it? What is it to be conscious? And nobody else seemed to be remotely concerned about that around me. But the sort of restlessness of that, I wouldn't have described it as a spiritual search. It was more adolescent angst. But that question really burned in me. What is it to be human? What is it to be alive? What is it to be conscious? And so, long story short, I found myself kind of wandering off to India when I was 19 in a rather naive way, but also a quite single-minded way. I left with a one-way ticket and I took no luggage, and I just sort of went to plunge in and spent the next quite many years quite immersively living in monasteries and Himalayan hermitages and ashrams and meditation centers, and just falling in love with contemplative practice and meditative depth. And the fact, after all that restlessness as a teenager, the fact of discovering, oh, I don't have to be just pushed around by my consciousness. I can actually train my attention in a systematic way. I can actually explore consciousness directly from the inside rather than just thinking about it. Oh, there are actually these thousands of year old technologies for understanding who we are, and for opening the heart, and for unpacking our layers of conditioning, and for tasting real depth and love and freeness underneath all of that. And so after sort of 10 years of plunging into that rather intensively and wholeheartedly, my teachers started to encourage me to hold retreats and guide others and introduce them within the Buddhist tradition that had become my home, if you like. And so in a very natural and organic way, that started to happen. People would invite me and then invite me again, and then people started to come, and then it all developed in a rather natural way. And that's what I've done then the whole of my adult life, really.
I love that you've had that kind of leap of faith and that big transformation at a time that I don't think it was as common. And it seems like there's been a shift of mainstreamness around questioning consciousness, having these existential crises. I feel like if you'd have that conversation today, like you mentioned that, and it's like, yeah, of course we have, it seems like a moment in our lives that we have that, but probably 20, because I don't know if it's 20 or 30 years ago this happened to you,
It's nearly
people were
40
not
now.
even thinking about that.
Yeah, there weren't so many signposts, right? Which is part of what propelled me to go to India, because there was the sense that, oh, the cosmic answers are over there, Where and when I would come back to Europe, I was quite hesitant to speak about meditation because it just seemed such a weird, marginal, hippie sort of thing to do. Whereas one of the great things now is it's become much more mainstream, and you can ask pretty much anybody and they'll know somebody, even if it's, oh yeah, my uncle, he went on a retreat once, or, so everyone knows somebody who's had some experience of meditation. So that one makes it less remote or strange or exotic. And two, it means that if somebody has those kinds of existential questions, or that sort of doubt or restlessness, or just emotional confusion or pain or whatever, there are more obvious signposts to the fact that there are these inner practices that one can do. Yeah.
I'd be curious to hear your opinion on the fact that, I mentioned how saying there's an existential crisis, we start questioning. Do you feel that that's happening today more because we have an awareness that we should be asking these, or do you feel more like it's the environment has caused it so that more people are kind of forced to question themselves because things are working less well?
I would hesitate to draw any of those conclusions. I think in any generation, and the Buddha was talking about this 2,500 years ago. So in any generation, there are people who don't question, their own minds, or don't question the culture or the values in which they grow up in. They just find their place in that culture, for better or worse, and with greater or less degrees of kind of ease or anxiety, etc. And then there are always some proportion of the culture who kind of grow up with more existential doubt for whatever reason. You can attribute that to karma and past lives, or to trauma, or to upbringing. It's mysterious, right? So I'm not sure that there's more people having existential crisis, but I do think that for many of us, the sense of meaning is quite denuded from our culture, right? So previously, religion provided some sense of meaning, community provided a sense of meaning, connection to land place, ancestry, tradition, ritual. All those provide a context of a sense of giving some sense of meaning of who I am and who I am in terms of the networks of relationships I have and what it means to live a good human life. Those things were quite clear for lots of people and they've been denuded quite a lot. Our sense of community has been denuded, our sense of place, our sense of belonging to land. And all those things mean that not necessarily that more people are having an existential crisis, but I would say that maybe more people are suffering from a lack of meaning. And the classic first time to have an existential crisis is as a late teenager, right? People go through identity crises because you're in that weird transition from being a child to suddenly you're 18 or 19, you're supposed to be an adult, but you totally don't feel like an adult inside. And it's naturally a time of questioning. And if you're questioning a lot of, oh, what am I going to do with my life? And who am I? And you're feeling a lot of insecurity and you don't have any meaning-making apparatus around you, then I think that can go into one of two ways. It can either go into real difficulty, doubt, despair, mental health crises, etc., or it can lead to a sort of profound questioning. So to the extent that we can provide signposts and support and a context of meaning for people. And that's what I think contemplative life and spiritual practice does, as if it's working well. It doesn't just teach people practices, it gives a context for meaning and for a kind of filling out into not just what can I do with my mind and my heart and my body to develop, but what is this world I'm living in and how do I actually make sense of it? And what's a wise and skillful way to relate to the world around me? And what happens when I feel alienated or cut off from the values around me, and what's a skillful way of addressing that, etc., etc. So all of those are big questions, but they're actually all things that can really be folded in to the response we make that comes out of an authentic spiritual practice.
As you talk about how a lot of these institutions have diluted these meanings that aren't as relevant and we're feeling a little lost, I can't help but bring up the fact that even the concept of spirituality isn't so well defined anymore, and there's a lot of perspectives that exist. So I'd be curious perhaps to hear from you, how would you even define spirituality in today's age?
I don't know. I mean, funnily enough, it's not a word I use that much. So what are the words I use instead? I tend to talk more about transformational practices, contemplative practices, ways of coming into fuller and freer relationship with life. So I guess those would be my definitions if I had to give one. But of course, just that word will mean, I guess people who are attending this summit and listening to this are here for a whole variety of different reasons. And for some people, spirituality might be more about what one believes in. For others, it might be more about trying to have particular experiences. For others still, it might be about a more integral kind of real exploration of life and a transformation of life. So, none of those are right or wrong, I would say. It's already good and beautiful if people are interested in something that feels deeper and vaster. And, then you take what touches your heart, you take what seems to meet your need and go with it. So the fact that there's a whole vast range and plethora of things that fall under that umbrella term, that's okay. Personally, I like to think of the sort of deep end of spirituality and the end where people are like, I like to work with people who are really willing to commit, right? To follow a practice. You want to practice with me? Yeah, we'll do it for 10 years or 20 years. And then you'll really, really see what will happen, But of course, it's also people just come along for an evening class, or they come to a day-long workshop, or they come to a week-long retreat with me. It's not that there's any expectation of a bigger commitment, but if when you engage for a week of meditation practice, for example, and you taste something that feels deep and liberating and beyond actually what you've ever really been able to think about or imagine as conscious experience, then that becomes the motivating fuel for continuing and committing and going deeper.
I mean, we are having a summit, so I love the fact that you're opening the space for everybody to come and share what their perspective of spirituality is. And you have yours, and I love what you share about it, this fact that you're embodying it a lot. And that brings me maybe to a more specific question, which is when people come to you for an evening event, or they come to you for a week-long journey, or they come to you to commit for the next 10 to 20 years and really exploring your methodologies, is there a typical archetype, pattern, state that people are in that makes them in a way want to seek out the answers you provide?
Well, nobody comes because nobody comes saying, oh, everything's so lovely and easy and perfect in my life that I think I'll just add some meditation to it as well. People come because of their suffering in some way, and that could be for all manner of reasons. It could be because of bereavement or separation or anxiety or some other life event that's just impacted them in a way that they don't really know how to digest or move past or make sense of. Or it might be that more existential unease that we spoke about at the beginning, just that sort of nagging question of what's life about in some way. So that's the common thread, is that people are feeling a combination, right? Of, on the one hand, there's something dissatisfactory, painful, uneasy. They're lost and confused in some way. And then the other side is they have some intuition that going inward is the response to that, rather than just looking to sort of fix it on the level of changing the situation. And those are two really powerful seeds to actually take in. Whoa, I've got balloons.
We'll take the balloons.
To take in the seeds of, oh yeah, I'm suffering right now, and to really acknowledge that. And secondly, to have the real intuition, which people often underestimate how powerful that is, but to really have the sense there is something that there is a way of working with this to transform my understanding, transform the way I experience this, transform the way I'm able to respond to life. I'm going to turn off my reactions there because I see little funny graphics coming onto the screen, and they're kind of sweet but a little distracting. There we go. Let's turn them off.
Fantastic. I still love the balloons when they come up, though, so I'm not even mad. Well, Martin, I'm glad you bring this up, and I think for anybody who's signed up to a Mastering Spirituality Summit is probably not like there's already been an opt-in. There's been something you're looking to address in your life, and so the same way that people approach you, I think I've approached this summit itself. And I'd be curious if there's some big questions we should be asking ourselves. I mean, we've signed up to a Mastering Spirituality Summit. Are there perhaps some faux pas we'd want to make sure that we're not falling into any kind of traps? You've already mentioned how looking externally to try to find the answers, inward has a lot more information for us. So I'd love to help navigate this period of our lives that we're maybe seeking right now.
Well, if it's not too disrespectful to the summit, I would say one of the traps would be the idea that one could master spirituality.
I'm fine with that.
If that's well, it's ambitious for a start, but it's actually, there's a kind of, is there a hubristic thing? And of course I get it why you call the summit that. It's lovely as a summit title, but to anybody attending, don't be fooled into thinking that there is such a thing as mastering spirituality. Because what does that mean? It implies a kind of control, a management, a sense of being in charge of one's own spiritual life. And in many ways, I would say that's the opposite of what happens. It's more like we're relinquishing control, we're giving up the sense of ownership of our experience, and maybe we're rather being mastered by spirituality. So it's rather like, no, I'm not the master. Spirit, if we want to keep using that word, spirit is the master. I'm just following along, And so there's a way in which that invites a quality of simplicity, actually, of surrender, of humility in some way, but maybe also relief. It's like, hey, don't worry, you don't need to master anything here. The main tools are relaxing, opening, sensing, caring, right? And sort of coming into being present again and again and again with what's happening. And so those don't lead to a feeling of mastery. They don't lead to a feeling, oh, yeah, I've got this. I know what this is. Oh, yeah, life, spirituality, I can handle. No. They rather contribute to a sense of, wonder, kind of unknowing, that life is revealing itself as constantly kind of mysterious, actually. Life won't yield to me controlling it, me understanding it even. And the willingness to not need to understand, not need to know, not need to control, that kind of opens to a different kind of knowing, which isn't rational, it isn't limited. And so those qualities, which we then might fold back to sort of mastering spirituality, what, like I prefer being mastered by spirituality, then how that shows up is a life increasingly colored, I would say, by wonder and trust and openness and love and ease and relaxation and fearlessness. And so the good news, if you like, in that message is relax, there's nothing to master. And in that relaxation, in that openness, in that kind of not trying to get anywhere, not trying to make sense of it all, not imagining that I should have some kind of handle on all this. In the relief from that, then maybe beautiful things can happen.
Yeah, I think we're very head heavy as a society in general. And that might lead into where I would naturally want to continue this, which is one of the crises or one of the questions, a big question that would bring someone to come to a summit around spirituality is really answering a question around like, what's my purpose? What's the point? What am I doing here? Those are some of the bigger questions. And I'd be curious to know for anyone who's feeling that sense of lostness, lacking of a guidance of how to navigate, even today being a time that feels like there's a lot of changes, although I'll pull on what you said earlier is that I'm sure every generation had that feeling, but it does feel a little more intense now because we're in it. What are some of the things we should be paying attention to, things we should be maybe asking ourselves or ways we should be approaching that?
Okay. I would say we should be paying attention to kind of pathological degrees of narcissism and self-centeredness, and the way that can give rise to, what's my purpose? I must be here for some special reason. No. Well, why? Why would one imagine that one's supposed to have some special purpose or that you're here for some special reason? Kind of get over yourself. You're not that special. You don't need a special purpose. You're human. That's good enough. Look at me. I'm looking out through human eyes. I'm listening with human ears. I've got a human heart that's capable of great depths. I've got the human hands that can do things. So come in, rather than looking for meaning in life and looking for the meaning of my life, rather the impetus is rather inject what you do with meaningfulness. The way you pick up your glass of water, like if you're present, it's like, you find the purpose of human life in the very picking up a glass of water, the miracle that your arm moves just through, you have the impulse and it moves and then you drink. Wow. So rather but we want to look for purpose in big terms. I want it like written in capital letters. Martin is here for this great purpose, and then once I've found my purpose, I can go forth and, be some kind of big deal in life. So I would say, hey, reduce the lens of that. And rather than trying to find meaning or look for meaning, like be purposeful. Invest what you do as if it matters. There's this nice phrase I like to use, which is relax. Nothing you do matters. And wake up. Everything you do matters. And there's something about the paradox of that I like, and allowing for both sides. If you only have one side, oh, relax, nothing you do matters, then you tend to just get sloppy, right? If you only have the other side, wake up, everything you do matters, oh, then you get tense. So, but the combination of the two, it's like, okay, you can like relax, like soften those kind of unhelpful and unnecessary expectations on yourself around meaning or purpose or whatever. And at the same time, hey, really be attentive. If you're walking on the earth. Feel your footsteps. Come into the experience of walking, of seeing, of hearing, of whatever you're doing. And then we find meaningfulness in the process of being human and being alive. And out of that, being grounded in a sense of meaningfulness, appreciation, connection, presence, then the avenues we find to express that will be meaningful avenues. And our life will feel meaningful and purposeful. But I'm not sure we'll ever be able to say what the purpose is. I certainly wouldn't even look for that as to something to append to the purpose of my life is. It just seems a little unnecessary to me.
I come from the business side, and it's like there's so much that goes around, like, what is your vision? What is your mission? What are
Yeah.
your core values?
Yeah, people ask me that about my teaching. So where do you see your teaching in 5 years? I don't know. It's just totally not the way I'm operating, right? So the idea that you need to have a trajectory and a plan and a purpose and a mission statement and all of that. And we apply that then from the business context where you might need some of those things to a personal one. So I would say, no plan, no purpose.
I have this. I couldn't help but think about that meme that exists, which is somebody that's like crying in a bar, like in one frame, somebody's like crying with a bubble, saying like no one cares, and in the same frame, the person's having this realization, like no one cares. And I love that you bring up that dichotomy, and it has this sense of liberation, but I can't help but have this sense of like, my natural instinct would be to think that it would bring me towards sloppiness. Like that's almost like the fear that comes up when I start hearing this message from, spiritual teachers as yourself that tell me like, yeah, it's okay. And then I'm like, but I'm so afraid of being sloppy. And there's almost like a fear of wasting my life.
Yeah. And that's what drives for so many of us the kind of relentless, restless forward momentum. I've got to do something. I've got to do something. I've got to do something. Why? Because my fear is if I actually let myself stop, sense, listen, be undistracted, I'll have to face myself, So we either are just afraid of actually feeling that restlessness, or we have the belief that if I'm not trying to be kind of productive, useful, purposeful, etc., that I'll just sort of collapse and become some hopeless sloth, and I'll just sit on the sofa in my underpants eating potato chips all day. So I would say, hey, please, stop and find out if that's true or not. You might do that for a little while, or some version of that, right? But actually, the very fact that you're concerned about that, why you're concerned because you've got some depth and sensitivity and care, and those things. When you actually slow down and sense and check in, you're actually making room for those sensitive, beautiful, caring qualities to come forth. And it's okay to spend the odd afternoon on the sofa eating potato chips, but actually you won't collapse into that. But there's only one way to find out, What you'll actually do is you'll give yourself a chance for the quieter voices and for the deeper longings to come forth. And of course, it's helpful to do that in the context of a practice, a body of teachings, somebody who's walked that path a lot and can accompany you, etc. And then you get a lot of support then from being in some sort of community of other people that share the same values and aspirations, from having the accompaniment of somebody who knows the path that they're taking you down. And even in this summit, right, there's some degree of community. And I'm sure people that have come to something like this sort of thirsty for teachings, thirsty for depth. It's like, oh, how relieving it is to be in a place where you can hear these things being spoken about and you can sense, oh, there's all kinds of other people here who actually are interested in this stuff too. Because we might look around us at our family or our colleagues or our social scene and feel like, is it only me? That was very much how it was for me, as an adolescent. Is it only me that cares about this stuff? And to then, wander into a monastery and sit down and hear teachings that seem like, on the one hand, they're these ancient teachings based in a contemplative tradition. And on the other hand, they're speaking exactly about my life. Yeah, my heart's like that. My mind's like that. And then hear all these other people sitting there like nodding like, oh, it's not just me. It's very, very supportive, I think, to connect with that sense that one's not alone in all of that, and that there's goodness in slowing down and sort of taking one's foot off the accelerator of the cultural encouragement to just do more, faster, better, quicker, more impressively.
Brilliant. Yeah. I'll pull on this string one more time for just one other aspect, which I find that as much as you have the culture that's pushing us to do more, be more, keep going, push, 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 there's also a lot of whether that's substances or habits or ways technology's been developed that really create a space for distraction, disconnection. I mean, you look at things like even the opioid crisis is almost like a way that's made people completely disconnect from, being and finding escapism as such, and it's being pushed, and there's an addictiveness to it, and there's like you're seeing that crisis unfold as well. I don't know if there'd be something to speak about that side of the equation as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're habit forming, right? And so our habits can be more or less healthy. But if we don't really understand ourselves well, and if we're not consciously training healthy habits, I mean, we tend towards unhealthy habits. And that might be as extreme as opioid addiction, but it might be much less extreme, but it's the same basic patterning, right? If we're just addicted to every time we feel a moment of boredom or restlessness or something, I just check my phone. But that's very, very far from being an opioid addict, right? And yet, actually, the habit channel, the sort of the neurological groove that we're going down again is very similar. It's like I feel like I can't tolerate a moment of boredom or restlessness or not knowing what to do. In other words, I can't tolerate a moment of contact with myself, and therefore I look for some way out. And if anybody listening to this, watching this, recognizes that, and I would suggest we probably all recognize that, then in some ways that sounds really painful. It sounds almost dystopic. What do you mean I can't tolerate a single moment of contact with myself? But actually, it's really, really it's not a long way back from that to learning how to just come into a sort of gentle, spacious, allowing contact with oneself. And the initial, because often what we first contact is the sense of restlessness. Oh, I don't like that. Or sense of boredom. I don't like that. Or how crazy my mind is and all the sort of stupid shit that's running around in here. And I don't want to face that. But it's like you just give yourself a moment to just drop through that layer. You learn to just, it's okay that my mind's kind of crazy and my heart's kind of defended and my body's kind of tense. It's okay. Just come inside that. And that's where you give yourself a chance for your shoulders to drop and your jaw to loosen and your mind to open and and things to thin out a little bit. And that's where you can then go from the unconscious repetition of unhealthy habits to the conscious repetition of healthy habits. And really quite soon you get to see, oh, the healthy habits are so much more rewarding, you know. So when you don't know any different, the reason we go to our phone isn't because we say, oh, I can't tolerate myself. The reason we endlessly seek out distraction or whatever isn't, it's like we're hoping that there's going to be something in there that's going to satisfy me. And at some point, we realize that the sort of satisfaction it gives us is kind of a distasteful one, a kind of, oh, it sort of satisfies, but in a quite coarse way, in a very short last, it doesn't last very long. And that's one of the inflection points, right? When we start to get interested in, let me learn of doing something differently. Let me learn to a different way of inclining my attention, entering into experience. And then very quickly actually start to really see the possibilities of that, taste the fruits of that. And that becomes a very strong, genuine motivation for how to train our minds differently. So that first step is really crucial. And if there's people here who are sort of feel like they're teetering on the edge of that, they recognize what I'm saying about those sort of everyday unhealthy habits. They want to do things differently, but they sort of afraid, or they don't know how to start or where to start. Hey, take up a practice. Do it sincerely. Give yourself even a week or two. I would say if you do any really, good practice, and you can, if you're interested in what I do, there's probably links or something here on the summit to things. I do a whole bunch of things online, and there's plenty of live interactive things I do, etc. Or there's plenty of other people doing good stuff. Take up a practice with somebody who seems trustworthy. Engage in it really sincerely, just for a week or two, really. And that's enough, I would say, to taste for yourself experientially the difference between the unconscious repetition of unhealthy habits and where that leads, and the conscious repetition, which is what a practice is, of something that's actually nourishing and helpful and beneficial, and where that leads.
It's been one incredible session, Martin. You've shared so much wisdom moments here that just send me into reflection of my own habits, that get me excited about discovering all these different practices. And it would be the part of the conversation that I'd be curious for us to get a taste from your perspective on some of the most powerful practices or habits that you might encourage somebody who's feeling inspired right now by this conversation, who might want to try one of the things that you recommend. What would be maybe a simple habit, something you spend for 2 weeks on? Maybe there's a resource you would want to direct people towards directly.
Yeah. Well, meditation is the tool par excellence, I would say, for actually systematically meeting yourself, exploring your experience as it is, training your mind in a healthy way, etc. And whether that's, if people are interested in what I do, you can find loads of stuff from me at martinailwood.com. I have an online platform for interactive teachings and practices with myself and a whole bunch of other teachers called sangha.live. That's the website, sangha.live. And in a simpler way, I would say the essence of meditation, and you might try that right now, and then maybe for the rest of this summit, every time you tune into a session, just take a moment, put your both feet on the floor, if you're sitting in a chair, right? Take a moment, firstly, just to sense the way your body is right now. And I bet there's some areas that are a little more tense than they need to be. Like check around your eyes, check your jaw, check your shoulders. And then maybe take an in-breath, and then on the out-breath, just really let things soften a little. Let your attention just soak into the feel of body sitting here. And then just follow the next couple of breaths as well as you sit here. And in the course of these 3 or 4 breaths, and just to taste that possibility of sensing a little more, kind of arresting the momentum of distraction. And just in a very simple way, just tasting a little more sense of presence. And the promise is, and the real possibility is, that this taste of presence can deepen in unimaginable ways, can open your understanding in unimaginable ways, can free up your heart's responsiveness to life in unimaginable ways. And that's my hope and wish for anybody that's here.
I'm very grateful for the moment that you've given us right here. And it's definitely something that I think resets us in a powerful way. Martin, it's been such a fantastic conversation. And although you've already sent some wishes to everybody here, I often open up the possibility for people to share some words to leave our audience as they're on this journey to be mastered by spirituality. I love how you phrase that, and I think is so good. But they're about to have conversations, or at least listen in on these conversations with a few other teachers as well. Any guiding words as they continue on this journey?
Slow down, open up, and just apply that a few hundred times each day. Just for a little bit. We often find, if we're honest, we're moving faster than is necessary or helpful. And of course, if you're late for the bus, then run for it, right? But most of the time you'll find that just even if you slow down 5%, it's like, oh, your experience of what's happening around you changes. And then find out, because it's not just about moving more slowly, it's about slowing the kind of mental agitation. So give yourself a chance to find out again and again what that even means, right? Slow down, open up. Yeah.
Martin, thank you so much for your time, your wisdom. This has been such a great session. I'm loving this summit so much. And so thank you for being a participant in it. We're going to send some resources for you to all go deeper into Martin's teachings. If you're resonating with the methodology and you want to choose this as a practice, we will make sure you are guided towards the right resources so that when you are on this journey, you are surrounded by legends and people that can truly guide you in the right direction. Martin, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jason. Yeah, I've enjoyed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that has been our last session for today on our Mastering or Being Mastered by Spirituality Summit. And yeah, I remember my conversation with Martin. It is such a powerful conversation and a brilliant way of ending our day one of the summit. And I'd want to do a check-in on how everyone is feeling. We had 8 amazing speakers take the stage today and share their wisdom, all anchored around the idea of healing as part of the spiritual mastery journey. And I have to make a note of something you might anticipate. It was one of the things I was most excited as I'm having conversations with all these people, is the feeling that I was left having after having that conversation, and how that feeling continued in helping me find synchronicities, positive outcomes, great things that happen, even on areas that were not even spiritual. But just by having all these conversations, listening to these speakers, listening to these teachers, and slowing down and opening up has brought some crazy opportunities, even on the business side, which was absolutely phenomenal. So I will tell you to expect miracles as you are going through this summit. As you've listened to this day one, we have so much more in store for tomorrow and the day after. And we're going to give you a bit of a recap of what to expect. But the format you've seen today is going to be very closely mirrored for the days to come. We're going to be starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Bless me. Sorry. And so 9 a.m. Eastern is when we start. So whatever time zone that is for you, it'll be the same time that we started today. We aim to be about just under 7 hours here. So regardless of how that ends up in your time zone, I would believe for those in Eastern time zone, what time is it? It is close to 3:30 p.m. And so really, really good. Now, you might be a little tired, so get some rest. Let yourself integrate this. If you joined in late and you maybe missed some of the earlier sessions, remember, if you're a free attendee of this summit, you can actually watch the replay for the next 24 hours. And then by tomorrow's start time, we're going to be replacing the replay video with the next sessions that are coming up. But if you don't want to be under any time crunch and you want to make the most out of this summit, again, if you're enjoying this and you want to be able to support Summits for Impact, we're bringing up summits for all sorts of topics, including this one. And we have an incredible offer for those who will want to go ahead and join as some of our key members. And what happens when you join in the membership is not only do you get a chance to access the content from this incredible summit, but we have so much stuff that we are putting together every single month so that we make sure that you have more incredible sessions coming up. So if you are joining the Impact membership, we have 6 amazing summits that are already in there and more to come. These include the Scale Summit, which is all about the marketing and growing of your business. We have the Rocking Life at Any Age Summit, which is all about your health and wellness. We have Mastering Abundance Summit, which I also hosted, where we talked about attracting wealth, attracting abundance, and being effortless into finding abundance in your own life. We have the Parenting Mastery Summit, which is going to be all for those of you who are currently with children or contemplating getting some, and the Embodiment Summit, which is all about putting into practice rituals that truly let you get to the next level. And of course, today we are through the day 1 of Mastering Spirituality Summit, which will also be included into your membership. And we're doing a great offer for those of you who want to join. We give you a chance to get all of these fully guided transformational journeys for $99. This will be your fee for the first year. When you get this, you have access to everything I've mentioned. It's over 250 sessions of all sorts of practices around leadership, abundance, business, parenting, embodiment from all the best teachers around the world. So if you're interested in upgrading your experience to being a member, you get a chance to sign up right now. We've put up a QR code, and I see the teams put a link inside of the chat where we encourage you, now that today's session is over, go and read more. Be a supporter, and you'll get a chance to connect with other people who have taken their personal growth, spiritual growth, and growth in all areas of their life very, very seriously. And we want to put together that tribe of people who have a beautifully curated experience in learning. So with that, I do want to call out a few of the people that are here, that are on the session, that are putting in some great comments. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight some of them that are coming up. First, we have Balani saying self-awareness, going inside self, gratitude, be still, be open to receive from the universe, nourish your soul, stay away from chaos of the world, and so many more tips to live more enlightened life. Correct. Balani, great to see you interacting with us throughout the day today. We have here tired but awakened of new things and perspective. George, that's exactly what this summit is all about. And you'll notice that even as you go through tomorrow's session and the day after, it's absolutely wonderful where you are just opening yourself up to all these different spiritual concepts. I see some love here, obviously, from Martin, Linda Shaw here. Thank you for the enlightening words. And let's see if I have Alan here. Alan from Estonia. Great, really great and insightful talk. Thank you. The whole afternoon sessions, very powerful stuff, great speakers. And I think I will echo Kristen's comment here, which is this summit will provide stillness, calm in a world of chaos. We know there's a lot going outside of this summit, and we hope that you find your refuge, some insights and connections that perhaps take you away from the media, the news that is using fear in the strongest of terms to keep you glued to the TV. We want to rip you off that TV and get you into learning things that will help your soul, help you reconnect, help you find the purpose, help you find the divinity within and within everything around you. We have so much more in store for you. So again, my name is Jason Mark Hamill. It was an absolute pleasure being the host for the summit. We are just 1 day out of 3 days, so I can't wait to see you all tomorrow. If you haven't had a chance yet, do take a moment to read more about our upgrade into the membership. We'd love to see you inside of this. And regardless of your decision, whether you join us inside this membership or not, we will definitely see you tomorrow, where we're going to be kicking off with none other than Ken Honda. 9 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll see you all there. Once again, thank you so much for joining. Till next time.